Good morning, everyone. Just a quick check with the clerk of the board, Ms. Townsend. Are we ready to begin, or are you still needing to let folks in?
I'm still letting folks in, but I think we can go ahead and begin. I can still bring them in while you start the meeting.
Great. Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Joaquin Esquivel. I am chair of the State Water Resources Control Board. Today is Tuesday, June 15th. It is 9:02, and I would like to call this meeting to order. I'd like to begin by introducing my fellow board colleagues. With me here today is Vice Chair Doreen Diadamo, Board Member Tam Dodak, Board Member Sean McGuire, and Board Member Laurel Firestone. With us as well is our Executive Director, Eileen Sobek, our Chief Counsel, Michael Loffer, our two Chief Deputies, Eric Oppenheimer and Jonathan Bishop. Our Clerk of the Board is Janine Townsend, and assisting her today is Margie Argel and Courtney Tyler. As you can see, this webcast is being this meeting is being webcast and recorded. And although today is June 15th, happy reopening day, everyone. We still don't have a physical meeting room and are conducting today's board meeting via a Zoom platform on this digital platform. You're either viewing our web stream one of two ways. You're on the Cal EPA webcast or you're on the YouTube webcast. But if you intend to comment on any one of our items today, you should be here on the Zoom platform. There are instructions at the top of today's agenda on how to get on the platform with us. You can also email comment letters at waterboards.ca.gov in order to receive instructions on how to join us here if you wish to comment on any of our items. With that out of the way, and once you are on the platform here, you will be muted and your video will be turned off until it is your turn to comment on the item that you've selected to comment on. With that, we can move on to public forum. I remind folks that public forum is something the board does here in order to hear from individuals on items not pending before the board in order to ensure we have access and accountability here. We have about 12 public commenters this morning. We have a lot on today's agenda and a lot to get through. We have been noticing on the agenda that it's at the pleasure of the chair that we'll take at least the first 30 minutes for public comment. I'd like to be able to get everyone in during that period. So for the 12 individuals that are here for public comment, if you could keep your comments to 3 minutes or less, it would be very helpful for us to be able to move through folks, be able to hear concerns and flags and move on to board business. So with that, I think we can move on to public forum. And I believe we are starting this morning with Logan Largent. Chair
Esquivel, I do believe that Mr. Largent is not on the platform at this time.
Okay, Thank you, Ms. Townsend. And so next we'll move on to Tim Worley.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel.
Morning.
Good morning, board members. Thank you so much for your giving me a few minutes of your time this morning. I will be brief, but again, my name is Tim Worley. I'm speaking today as the Managing Director of the Community Water Systems Alliance. CWSA is an initiative that brings together larger water systems and small and disadvantaged community water systems to address pressing issues of common interest. One of our founding members is 29 Palms Water District, which is a great example of a water system serving a disadvantaged community and succeeding very well against all odds. I'm here on an issue that has blown up across the desert regions of San Bernardino and Los Angeles counties and probably elsewhere in the state. It certainly affects 29 Palms and other water agencies there, which are who we count as some of our members. That issue is the illegal cultivation of cannabis, which has a major water dimension to the problem. CWSA is calling on the Water Board to join with other responsible state agencies and local water agencies in coordinated actions to put an end to the catastrophe that is unfolding in plain sight in front of us. The San Bernardino County Sheriff reported to the Board of Supervisors that just recently that 861 illegal cannabis grows are known there, and they simply can't keep up. We know that law enforcement is on the front line of this issue, but it is also a huge water and environmental problem. We see rampant overuse and theft of water. We're very concerned that someone's distribution system will be contaminated from a backflow incident. We know that chemicals and raw sewage are being dumped, and when a site is raided and shut down, it is abandoned and the illegal growers just move on. Local water agencies' ability to confront this problem is very limited. Our members would like to do more, but it is both dangerous for their workers and beyond their legal authority. This problem should be a high priority for the Department of Justice, Cal EPA, the Natural Resources Agency, and the Department of Food and Agriculture. Each agency has some piece of responsibility, but it is divided in many ways. No individual agency has complete responsibility. That's why, again, we call on you, the Water Board, respectfully, we ask for you to take leadership to pull together a multi-agency response, working with the local agencies that are also on the front line of this important problem. We did communicate by letter to you last week to express the severity of the problem, and we're asking you today to take leadership. We count on you in many ways to be our champions at the local water agency level. And so we're here to plead for your help. And I think you'll hear from some of our other members on this important issue. Thank you very much for your time and for your attention on this problem.
Thank you, Mr. Worley. Really appreciate you coming to the board and flagging this issue. We've heard similar concerns from other watersheds in the state and do know that we are in discussion with our sister and state agencies around how to best respond, knowing that actually we have a good basis for response given our coordination across state agencies on the cannabis program generally. So really appreciate the particular flag up in the high desert here, an area familiar to me, certainly. And just thank you for taking the time this morning. And we don't have anything specific to follow up certainly right now in public comment, but look for further discussion certainly from us and other state agencies. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Next, we have, yes, sorry.
Sorry, just want to make sure, I don't recall seeing the letter, so just want to make sure it gets distributed to the board. Thank you.
Definitely. Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair. Mr. Gore.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel and members, and I'd like to thank you on behalf of the fee payers community for your concern and sensitivity and continued fee and cost of compliance workshops, and especially call out John Russell, Eric Ekdahl, Karen Mogus, David Ceccarelli, Glenn Osterhage, and several others. The time this morning is briefly and appropriate for this heads up. Two significant fee increases are being proposed. Water quality, about 10 to 13% across the 8 permit categories. According to staff, this is due to program expansion and salary increases. And then drinking water, this is a real big gulp. It's 22.5%. The justification is the governor's drought resilience package and adding 9 PYs next fiscal year and 5 the following fiscal year, some of which the fee payers carry, and rightly so. 2 thoughts to consider though. Permanent program increases are being proposed based partly on one-time funding. And in the drought, as we all know, general fund was used for the prior drought remediation and addressing that. One more heads up on fees. The cannabis program is being downsized, and about 3% of the costs are now being spread to the other 8 water quality categories. From the beginning and before the board, we've agreed that cannabis would remain self-supporting. This commitment should not go up in smoke. Overall, and especially this and next water year, these seemingly small amounts add up, and they're big cost drivers for permittees. On ILRP ag lands in particular, rural communities, districts, and economies are again being devastated by this drought, as we've all heard. And resilience is being gradually crushed, though there are many areas that may not come back. I raise this matter now because the detailed state budget process is playing out now through the end of August. Both the resources budget subcommittee chairs have said they're open to comments at this point. There is sufficient time for fee payers and the State Water Board to collaborate to achieve drought program funding and reasonable fees. Your guidance to staff on participation would be appreciated, and we look forward to receiving more details and hope to reach an understanding before the August 5th and 6th workshops. Thanks for listening.
Thank you as well, Mr. Gore. And as you noted, we do have workshops coming up on that, and the board will fully discuss and be able to engage on the topic then, but we appreciate the flag. So
Thanks
thank you.
again.
Next, we have David Webb.
Thank you, board members. I've spoken with you several times over the last couple months about the unfolding dewatering of the Shasta River, the repeated events that we're now seeing, despite water master control of the system that has long been recognized as one of the most important wild salmon tributaries in the Klamath Basin, and one which is depended upon by people downriver from us, both along the Klamath River and on the coast, persons whose subsistence, whose culture, and whose livelihoods are based on salmon production and the wild salmon that need to be the basis for salmon management. In the last month, we have seen the Shasta River dewatered 4 different times. On the 15th, flows at river mile 15.5 dropped to 6.5 cubic feet per second. On May 31st, to 3.5 cubic feet per second. On June 3rd, to 4 cubic feet per second. And at the mouth on June 7th, down to 8.5 cubic feet per second. None of these were events that the water master expected to see, wanted to see, or managed around. They were all surprises to her and disastrous to the river. We need to talk about what problems there are in the Shasta that have led to this and what might be done to address them. And the first of these is that we have an antiquated adjudication that couldn't even conceive of a dedicated in-stream flow, despite the fact that we have a river that is recognized both by the Pacific Fisheries Management Council in every one of their publications since 1978 when they began, or by the Department of Fish and Game, which closed the Shasta River to all salmon fishing back in the 1950s or earlier to protect it as a nursery stream for salmon production. And yet there's still no in-stream flow for the Shasta River to protect it in that role. This antiquated adjudication, at the time it was done, could not legally address riparian rights. And the result is that over time, an increasing number of people are choosing to exercise those riparian rights, which leaves them outside the control of the water master and able to take water whenever and however much they feel like. superior to anyone else who is living within the rule of law of the adjudication. And while their water rights are legal, they're unmanaged and they cause these disastrous drawdowns of the Shasta River, and they simply can't be left under this antiquated adjudication, which on any other stream done after ours was completed would be under the control of a water master also. We have inadequate stream gauging, with the result that the water master gets no heads up before a disaster has occurred at river mile 15.5. She needs intermediate gauging so that she can see something coming and address water usage before flows drop so low that we've effectively dried up the river. And the force cause of the problem is a little more surprising. We have an adjudicated water mastering system that has effectively precluded the voluntary rewatering approach we would all like to have seen via the 1707 process. And despite the fact that the Nature Conservancy, through its best efforts over multiple years, bought a water right of 19.5 cubic feet per second, which they attempted to dedicate to in-stream flows, and the efforts of a separate unrelated landowner who also chose to try to dedicate some of his water to in-stream flows, no one has been able to cause their unused water to reach the mouth of the Shasta River. Those 1707 dedications, for which we the people collectively have paid nearly $20 million, do not, cannot, and will not reach the mouth of the Shasta River because the water mastering system doesn't allow it or can't manage it. The river management system in the Shasta River is broken for any purpose except to dry up the river. We need to work around those problems and develop solutions. Long term, the only real sensible answer is to review and adjust the adjudication. But no one in the Shasta Valley is either socially or financially able to take on that task. And until some agency is able to do so, we're going to be left with these periodic wrecks and periodic conflicts and confrontations. But in the near term, we do have an action. The California Water Action Plan calls for interagency cooperation. The river clearly needs protection. The Water Resources Control Board needs in-stream flow information in order to properly manage the people's water resources. Realistically, the Water Resources Control Board must take a leadership role and initiate the dialogue with the Department of Fish and Wildlife to enlist them to do a desktop in-stream flow estimate, similar to what they have done for the Scott, so that you can then act to establish an interim protective flow that will protect the future productivity of the Shasta River. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Webb. Appreciate your time this morning. Thank you. Next, we have Pat Flanagan.
Good morning. It's thank you for hearing me. I will not speak probably even my 3 minutes, but I follow on with Tim Worley's comments and others coming up. I am in the unincorporated area of San Bernardino County, and where I live is surrounded by the 861 groves that are known to be here. There are probably more. And to the west of me in LA County, there is anywhere from 500 to 1,000 groves. These marijuana grows are large, sometimes city block size, other times small. They're all toxic waste sites, both from chemicals and human feces. They are all illegal. So we never had any CEQA or NEPA review. We have no EPA standing in the background saying we need to clean these up. There's no oversight. This is just an impossible situation, and you bleed for the water that ultimately and for years to come could be feeling the effects of these chemicals. I sometimes think of it as this is a bad case of the measles, which is one of the most deadly diseases on the planet. And really the only vaccine that we would have would be to change the legality from a misdemeanor to a felony. Unless that happens, we are a beautiful open door for all of those growers who want to come in away from states that already have this kinds of grows as a felony. So I really ask you to follow Tim Worley's suggestions and work with the governor to declare this an emergency and change it from a misdemeanor to a felony. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Flanagan. And just to clarify, as I understand it, when we do enforcement actions from the board, it raises it in severity. And so it's why we coordinate with, especially on illegal grows, with our sister agencies and local law enforcement on actions. But thank you, Ms. Flanagan. I appreciate your advocacy this morning. Next, we have Chuck Bell. Mr. Bell, are you there? I believe you should have been provided a chance to unmute at this point. Okay. I believe Mr. Bell.
Now I'm unmuted. Is that correct?
Okay. Yes, now you are. Thank you. I can see you're on a phone. Thank you. Good morning.
Sorry about that. I got an old flip phone.
Oh, it's okay.
Chuck Bell, Lucerne Valley Economic Development Association. In Lucerne Valley, based on the current approximately 400 or so illegal marijuana grows in our community, estimated each an average of, let's say, 5 acres. Some are 40 and 60 acres. But to be conservative, assuming the latest data on the marijuana water usage, which is about 4 acre-feet per acre per year for 4 grows in a season, in a grow season in greenhouses, that's about 8,000 acre-feet per year. That's just about 3 to 4 times more what is normally pumped from our basin per year. We are an adjudicated, overdrafted basin. We need your help. We also need the legislature to amend Prop 64 so illegal cultivation is a felony like it was, not a misdemeanor like it is now, and for the governor to declare an emergency statewide to hopefully allow corrective bills to be introduced before January of next year. We have no other choice. Our basins are drying up because of this, plus the drought. We need your help, and I appreciate this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bell. Really appreciate you taking the time this morning and addressing this issue to the board. Next, we have Regina Chichizola.
Okay, sorry, I couldn't unmute myself for a minute.
Morning.
Good morning. I am calling again to talk about what's happening on the Klamath River. Obviously, you're aware there's a large juvenile fish kill happening right now, and the situation on the Shasta River with the flows dropping so suddenly is just a disaster for us. And I'm sure you're aware that the situation is not much different on the Scott, and we've been asking for the board to take action in that river system also. But the Shasta River, we do have a different situation, and we do have different tools that we can use. And one of them that was brought up is the California Water Action Plan. And I did meet with some of the staff a few years ago based on the Shasta River and the California Water Action Plan. And I'm sorry, it's early if I'm saying anything wrong, but and I was told that it's one of the last watersheds that's on the list that they're going to be dealing with after the Ventura River and one of the rivers in the Russian river system. And I just think that this board needs to ask for the Shasta River to be a priority, because as was mentioned, this is the first creek or first river that goes into the Klamath that actually can still thrive during climate change because it is a spring water system. And right now, this really cold spring water that could be producing a lot of salmon and be so beneficial as refugia in the Klamath River is being used in an unreasonable way. I was in a call recently with Fish and Wildlife Service where we talked about the fact that they're actually there are illegal bulldozing within the watershed and illegal dams that are being built, and they just want to permit them after the fact. We also have a very old adjudication that needs to be relooked at. I mean, obviously, if one water right holder can hold the rights to the majority of the water in the watershed in order to do things like flood irrigate alfalfa, then that's a water right that is not in the public interest of the people of California. And this is the kind of situation that happens all over the Shasta River. It's not a complex adjudication the way that the Scott River is. It is a pretty easy adjudication that could be redone in a way that could be extremely beneficial to the Shasta River and the Klamath River system. That said, another tool is the TMDL, which does call for cold water and in-stream flow. So I just feel like this is a situation where there are easier fixes than a lot of other places. It's already been prioritized through the California Water Action Plan, but if it takes 20 years to actually deal with dedicated flow, like I was told it could because of it's not being prioritized, then we could lose the salmon on the Klamath River. And it's extremely important until the dams come down that we do have good production of salmon again sometime in the Klamath River. Yeah, and this is something you can do. So I just really urge you to take action immediately, at least to make sure that the dedicated water rights through the 1707 are not taken out by riparian users downstream. Please do take action. I really appreciate the work of this board. And the last thing I'll say, because I think my time is up, is that I am very disappointed in the temperature management plan on the Sacramento River. And I really wish the board would do something to make sure that the winter run is protected this year. Different subject, but I just wanted to bring that up because I've commented so many times to this board. And thank you very much for letting me speak today.
Thank you for your time and your continued advocacy, Ms. Chichizola. Thank you. Next, we have Marina West.
Can you hear me? Okay. Better?
Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Chair Esquivel and members of the board, my name is Marina West, Bighorn Desert View Water Agency General Manager. Small water system in the high desert unincorporated San Bernardino County communities of Flamingo Heights, Landers, and Johnson Valley. I currently chair the Mojave Water Agency Technical Advisory Committee, and I chair the Policy Committee of the Community Water Systems Alliance. The Alliance penned the letter we spoke of today, signed by me to the board last week, and I'm here to personally address the board this morning on its role in the illegal cannabis industry of California. I heard your comments, Chair Esquivel. However, I'm here to tell you that whatever plans were made to embrace the legal cannabis industry are an absolute failure. The current misdemeanor is a joke as it's trampling on the purpose and intent of Prop 64. Why? Because in San Bernardino County alone, there are at least 861 known illegal cannabis farms, and I'm observing new ones every day. The local public is outraged, and the sheriff claims this is a whack-a-mole exercise. Nothing so far has deterred additional cannabis farms from coming into our view at all. Community pressure is moving into our local water board meetings. Citizens demand answers, and we have few. We are concerned about the safety of our employees dealing with water theft and water shutoffs to these properties. We do not have law enforcement powers. It's time for the state board to engage the issues mounting within your charge, such as unreported new wells, rampant hauling of water, both purchased and stolen between overdrafted basins, as well as known and unknown dumping of chemicals and raw sewage. And let's not forget that water in the desert is already spoken for in our urban water management plans. This means more water from the Delta to support this use. It is time for the water board to increase any coordinated state action to stop this major problem. Again, we seek an increased coordinated response from all state agencies with the responsibilities for protecting water and other environmental resources, for enforcement of cannabis regulations, enforcement of state laws. We suggest this includes Secretaries of Natural Resources, Environmental Protection, Food and Ag, and the Attorney General, as well as, and most importantly, pressure on this legislature to declare a state of emergency and convert back to the felony charges. It all comes down to water, and we must ask you to step up and help us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. West. Appreciate your time and advocacy this morning and flagging this discussion further for the board. Next, I believe we have Nazar.
Hi, this is Nazar. Thank you. I hope you hear me all good.
We can. Good morning, Nazar.
Hi, hi all Californians and board chairs, members, water staff. I'm not sure if I can present my video here. I don't know if I could. Okay, so yes, I will go with a voice. I have, and I appreciate this opportunity. I requested for 3 minutes and I have my time tracker in front of me. Briefly, my comment consists in those highlights. The topic is continuous water wasteful practices by the public, shortage supply, diminishing the resource. It has history, problems, and solution. History: since 2015, I started the campaign in Mount Shasta, 250 documented reports when a state drought began. In 2016, Sacramento campaign, 160 submitted reports. In the same year, I attended 20 plus meetings to address this issue. In 2017, Bay Area, 250 documented water wasteful activities. And following year, presentation to SWRCB. And I still have this presentation in front of me. You know, you have this presentation as well. And comments continuously. Problems: a new day, the same problem that wasn't resolved. The same problems still exist 5 years since it was recognized by me. I know recognized by many people, but I was persistent to resolve those issues. And now the questions: why the agenda doesn't have water conservation item? This is for today agenda. Why we don't have this conservation item? When the new secretary candidates will be offered to the board, as the current one cannot handle those issues. This is a problem. We cannot see the water resource control is handling those issues. When you're going to handle a proper water usage? Now, how much water already lost since 2016? Or even like before then? I'm sure I don't know. I don't have a data. I have my data. I'm sure we lost billions and billions of gallons of water, but we could save it and deliver to those who need it. But we didn't. You haven't done it. The solution: we need to act now. We need to discuss not the information about the drought, because you have right now information item about drought. We need to have this item on the conservation resolution, because it's very important problem and a topic right now. The water is losing. Even every morning right now, I'm seeing right now in Mount Shasta, I'm seeing every morning the same problem since 2015. Water waste every morning, waste. It's not only here, it's everywhere. So when we going, I have right now also a solution. I have a solution already presented to you. That's why I don't know if I can present right now my screen for you. But I have here in front of me, probably you also have all those presentation to prevent water loss. We can save the water and deliver to those people who need it. They are needed right now. We here in Mount Shasta, we have lots of water, but not only we, many people are still continuously wasting water every morning, every day, everywhere in California.
Thank you, Mr. Nazar.
Thank you for your time. Thank you for your time again. We need to do something about it. We need to control. We need to control, because this water is our water. It's everyone is water, but it's wasting. It's wasting. Not only to the grass. We don't need the grass. We need the food. We don't need the grass. It's a problem. But it's wasting to the sidewalks every day. It's in a sidewalk and it's vaporizing. Water is gone. It's lost forever.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Nazar. Conservation is incredibly important in this drought, and continue to advocate. I appreciate your time.
Every day we need to right now talk about it. Tomorrow,
thank you, Mr. Nazar.
we need to increase your staff. We need to increase your staff. We need to work every day for water. We drink water, we eat food.
Thank you, Mr. Nazar. Really appreciate your time this morning.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next, we have Ray Collis. And Ray, you should be invited to unmute and or share your video here.
Can you hear me now?
We can. Good morning.
Okay. Well, good morning. Good morning, Chair Esquivel and other board members. My name is Ray Kolish. I am the General Manager of the 29 Palms Water District, located in the very hot Mojave Desert. The 29 Palms Water District is 100% reliant on groundwater and serves a disadvantaged community that encompasses 87 square miles that is mostly rural and remote. Like many other agencies in the desert regions of the state, 29 Palms has seen an explosion of illegal cannabis cultivation operations that are not legal in San Bernardino County. The amount of grow operations that spread like a wildfire in our area have taxed local law enforcement resources to the point where they're unable to keep pace with enforcement. The impacts of these illegal grow operations are of major concern as it relates to water supply and potential water quality impacts. Water agencies are experiencing a large amount of theft of water throughout the respective service areas that causes impacts to the ratepayers we serve. We are concerned about impacts to local groundwater contamination from chemicals used in illegal cannabis grows that go unregulated or monitored. Water agencies are caught in the middle of this dangerous situation, putting our ratepayers and employees at risk on a daily basis. And as Ms. West commented earlier, water agencies are seeing an extreme amount of pressure from the public as water is the key to the grow operations, but we don't have the authority for enforcement when it comes to some of the water that they're using. I speak today asking for coordinating efforts with the State Water Resources Control Board and Regional Water Quality Control Board to place this item on your upcoming respective agendas for discussion. And I thank you for your time and attention to this matter.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate taking the time this morning and addressing the board. Next, we have Isaac Kay, who will be followed by Conrad Fisher.
Chair Esquivel, I do believe that Isaac Kay is not on the platform at this
Okay.
time.
Thank you. Then Conrad Fisher. And I believe then our last commenter after that will be Paul Peschel. Yeah, there you are.
Hi, I'm Conrad Fisher with Water Climate Trust. Thank you for your attention to the drought and water for fish, especially those of you who've been around for 20 years. The current drought response is a bit of a repeat of last time, and I'm worried that it's still not accounting for the needs of ecosystems or salmon. And I'm going to give 3 examples. The unavailability methodology for the Delta. Thank you. This time actually says straight up explicitly, we are not accounting for the water needs of public trust resources and will not do curtailments for the environment. And it says that explicitly, which is an improvement upon the last drought. And I'll just have you know that in the Delta, upper parts of Sacramento watershed, today there are cows standing in 10 inches of water, which is a wasteful and unreasonable use. So this is not about stealing from someone who is going to be harmed by it. Russian emergency curtailment regs, which are on the agenda for today, same pattern and practice. This allows the deputy director the discretion to not curtail people based on the most currently available fish data. Again, channeling Greta Thunberg, we need to follow the science, not politics, not power, not the whims of what the deputy director may be pushed to do on a certain day. Scott River, notices of unavailability. Many staff members might tell you that the most recent notice of unavailability on the Scott will help the fish. It will not. It does not go so far as to curtail to what is necessary to keep the Scott River flowing. 3 examples. To me, the solution is to, if this is the continued solution to the drought and climate change, your grandchildren will not have California salmon. Your grandchildren will not have orca whales off the coast. So it is on you. Unfortunately. The solution, I think, is to, again, follow the science so that when we have a drought, what we do is set by default. What science says fish need is set by default. And just briefly touching on the Klamath and the Shasta, you were given some good examples of what could happen on the Shasta. It's much less complex than the Delta. California Water Action Plan puts it on the map. But you also have what you need right now. The TMDL implementation plan says fish need 40 CFS of cold water. It's there. And then one possible solution is to make it the job of the water masters to curtail for public trust, not just existing antiquated adjudications. So that's an example of where maybe a little bit of extra money rather than entire staff people, it could become the job of the water masters. And I've talked to water masters for 20 years and they're like, no, that's our marching orders, but there's no reason water for fish could not be part of the overall job. It might take some more money and time, but that's just one example of what could happen right now. So thank you. I would love, we the fish people would love to hear what your plan is. It's been a little bit like moving goalposts for 20 years. I would love to, instead of continuing to pitch to the water board, I'd love to hear from you all. What is it going to take to get fish what science say they need to not go extinct? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Fisher. Really appreciate your time this morning. Thank you. Next, we have Paul Peschel, and I believe that'll be our last public commenter.
Good morning.
Morning.
Paul Peschel, High Desert Water District General Manager. I just wanted to add one additional thought to the cannabis concern. With the legalization of cannabis, it's obviously created even more of a market than there was before. That combined with the fact that the water quality fees, even though they aren't where they really need to be with cannabis, creates an incentive for the illegal cannabis because they can take risks. And their business is like any other business, even though it's illegal. So that dynamic then potentially forces the need to use more law enforcement, which there isn't enough enforcing it. That's been mentioned with others. So the more you increase the fees, the more that creates their desire to produce illegal cannabis. So you spend more, they have to spend more on the fees, you have to spend more on the law enforcement. The use of the water costs more costs for water. So this dynamic is just creating a whirlwind and a kind of a crazy situation. So I think some of those factors need to be looked at holistically to not only disincentivize this from a legal standpoint, but also from a business standpoint. And that's just my general thought. That's all I have.
Thank you. Really appreciate you taking the time this morning to address the board and to flag this issue. Look for follow-up certainly from us further. Nothing to really be able to report out to right now, but I just really do appreciate you taking the time this morning, Mr. Peschel.
Thank you. Bye.
Chair Esquivel.
Yes.
I have two people on the platform right now that are unidentified. I have a Marcos iPhone and I have a gentleman who has his or woman who has their hands raised, white spike. If they could just send me an email at janine.townsend@waterboards.ca.gov and identify yourself. They could be part of the public forum. And also Logan Largent is on the platform as we speak.
Okay, and so let's go ahead and go to Mr. Largent and then the other two numbers, if you can please identify yourself with Ms. Townsend, that would be appreciated. Mr. Largent.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel and members of the board for the opportunity to comment. My name is Logan Largent. I work with the California Association of Mutual Water Companies, and I'd like to speak today on the issue of illegal cannabis cultivation. Legalizing cannabis does not seem to have stopped illegal growing, and illicit grow operations are being observed throughout the state. This is a law enforcement issue, but it also has consequences on water supply and water quality. And as such, CalMutuals asks the State Water Resources Control Board to implement state action to stop the problem. The established cannabis policy focuses on surface water diversion, and it requires revisions to maintain relevance to desert and urban environments. Much of the water used for cannabis cultivation is stolen, which leads to concerns about distribution system contamination due to backflows. In addition to backflow contamination, CalMutuals is concerned about future groundwater contamination from chemicals used in these grows. Some workers camp on site and have been known to leave materials behind, and there have also been cases of raw sewage dumped in the desert. Water supply impacts caused by stealing and overuse are detrimental to conservation efforts, and they harm law-abiding citizens doing their part to reduce their usage, especially during these dangerously dry drought conditions. This is a major problem, and we ask that the state board and regional boards treat it as such and start to coordinate actions by the agencies responsible for the environmental protection as well as cannabis enforcement. Thank you very much for your time.
Mr. Largent. Thank you, Mr. Largent. Appreciate your time this morning. Thank you. Ms. Townsend, do we have any further commenters for public forum?
No, I don't have any other than the ones that I spoke about, and I have not heard back from them, although the one that does have their hands raised.
Do we want to quickly unmute the individual with their hand
Absolutely.
raised, and then we can just, yeah.
Hold on one second.
Hey, Quee. Nick
Good morning.
Isaac Kinney. Nick Isaac Kinney.
Oh, okay. Isaac, it is you. Yes,
Wait,
please. Good morning.
Wait, Poos. Esi Pektuk. Esi Erklagert Metwamecha. Esi Wait Poosa. I apologize for my technical difficulties. I haven't been able to change my profile name from Waitpoos is my village here at the confluence of the Klamath and Trinity Rivers. And my name is Isaac, so I go by Ike as a nickname. I do want to flag again here, talking again about the ongoing fish kill of our baby salmon here, washing up on our river banks at the confluence here. Really difficult to talk about, but I would like to highlight the Klamath, the Scott, the Shasta, and the Trinity River watersheds really need to be prioritized in y'all's decision making, as well as in regards to the Shasta watersheds. Again, making sure to support the Shasta River TMDL action plan instead of the proposed National Marine Fisheries Service Safe Harbor Agreement. Also, to encourage you all to address this crisis by issuing temporary emergency regulations, establishing a minimum of 45 cubic feet per second in-stream cold water flow in the Shasta River. Request that appropriate emergency regulations as necessary to ensure temperatures do not rise to levels fatal to rearing Shasta River salmonoid populations. Again, limiting irrigation diversions and ensuring sufficient in-stream flows for coho salmon survival, re-adjudicating water to include permanent dedicated in-stream flow, and then having strict scientific oversight on artificial flows, artificial flow controls as well. And again, as I've said before, because the indigenous peoples of California possess the clearest path to title for the exterior boundaries of what is now called California, that the State Water Control Board really needs to redo the decision-making process it has to include the free and prior informed consent of indigenous peoples of California and living in California. Again, echoing other commenters, we do need to show the world, California has the ability to show the world what it means to conserve water, have water conservation as a priority in all of our decision making. So I appreciate your time and thanks. Keep up all the hard work.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments and contributions this morning, Mr. Kinney. Really appreciate everything. Thank you. Okay, that I believe concludes public forum now, and appreciate everyone's time and for moving quickly through comments. Next, we move on to official board business, and the first item is adoption of the board meeting minutes from the June 1st board meeting. I'll entertain a motion.
I'll
move to adopt.
Second.
And second, thank you. It was close. Ms. Townsend, can you please call the roll call vote?
Certainly. Board Member McGuire.
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo.
Aye.
Board Member Firestone.
I'm going to abstain because I was late.
Okay. Board Member Dodek.
Aye.
And Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you all.
Thank you as well. And the item carries and the board meeting minutes are adopted. I'll note that we're going to be moving around the agenda a little bit. Drought items, informational items, the drought items 7 and 8 We will take out of order, and we will actually take up after we quickly do our, and Ms. Townsend, is item number 2 still uncontested?
Yeah, yes, it is. I have no speaker cards.
Okay. Well, we'll move around 7 and 8 to take them after item number 2 here. And so since item number 2 is still uncontested, I would entertain a motion unless any of the board members would like to pull it from the uncontested item calendar. And if not, I can entertain a motion.
I'll move to adopt.
Thanks.
I'll
Can I have a
second.
second? Thank you. Ms. Townsend, can you please call a roll call vote?
Yes. Board Member Firestone?
Aye.
Board Member Dodick?
Aye.
Board Member McGuire?
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo?
Aye.
And Chair Esquivel?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. And thank you to all of the great work that I know went on in the program to have that item up. Glad that we can just quickly adopt. That then, again, I will bring up items number 7 and 8 now instead out of order here in order to allow us to have a drought update and a drought update on groundwater impact. So we'll start with item number 7. Good morning, Ms. Riddle.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay? Okay, great. Okay, great. Thanks. Good morning. I'm Diane Riddle. I'm one of the Assistant Deputy Directors in the Division of Water Rights overseeing the Bay Delta in Hearings program. I'll provide a brief update on drought activities in the Bay Delta watershed, and then I will turn it over to staff from the Department of Water Resources and Bureau of Reclamation to discuss specific issues related to their operations. Next slide, please. So the first item that I'll provide an update on is the notices of water unavailability. As you may recall, we have been talking about those for a month or so now, given the very dry conditions in the watershed. The board has been evaluating where water may be unavailable for water right holders based on their priority of right. We issued a draft report summarizing methodologies for identifying water unavailability. In the beginning of May, we had a public workshop on May 21st, and then we had another informational item on June 1st. And consistent with that informational item, we are planning to proceed with issuing notices of water unavailability to water right holders in the Delta watershed, including notices that the best available information indicates that water is unavailable for all post-1914 appropriative water right holders in the watershed, beginning essentially now. And notices to other senior claimants of right, including pre-1914 appropriative claimants and riparian claimants, that water may also be unavailable at their priority of right. We are working on additional analyses to refine which groups of users water may be unavailable for. Additional information about the methodology, including an updated report. We've received comments on the water unavailability methodology. We've made updates to the report and the methodology. We've updated the graphs. All of that will be available on the board's website today, along with the notices and reporting information. Next slide, please. So the next step in the process, like I identified, was to continue to look at the best available information concerning water availability, unavailability, including evaluating possible water unavailability for pre-1914 claimants and riparian claimants. For the post-1914 appropriate water users that received the notices of water unavailability, they're being asked to submit certification forms identifying some key information that the board will use to assess conditions, including whether water has ceased to, is diversions are ceasing, whether an alternate supply is being used. We're also asking for information about whether there are any critical health and safety needs that may need to be met so that we can work with water users and assure that those needs are met. And we're also asking for information about any possible voluntary measures that may be implemented to address water unavailability issues. We are also working on bringing for your consideration possible emergency regulations to pursue formal curtailments. That again will be a separate process with a separate public noticing process and opportunity for the stakeholders and water users to comment on that process. Next slide, please. The next update I will provide is on the temporary urgency change petition that was submitted by the Department of Water Resources and the Bureau of Reclamation to modify requirements of their water right permits and license to meet specified water quality and flow requirements in the Bay Delta watershed. Again, we received the petition on May 17th. The purpose of the petition is to allow the projects to conserve critical reservoir storage supplies so that those supplies can both be used this year and into next year. The board or the executive director approved the temporary urgency change petition on June 1st and approved modifications to Delta outflow requirements, modifying requirements during June and July from 4,000 cubic feet per second to 3,000 cubic feet per second, and also modifying agricultural salinity requirements on the Sacramento River, moving the compliance point from Edmonton on the Sacramento River upstream to 3 Mile Slough. We issued public notice for the temporary urgency change petition on May 18th. The comment period for the temporary urgency change petition didn't close until after the order was issued due to the relatively quick turnaround time. However, we have been going through all of those comments, evaluating them to determine whether any changes may be merited to the temporary urgency change petition order. I can go over those comments briefly here in the next slide. So we received comments from a total of 17 parties. Well, I think the total is more than that, sorry. 17 total comments, 9 objections and protests, and 2 petitions for reconsideration. Next slide, please. This is the list of commenters that we received comments, protests, and petitions for reconsideration from. They include water agencies, non-governmental organizations, and 1 business. Next slide, please. I won't go into a lot of detail related to the comments that we received, but they spanned a wide swath of different issues, including concerns related to impacts to fish and wildlife and public trust resources, concerns related to impacts to legal users of water, concerns related to the lack of drought planning and requests for further drought planning, comments related to restrictions on water supply deliveries and transfers, both in the direction of requesting additional restrictions, and comments related with concerns related to the conditions as they exist. We got comments related to the delegation process, the time frame for the conditions that apply, inclusion of the Sacramento River Temperature Management Plan compliance, and comments related to reservoir management and carryover storage requirements. Again, we are reviewing all of these comments to determine if any changes should be made to the order. We're also working on addressing the petition for reconsideration. Next slide, please. As I just said. We are also, in addition to looking at the comments that we've gotten and the petitions for reconsideration, related to the petition for reconsideration, we will be preparing a draft order responding to the petitions for reconsideration. That draft order will be released for public comment and brought before the board for consideration. In addition to addressing the comments, we are also working with DWR and Reclamation on various compliance-related aspects to the temporary urgency change petition order. There are both weekly reporting requirements, monthly reporting requirements, and a number of special evaluations that are included as part of the conditions. We have also been working with the Department of Water Resources and Bureau of Reclamation to evaluate whether additional temporary urgency change requests may be submitted. Next slide, please. So the last item that I will provide an update on is consideration of the Sacramento River Temperature Management Plan. As you may recall, we received a draft plan from the Bureau of Reclamation on May 5th. The executive director provided comments on that plan a few weeks later. And then we received the final plan on May 28th, addressing the executive director's comments on the draft plan. And we approved the final temperature management plan subject to conditions on June 10th. Those conditions include further evaluation of actions that Reclamation can take within their reasonable control to improve temperature management. A report on that evaluation is due by June 21st. A condition related to Reclamation taking actions within its reasonable control to meet a minimum end of September Shasta carryover storage requirement of 1.25 million acre feet. Various modeling, monitoring, assessment, consultation, and reporting requirements. And looking into next year, a condition, a report from Reclamation on strategies it's exploring to rebuild storage to ensure that we can have adequate temperature management next year. In addition to the conditions of approval included in the approval of the temperature management plan, the executive director also requested monthly temperature management plans from the Bureau of Reclamation early in the temperature management season, while conditions evolve so that we can better track storage conditions and water supply conditions as they evolve and how they may affect temperature management going forward. Acknowledging that early in the season, it's difficult to prepare a full temperature management plan for the season due to uncertainties related to hydrologic conditions and other factors. The intent of the monthly request for temperature management plans is to evaluate the specific conditions within each month. So those can be considered in the considerations related to temperature management and the consideration of a temperature management plan for the temperature management season beginning in May. In addition to those monthly requests for the early part of the season that spans from February through April, we have a request to receive a draft temperature management plan in April and a final temperature management plan in May. The hope is that we can build toward a temperature management strategy next year that will provide for protection of temperature conditions for fish species. In addition to receiving petitions for reconsideration on the temporary urgency change petition order, we also received a petition for reconsideration, an early petition for reconsideration on June 4th on the temperature management plan. We are evaluating that petition as well, working on preparing a draft order for public review and consideration, ultimate consideration by by the board. And I think that covers the various actions I wanted to provide a quick update on. I'm happy to take questions now. We also have Kristen White and Molly White from the Bureau of Reclamation, Department of Water Resources with us that will provide a short update. We can take questions now or after we hear from the Department of Water Resources and Bureau of Reclamation.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Riddle. Looking at my fellow board colleagues here, if there's any desire for a question, if you have questions now, by all means.
A quick question for Ms. Riddle. I don't know if you have an answer, but do you have a time estimate for the draft order responding to the petitions for reconsiderations for both the TUCP and the TMP?
I do not have an answer for you at this point, but we are looking at those and working on them now.
I'll just add to that, just in light of the need, both the urgency here and the need for public transparency and public process, which I see you're incorporating into this. I just want encourage you as you develop a timeline here that we make sure that we communicate that out as soon as you know what that is. Just given how quickly I think we will need to make these decisions. And then I'll just add my last question regarding the timing is on. You mentioned potential emergency curtailment regulations, and so I would like a sense for your thoughts on timing of that, when that process might start, if that's something that you're possibly going to recommend going forward with.
Yeah, so we are pivoting to that process now. A lot of our focus to date has been on the notices of water unavailability, developing the methodology and evaluating the comments that we've received to date. We expect to be briefing the board members in the near future on possible options for any emergency regulations to receive your input. Then based on that input, we would consider, whether we should proceed with development of emergency regulations, and then those emergency regulations would be released for public review and comment prior to being brought to the board for consideration. I think the earliest that we might be looking at bringing emergency regulations for board consideration would be the end of July, the beginning of August. That's fairly optimistic. It's probably a little overly optimistic. However, given the very dry circumstances that exist and the critical water supply shortages that exist in reservoirs, those are all being factored into considerations that we're looking at and bringing information to the board for consideration.
Thank you, board members, and thank you, Ms. Riddle. That's helpful. Again, there's a lot going on, certainly, and I think what we're trying to best do is ensure we're having folks prepared to engage with us in our discussions and timelines in a very transparent way, because we as decision makers are really dependent upon that thorough and honest engagement from folks as we develop things. But things are incredibly dire out there and incredibly dry, and it's driving us an urgency and timelines here that are more truncated than certainly, I think sometimes for folks is less than ideal. And that's just an unfortunate part of the reality we're in. Vice Chair, I believe you're
sorry, I had follow up on Board Member McGuire's question and just didn't get to my unmute button quick enough. First of all, Ms. Riddle, just really want to thank you for the update and for you and others that are working round the clock on these issues, and just know that that doesn't go unnoticed. So thank you. Couple of follow-up questions on the Bay Delta curtailments. I know that this is the case, but just want to make sure, because you had a bullet there on VAs for post 14. And I know that, of course, you and all of us are very open to that with respect to other approaches as well, post 14 and emergency regs. And then on the development of the emergency regs, just having gone through this, all of us going through it currently with the Russian River, what can be done, especially, in the Bay Delta, where there are a lot of thoughts out there, in particular with folks that seem to really understand the hydrology to, I think people are anxious about when something is going to go out, but what suggestions would you have for folks in the meantime so that they can be better prepared and start the process? I know because you're busy on this and other issues, folks probably are reluctant to, bother you, but, what can people do in the meantime to start to develop some useful, constructive approaches?
Yeah, I think with respect to possible voluntary measures to address water unavailability. Yeah, that's a really good question. That is absolutely something that we are encouraging. We understand, it's very challenging to have limited water supplies, and I very much appreciate where water users can develop creative solutions. I think some of the key factors that would be needed for a voluntary agreement to be effective is involvement by the affected water users in the system that might be affected by unavailability issues. I would say the majority of the users, certainly the larger users, and in particular, consultation with the Bureau of Reclamation and the Department of Water Resources to determine, if there's consensus regarding the adequacy of measures to address the real concerns that exist with preserving reservoir storage that is needed for critical health and safety needs and salinity control in the Delta, and some of the driving factors behind the notices of water unavailability and any future curtailment regulations that may be adopted.
That's helpful. Thank you. And then the last question is on any future TUCPs. I know it's too early to tell, but what additional information do you have for that? When do you expect to know more?
We have been in discussions with the Department of Water Resources and Bureau of Reclamation, and they can speak more to this when they present today. They're not certain yet whether they will need any additional temporary urgency change petitions. There is the possibility that they may request changes to Rio Vista flow requirements that apply from September through December. They're still assessing whether that is the case or not. And we've been in regular communication with them. One of the important components of that process that we have identified is having adequate lead time for public input before the board acts on a temporary urgency change, any future temporary urgency change petitions. So we've been discussing with them what the timeline would need to look like for that to occur. Obviously, we also recognize that the hydrology and the depletions from the watershed are very dynamic, and we're really responding in real time, and we're kind of outside of the realm of expected conditions. And this is fairly new for everyone, given how very dry conditions have been and anomalous this year has been. So we are also trying to account for that. I think, making sure that, a petition is submitted if one is really needed. And so those coordination processes continue.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and thank you, Ms. Riddle. Any other board members with any questions here? And there'll be opportunity for question here after Ms. White and Ms. White present. Okay, then I think we can move on, and I really appreciate the Bureau of Reclamation, Kristen White, and Department of Water Resources, Molly White, being here to not unlike the last board meeting, and we'll continue through, at this 2-week interval, just having an opportunity to check in with operations, see what you're seeing, explain anything we should be understanding in the system. But things like TUCP, timelines can also be something that, slowly we can start to discuss. I know there's a lot of uncertainty, as Ms. Riddle just said, in the system. And so the need for them themselves is still unknown. But I think what we are trying to do is make sure we, as we said here at the top, when it comes to just our drought work generally, make sure we're communicative, make sure we're transparent, and that folks have an opportunity to understand how to engage in our decision-making in a timely way. But knowing that the pace and urgency of the work that we're doing doesn't always allow for that that as much time as we would like. So we're trying to head things off and make sure that we just have this nice, good 2-week check-in. So again, just really appreciate Kristen White and Molly White being here. And so I'll hand it over to them.
You bet. Good morning, everybody. I'm Chair Esquivel and Vice Chair Diadamo and board members. I'm Molly White, and I'm the Water Operations Manager for the State Water Project. I'll kick off our update today. I'm also here today with Kristen White, who's also the Operations Manager for the Central Valley Project. So we'll be providing an update on conditions and real-time operations. But before I get started, I do want to extend our appreciation for accommodating this item early in the agenda. It's very helpful. So to start off, the snowpack across the Sierras has been depleted at this time. The hydrologic conditions have essentially converged, and we don't expect much variability of inflows into our major project reservoirs. Throughout May and June, inflows in the Sac Valley have continued to track with the dry forecast, and it's just not surprising considering the above normal temperatures as well as the persistent dry conditions that we have seen. In fact, the May depletions were the second driest on record, and dry and warm conditions continue. And right now, depletions are tracking a bit drier than forecasted in both the Sacramento and San Joaquin Valley, which does happen in the world of operations and what we see, but in a year like this year, that we are seeing a little bit of deviation there.
White, not to interrupt you, but I know that there's this heat wave that's coming through as well. Are you all anticipating to see likely then further depletion because of then the high heat that we'll be experiencing here for this coming week? Are those just kind of getting a sense of the consideration here?
You bet. Yes, absolutely. And so the projects have been making adjustments to our releases just for that very reason, not only the expected heat wave that's supposed to start tomorrow, but as well as the higher tides that we are seeing, which is typical around this summer solstice time. So salinity management, increase in depletions with the heat wave, as well as meeting outflow. So those are all the considerations that we're taking into in managing the Delta. So before I'll get into exports or releases and operations, I did want to give the board an update on the drought barrier at False River. So the rock placement began the first week of June, and we do expect the barrier to be completed between June 22nd through the 24th, so somewhere in that period. And the barrier just really will work in tandem with these modified standards just to insulate the Delta from Delta water quality, just from the hard to anticipate events, just like these higher tides and these heat spikes in heat that tend to increase those diversions. So with that being said, that will be done here by the end of the month, closed up. So as I mentioned, we're making adjustments in our releases to accommodate these changing conditions. Right now, exports are at minimum. And so one of our knobs, we don't have very many knobs to turn when the exports are at minimum. So we have been making those release adjustments to account for that. We have, with that being, yes, releases as well as Delta cross-channel gate operations that Kristen will speak to. So I will hand it off to Kristen to talk a little bit more about our exports at this point.
Thanks, Molly, and thank you, Chair Esquivel and board members for having us here today to be able to provide this update. So as far as exports, last week the projects initiated a new operation that we haven't done for any extended period of time that we're referring to as a one facility operation. It's reduced exports by a total of about 250 CFS. That doesn't seem like a lot, but this year we're really trying to dial in everything as close as we possibly can to meet our standards without and preserve reservoir storage as much as we can. So the one facility operation, export operation, utilizes the Delta Mendota Canal and California Aqueduct intertie. So that's a small canal that connects the two canals right downstream of the pumping plants. So that helps to distribute water between the two canals, and it can go either way. So and that allows us the flexibility to use only a single export facility, whether that's the federal facility at Jones or Tracy Pumping Plant, or that's the state facility at Banks. We can do either one. And so we had started that using Banks last week, and we'll be likely switching and evaluating what it's like using Jones as well. So all of that water is being exported to go to municipal and industrial demands, refuge deliveries, and senior water right deliveries, all south of the Delta. Because it's a new operation and we do have quite a bit of a real-time demand south of Delta, we don't expect this to be sustainable throughout the entire summer, but we do, as it appears to be successful less than 1 week in. Thus far, we have not had any major complications. So that is good news for us, because it means it's a tool that we can utilize intermittently throughout the summer, particularly to respond to salinity events or situations where we only have a small deficit in meeting Delta outflow, and that way we can move to this operation and avoid any reservoir releases. So that is ongoing. And then as far as the Delta cross channel gates, we are reevaluating the Delta cross channel gate operation on a very regular basis. This is a little bit unusual. Normally by about this time in the summer, maybe around mid-June, we start keeping the gates open, and we leave them open all summer. And that's primarily to help interior Delta salinity. However, when we do that with very low flows in the Sacramento River, which is what we're seeing right now, this can negatively impact the salinity at 3 Mile Slough, which is our modified compliance point. So we'll likely be modifying these Delta cross channel gates more often than normal as we try to balance the salinity at multiple locations. So I think we had opened last weekend, then closed. And I think we just sent an order out to open again this weekend, and we'll just continue to monitor that and see which area needs the most support. And I'll pass it back to Molly, or if there are any questions, happy to take them. And if not, I can pass it back to Molly for next steps. We can take questions at the end too.
Yeah, why don't we go to next steps, and then, yeah, if there's any questions. And thank you, and especially for just the information around this switch to a single facility operation. I have additional comment and question here in a second after, so thank you.
So as a wrap up, so since the issuance of the conditional approval of the TUCP, both projects have maintained compliance with the modified Delta outflow and salinity standards. As mentioned, throughout the summer, we do expect just limited flexibility in project operations, as we've described. So we'll be very likely just operating close to the standards as we go through these summer months. Right now, our near-term operational goals are to just maintain our compliance, especially through these high tidal cycles and excessive heat wave that we will be experiencing over the next couple weeks. Both reclamation and DWR, our main objective is just to conserve storage upstream in order just to meet our September end of storage targets. We have a team of project operators that are meeting on a daily, every day, every morning, just to assess conditions, assess real-time conditions, and really talk about what everybody's seeing on the horizon when it comes to inflows and depletions, tidal cycles, weather and whatnot, and then putting forth a plan for that day. And we meet again the following day. So we that's been working very well. And right now we are in the process, DWR and Reclamation, on updating our joint forecasts for June, and they will be included in the drought contingency plan update, which we expect will be completed by the end of the month and posted on DWR's website. And that's where we stand today. We're talking with board staff continuously and have been talking about, potential timing and so forth of that, of a potential second TUCP. At this point, we're uncertain whether it's necessary for September, but definitely understand and acknowledge the time required for the board to work through, or for you to work through your public process. So, and that, Kristen, if you had anything else, but that's all I had, and we could open up for questions.
Yeah, again, thank you both. Hearing, you're shifting to what are operations that you've never historically ever done, and requiring us to really think about this infrastructure that we have that was built for the 20th century, and here we are in the 21st with just a completely hydrology, and a continued reminder that, whether it's the surprise in modeling on inflows, or just how we manage our system. And I think of obviously the water rights side as well, and its interaction with your operations as operators here, where those same influences, the heat and or otherwise, how the system itself plays out, are really critical to things like in water rights. And so, in the last drought, real-time management and real-time operations became a word that was really first used for the first time, because when things get this dry, you have to have a real-time management of the system. There isn't enough, given it to be able to manage it any other real way without, having incredible consequence. So here we are again, needing to be in real-time operations mode. And so glad to hear that there is the daily meetings going on. I know there's the WOMT as well, the Water Operations Management Team, and that's a weekly meeting of a number of directors, but it is day to day. And the complexity of the system that you're having to manage, that we're all collectively managing in our ways, is such that we need better data. We need better tools, even to be better decision makers here amongst us. And so just appreciate your transparency on the challenges you're facing within your system now, some of the work that you're doing, and importantly, how this all fits together, knowing that it's about the project operations, but it's also how we layer the water rights system on top of that, and other management activities that we're all collectively part of. And importantly, at the local level is where that strongest leadership is, where you have, either informed water rights holders that know their notices of unavailability have gone out, that there isn't enough to meet and satisfy everyone's water rights, and that the projects are struggling to maintain salinity standards and operating on this watershed that requires all of us to be more integrated and more collaborative in our approach, and more real time. And so just appreciate the movement toward that. I know that these aren't, with the recent modeling update and the approval of the Sacramento River Temperature Management Plan, it's obvious that conditions are worse than we even anticipated a month ago, when we were all trying to best discuss how this all folds together. So we all have difficult circumstances here, and appreciate the transparency and the discussion here around project operations and how it fits in. Board members, any further question or comment here? And if not, we can.
I have a question.
Yes, by all means, Board Member Firestead.
So yeah, thank you so much. This is really helpful, and it's I think so encouraging to hear the kind of really coordinated one facility operations work that you all are doing. Just super critical, and makes a lot of sense, given that we're just all hands on deck trying to manage through this crisis, and bringing as much flexibility as we can to figure out a way through. So one question I had, I just not sure that I caught it, was my understanding is that contract deliveries from the Bureau have been reduced to 0 for contractors, but for the State Water Project, it's still at 5%. Is that right? I just couldn't, I'm not sure I caught the, it sounded like minimum contract deliveries. And I'm just wondering if you could help clarify if the state water project's still at 5% and what that's, how you're looking at that and what that's based on or meeting the needs for.
You bet. So yes, state water project allocation is at 5%. Much of that water has been already exported and is south of the Delta. The minimum exports that we are doing right now are just to meet our South Bay contractors and who are not directly connected to San Luis. So they have supplies in San Luis, and so we use that direct export as an operational exchange to get them their stored water, part of their project supply.
Great, okay. And I'm just wondering, just given the sort of new one facility operations or, expanded one facility operations efforts, is there a way to, that's being considered right now to help swap, I'm not going to use the right term, but swap water so that water that's already south of Delta might be able to take some pressure off of the deliveries that are needed from the Bureau to get down south of Delta in terms of meeting some of the, I don't know, exchange contractors or other needs south of Delta, just in terms of efforts to retain as much storage as we can north of Delta.
Yeah, that's a great question. I'll speak to that. We are doing that. Unfortunately, that was one of the actions that we identified early on, so it's already accounted for. I think at this point, it's a question of how much of that stored water can be used to meet that, and we're working closely with DWR in order to determine what that might look like, as well as state board staffs. I think there might be some actions needed for that as well. So yes, we are doing that. That is taking some of the pressure off, but unfortunately, it doesn't provide an opportunity to go lower than where we're at now, because it was already accounted for in the earlier planning.
Okay, thanks for the clarifications. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you, board member. And to help, I think, clarify a bit, I know, when it comes to amounts that are in San Luis, since it's south of the Delta, it doesn't contribute to Delta outflow requirements and, doesn't have that easy exchange, I think, when it comes to amounts that might be up in Shasta or other places. But I know the operators, have been trying to think through just how best to try to use what flexibility is within the system there. And appreciate those good questions, board member. Not easy circumstances for sure. Any other questions from folks? Okay. Well, thank you again, Ms. White and Ms. White. Really appreciate you taking the time. I know there's a lot going on, and this is very helpful and important to have this check-in and understanding of what's happening on the projects and the opportunity to ask questions. And so just thank you and look forward to further engagement.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Riddle, is there anything else to circle back to, or does that conclude our item? I apologize. We have a couple of speakers and I need to make sure I get to them. And so first here we have Isaac Kinney again.
Chair Escobar, I do believe that he came off of the platform. I think he was just speaking for the other one, but I do believe I have another individual here, and I'm going to go ahead and ask to unmute her. It's Natalia from the Leadership Council, but I'm not sure if it's her or not. So hold on one moment.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think there was a mistake. I was going to speak on the drought item.
You are on the drought item.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It may be the next one. Yes, we can.
Yeah.
It may be the next one because I think we're going to talk drinking water and groundwater a bit. And so it may be the second drought item we have here. So maybe number 8.
I guess so.
Okay. But we still, there is, I think, do we have anyone else actually? I apologize for number 7 then, Ms. Townsend.
No, we do not. That is it.
Okay, that is it then. All right, thank you. Anything further from fellow board colleagues or Ms. Riddle on this item then?
I don't have anything further.
Okay, thank you, and look forward to further discussion. I really appreciate it. Then we can then move on to our next item here, number 8, which again, thank everyone for being flexible and kind of moving these two to the top quickly, and kick it over to Mr. Polhamus.
Morning, board chair, board members. Before we get into the groundwater one, where Stephen Springborn from Department of Water Resources will join us, I did want to give an update quickly for 3 water systems since our last board meeting, where I updated on a series of water systems that are issuing, or areas that are having problems. So the first one I wanted to mention this morning is the town of Mendocino. It's a complex mix of small public water systems, state small systems, and private domestic wells. They are just kind of centrally managed. It does have a history of severe well depletion during droughts. And of course, this one is extreme on the North Coast. They have declared a stage 4 emergency under their program, which is severe. And as I mentioned last week, Fort Bragg often is a source of hauled water. They tend to haul water under normal summer and drought conditions. And of course, this being extreme, this will be an impact to them as well. So staff are working through them on the issues to see what we can do to aid and carry them through, but it is developing into a bad situation there. The next one I wanted to mention is Clear Lake. Interestingly, the levels on Clear Lake are slightly above the 1977 levels, but are projected in one of the models to actually go below that. In any case, there are water systems of concern there. 2 water systems, we have a concern for quality, and we're working with them to prepare emergency plans for moving their intakes into deeper water, some temporary intake structures. And then there are 18 systems of which we have quality concerns as their intakes get closer to the surface. That water has a lower quality and could be of high concern. So developing situation there, of which we're actively working as well to see what we can do to aid the communities. And then finally, I wanted to mention the city of Montague. They received their water from an irrigation district, which has their water suspended, and we're now transferring in cooperation with with the Division of Water Rights, their location of extract. They have a pipeline that was put in during the last drought that they will move their point of extraction from the river, and that seems to be in place there. So those are the 3 new ones that have arisen since our last board meeting. I wanted to then roll into what we're planning to do next. As you know, we did issue 25 water quality or water data orders to water systems to track their supply sources and their production water numbers. We're in the process of getting ready to expand that. It'll still be a couple weeks before we're ready to issue the orders, but we're identifying those water systems now. We're doing a third run through of our numbers. We're looking at 129 water systems throughout the state that we believe could be critical based on information about groundwater and surface water sources. So we'll be triaging that list here finally and projecting to do that. And we are also building a data system here for a portal to receive that data, so that hopefully will be up in July. And so around the first week of July, I anticipate us being able to bring those orders online and get people prepared for doing that monitoring for us as we go into the summer. And with that said, I'll give a slight prelude to Mr. Springhorn's presentation coming up. A wealth of water quality data, or excuse me, well water data and aquifer level data, meshing, of course, with our water quality data, are being used in our identifying water systems throughout the state for the orders I just mentioned. And so pleased to have Mr. Springhorn present and show a presentation about what's new in this drought from what we had last drought. A lot of new tools coming on that'll hopefully be helpful to us. So with that, I will turn it over to him.
Thank you, Mr. Polhamus, and really appreciate the brief kind of recap of some of the challenges that we're seeing from communities. I really appreciate just continue to understand how folks are responding to drought, and particularly just thank you, Mr. Springhorn, for joining us here. Our collaboration with the Department of Water Resources around our drought response is just so critical, and appreciate just the great work and collaborative efforts that have been going on as we implement the SAFER program and as DWR implements Sigma, and as we do CV salts, and the whole host of programs that we have that are helping us be more responsive and have data here in this drought. So thank you. And Mr. Springhorn, good to see you.
Good to see you. Good morning. And thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, and board members for the opportunity to be here today, providing an update. As Chair mentioned, it is very important for us to be sharing information, and we've had some good coordination moving forward or to date, and definitely want to have that moving forward to try and share as much information as we can, so that's in front of us. So when we're making these tough decisions in managing this drought, we can use the best available information. And again, my name is Stephen Springhorn. I'm the Acting Deputy Director for DWR Sustainable Groundwater Management. And if we could go to the next slide, please. Today, I'd like to cover, just starting with some quick context setting for California's groundwater. And I think we all know the importance of groundwater in times like we're facing today in drought conditions. And then I'll transition to a current look at the groundwater conditions that we're seeing across the state, and then wrap up with an update on some groundwater related drought activities, such as the household water supply shortage reporting, and then a new initiative in coordination with the board working on drinking water well principles and strategies. Next slide, please. So at the highest level, I think you're all very familiar with this, but just wanted to cover it that in an average year, even in an average year, groundwater makes up 40% of California's water use. And in that number definitely goes up in droughts like we're facing today and have historically. And just to give you some context, in 2015, 58% of the state's water use came from groundwater in that critical year. So groundwater is the state's savings account and drought buffer. And so all of the work that's been going on at the local, regional, state, and federal level on groundwater is so important, as the chair mentioned, across state agencies as well, because groundwater management is really an effort to weather this drought and also future droughts. So we have sustainable supplies of groundwater to rely on. And then 85% of all Californians rely on groundwater for some portion of their water supply, just to show the reach and the use of groundwater. Next slide, please. So looking at some of the numbers that came from recent work from our team, and also working with the California Water Plan team, these are long-term trends in water use. So we look at overall annual water use by source, so groundwater, surface water, reuse, and you can see the droughts there. And with each successive drought, that darker blue color represents the use or percentage of use that's groundwater. And so you can see from each successive drought, there's an increasing reliance on groundwater. And so that is just making it more important for us to be managing this resource sustainably. So next click, please. And so looking at the use of groundwater, so that amount of groundwater that's used by the sectors. So we look at about 20% on average is used for urban purposes. And then about 80% is used for agricultural purposes, with a little bit used for managed wetlands. So you can see different patterns in overall groundwater use, and then different patterns in use by sector. And so this just goes to what was mentioned before: the better information we have in our hands, the better we understand where pumping is occurring, what effects that pumping is causing, and then we can manage more effectively across the state. And so if you're interested in this information, we do have California's Groundwater Bulletin 118, where it has a lot of updated information in that report. And then you can see that it only goes to 2016. So we do want to continue to close the gap and have water use information more timely as we move forward, because a lot of that information is now streaming in through Sigma and other initiatives. Next slide, please. So
Can I ask a really quick question on that last slide? So sorry to interrupt. But just on that, the bottom graph, because it's out of 100% of use, it'd just be great to understand more about whether, I mean, I think the graph above shows the percentage of groundwater use, and obviously it increases over drought years, but it, in terms of overall use rather than percentage, it'd be great just to understand, for example, or just to be able to see a little bit more about, is agricultural, you know, even though it's a bigger percentage, is it declining at all? I mean, probably through 2016, less so, but I think just going forward, that would just be great to see, to understand better, to see a graph that could help see total amount rather than just percentage of total use. Anyway.
Definitely, yeah, and I'll be happy to follow up. We do have those charts in the recent version of California's Groundwater Bulletin 118, so I can share those, but they are to 2016, and
right.
So our goal with California's groundwater is a requirement to update it every 5 years. It's off cycle from the water plan intentionally, but we are working closely with that team to make sure that the data is more timely. And then also we're trying to increase the access of that data. And so I think you're really stressing the point that we need to have access to timely information. And so we are trying to do that. It is taking some time, but with the new requirements for annual reporting as part of groundwater sustainability plans, there's a lot of new information that's coming in that we're trying to organize and get out there as quickly as we can. So thank you. I'll follow up with those charts.
Thanks so much.
Yeah, you bet. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so before we go into the look at current conditions, I want to just quickly touch on California's groundwater infrastructure. So we know, we see, and it's very visible, the surface water infrastructure in our state, and it's harder to see our groundwater infrastructure, but it is massive. So of the million well completion reports that the Department of Water Resources has received since about the 1930s or 40s, about 30% of those have been drilled for production well reasons. So we have about 300,000 production wells from about 1977 to present. Next click, please. So of those, about 250,000 are drinking water wells. So these are domestic, the lion's share of these are domestic wells, and also public supply wells, those types of wells. And then next click, please. And then we have about 50,000 irrigation wells used for ag purposes or other irrigation activities. And what you can see in this is there's the general geographic distribution. So about 50% of the wells, the domestic wells or drinking water wells, are outside defined groundwater basins. And so that's really important to note that many of, or the majority of groundwater drinking water wells are outside groundwater basins. Whereas you look at the irrigation wells, the vast majority are within the groundwater basins. So just looking at our overall well infrastructure. Now, it might seem like we have a good location on all of these dots, but when you zoom in closer, so if we could go to a next click, please, there has been an evolving amount of information on well completion reports over time. And so as the chair mentioned right at the outset, the amount of information we have, groundwater information and related information we have in this drought is much improved than we had at the last drought. So that is good news, but we still have work to do, especially on a key data set like where the wells are in California, both irrigation and domestic, and where the active wells are, not just where wells have been drilled at some point in time, which is what we have now. So what we have been doing, and it was a change in the law during the last drought, making these well completion reports that were confidential before the last drought, they're now, DWR is now able to share that, and our team has been working to make this information much more accessible and on interactive maps like we see here on the screen. And so we also have been working with board staff in the GAMMA program, the US Geological Survey, to get at not just where within a square mile these wells are, but actually locations. And I think that'll help all of us in our various programs if we have a better sense of where active wells are in the state of California, which we still have some work to do. And so this graph just shows the red dots are where we used to have, where we were, where we had, you know, a red dot would say there are 15 wells in this square mile, whereas now the gold dots are where the actual well is on the land. And so this really helps us and has been a great partnership and has been a lot of hard work from the board staff, the department staff, and the USGS to go and locate these wells and actually work through that legacy backlog of all of those well completion reports that were submitted over the many decades. And so moving forward, we now have an electronic submittal process. So now we do not allow paper copies anymore. We're in the 21st century and we're using 21st century technology to get actual well locations and have that in a way that we can share this information, which is those links on the bottom of the slide there. And all of this information is available on the California Natural Resource Agency open data platform. Next slide, please. So now looking at groundwater conditions. And so as mentioned at the top, when the state is in drought conditions, the state turns to groundwater as our savings account and resource to weather droughts when surface water supplies are limited. And we're seeing those effects right now. So the chart on the left shows our active groundwater level network in the state. And so this also is a example of information we have now that we didn't have before, where the state, DWR, has developed a enterprise database that can house all of the information, the groundwater level information that's streaming in from the precursor agencies to the groundwater sustainability agencies, as well as the groundwater sustainability agencies as they have and continue to be submitting their groundwater sustainability plans and annual reports. So what we've done is we've tried to create reports or derivative products that allow us to see what the conditions are much better than we have before. So when data goes into that database, then it becomes more useful to everyone to see where the red dots are wells that their most recent measurement is at either the historical low or at near low conditions. And so you can see the different distribution of the wells that are near the lowest conditions on record and then there's some wells that are actually normal or even above normal. And so you can see the different patterns. And so if we click the next, you can just, this is a zoom into the San Joaquin Valley, and this just shows the variability of groundwater. And so, and groundwater is very site specific, as we know. So not only do we need to know where the active wells are in California, but also it allows us to look at where the well infrastructure is and then where the current groundwater levels are, so we can start to do a better job of forecasting where impacts might be occurring. So we definitely have more work to do, but there has been work that has been done since the last drought. So that is good news. Next slide, please. But not so good news is that this is a product that out of the California Groundwater Bulletin 118, and we looked at a 20-year trend. And I think a lot of folks see or just have a sense of this trend, but when you see it, you can really visualize that over the last 20 years there has been long-term groundwater level declines. And so this is through a statistical analysis. That pie chart shows where wells have the decreasing trend of up to 2.5 feet a year. And then the red, which is approaching half of the wells in the state monitoring network, have a decreasing trend. And then, excuse me, the red is where there's over 2.5 feet of per year of groundwater level trend declines. So you can see there's a regional distribution here, and within each region, there's just differences from within basin to basin or place to place. But this does, again, give us, with more information streaming in, just to give you a sense of that, just the first 46 groundwater sustainability plans that were submitted in January of 2020, there were 1,300 new monitoring stations, groundwater level stations that came in as part of that are sort of new to our collective network as in the state. And that represents over 100,000 new measurements in those 1,300 wells. So we are definitely on a better path for groundwater level information, which is great news for all of us. And then the next click is the other big improvement that we've done with the groundwater related data set is subsidence monitoring. And so through investments from the legislature and commitment from the administration, we have had additional funding to do statewide subsidence monitoring. So all of those basins, there's over 160 of them that we now have monthly data for subsidence, looking at what the land surface is doing in any of that colored area. You can click and get a time series plot, just as shown there on the screen. And the displacement there is about from 0 feet at the top to about 4.5 feet at the bottom of the x-axis from 2015 to 2020. And so this is something that we're lucky to have additional funding, and there's actually more funding proposed in the governor's budget to go from annual reporting of this monthly data to quarterly reporting, which can really give us closer to real-time information as we can on subsidence, because it is so important with well infrastructure, potential impacts, critical water infrastructure, conveyance, other things where subsidence comes into play. So this is a big improvement since the last drought, and we want to make sure that this information is known and is accessible. And again, this is on the CNRA Open Data portal. Okay, next slide, please. All right, so now transitioning to some of the more drought related activities that our department is working on, and there's others, but I'm going to focus on two that we're coordinating with the board and other state agencies on and local entities on. And the first is the household water supply shortage reporting system. This was born out of the last drought and has been modified to make sure that it's useful and used in this drought because it was an investment then, and it's been an investment to make it accessible in multiple languages so people can use it right now this summer, which is important. And it defrays some of the cost from local entities building their own system and also having that disaggregation of data if all counties are doing it their own way. Now, it's not perfect by any means because this is a voluntary system. And so it does lead to underreporting, and we'll talk about that in a little bit. But it is something that we have, and we've been working with groundwater sustainability agencies, counties, NGOs, and community-based organizations to try and get the word out as best we can that this tool is available and can be used, but also to provide feedback for us to how to improve it to make it more useful in this current drought. So if we have the next click, please. So in that summary link, you get to an automatically updated, so it's a weekly updated map and table that summarize the reports. So this is an enhancement from the last drought where we're able to see visually where dry wells have been reported in the last month, in the last year, and then in the previous years, mostly in the last drought. And then also table summaries by county. And again, the web page site is there, and then this data has just been recently made available for anyone to download off the Open Data platform if they're interested in seeing if it's a county or GSA can use this information in their planning or management. Next slide, please. Okay, a couple slides to go. So just looking at a closer look at the data from our household shortages that were reported. So looking at the map on the left, we can see the distribution of where wells have been, where dry wells have been reported. The green dots are primarily from the last drought. You see the histogram there. There were over 2,700 wells that were reported dry, and you can see the significant increase in the second year of the drought. You can see the first summer, if you will, and then of 2014, and then 2015, there was a jump up in that very critically dry time. And we're seeing in the last year, there's been 160 reports, and within that 160, the last month, there's been 54. So we are starting to see that ramp up in number of reports. And so this is data as of yesterday, looking at this chart here. Next slide, please. So if we look at the top 5 counties where there were reports from 2013 to today, Tulare County has had the most reported, and they were very active in the last drought with reporting a lot of wells. And other counties, and this gets to what I mentioned earlier about some of the Achilles heel of this system is that it's voluntary, and so not every county uses it the same way, or even when they use it, if they report wells, but then they don't follow up to make sure that if they're resolved or not. And again, it's voluntary. So Tulare County did report a lot, but also had that follow up with resolving those. Madera County had over 300, close to 400. San Luis Obispo County, 270. Mariposa County on the east side of the San Joaquin Valley, and then Fresno County. And so we definitely see a distribution in the east side of the San Joaquin Valley. And then if we could do the next click, please. Just highlighting some of the challenges as mentioned, voluntary reporting, which leads to underreporting in a lot of cases, and then varying levels of county involvement as mentioned, and then there is some limited follow-up, and it's highly variable from county to county. So things to consider is how to incentivize local reporting of dry wells, because this system is out there for use, and how we can get the word out. So we're all ears on ideas of how to get more people aware of this tool. And we've been trying to use working with our public affairs office to get this information out. And then increasing county involvement and coordination, because they are very involved locally. And so we want to be involved with counties and make sure they're aware of this as a resource for them. And then again, continuing to prepare with these new data sets, we can start to forecast. And there's a recent piece from PPIC that did an analysis that looks like close to 2,700 wells are forecasted going dry this summer if groundwater levels go back to what they were in 2014. So we have more information now to be preparing and is providing that targeted assistance to these vulnerable areas, which the board and through the SAFER activities has been very active in, and the department has been contributing there as well. So next slide, please. So the last topic here, and just wrapping up, is in the governor's April 21st executive order and proclamation. There was executive order item 11, and it tasked the department in coordination with the board to develop groundwater management principles and strategies to monitor, analyze, and minimize impacts to drinking water wells. And so we're taking the momentum that we have of all this new information, the momentum we have with the coordination that we've been doing with the board staff on SGMA and these other initiatives that relate to drinking water, and taking that and compiling that information. And next click, please. And so we have already begun staff-to-staff coordination that's been productive, and we'll continue that. Next click, please. And then next click. And we want to make sure that we get public input on this. So we've scheduled three actually listening sessions, 2 of them on June 29th, and then 1 on June 30th to get public input on these drinking water principles. So we want to hear from the communities in these basins or areas of how they and learn from them on this important topic. And so the 29th, there's actually a midday session and also an evening session to make sure we can capture those folks that might not be able to attend during the workday. So we are trying to maximize outreach and involvement in this process to get that information. So where we're headed next on this effort, continue coordination with our state agency coordination group that includes board staff. And then next click, please. We'll have those listening sessions. Through that listening sessions and internal coordination will be in July. We're shooting for a public draft concept workshop. So compiling this information to get to a more draft set of principles and strategies. And then next click, please. Going for a draft release of and public comment period and a webinar to explain what we've come up with and get comment on the draft principles in August. And next click, please. And then working into the fall to finalize the draft principles and strategies being released. But we do feel that this is an opportunity to nest related activities under this initiative. We'll have an idea of what the funding is going to look like coming through the budget. And so there's a lot of opportunities to the data side, coordinating on data from both the board and the department in this initiative to share information, and then funding of how to find solutions with the funding that's being proposed in the budget. So next slide, please. And then 2022, again, as just mentioned, additional follow-on guidance and funding that can follow on these initial principles and strategies, because they're likely going to need to be evergreen to keep up with the changing needs of the drinking water community and the well owners. So if you do have questions, we're very happy to get feedback. There's that email there that goes directly to our team. And so, and that is one last slide. Next slide, please. Just some next steps where we're headed. Again, summary, the data is so important for all of us because it sets the foundation for a lot of what we do. We'll continue coordinating with our sister agencies, with the board and other state agencies and local entities that have information coming in to make sure we're improving access to groundwater information. So there's some new tools, the Sigma Data Viewer, the open data platform has been tremendous in getting more information out in accessible format. And then the board has been doing a lot of great work in the information systems you all have been and the staff have been working through. So we have a data coordination every 2-week meeting where it's been very fruitful in sharing information across our teams. And then with the drought related topics, we're going to continue moving forward on that important EO item 11. And then we're going to be continuing to enhance and maintain the dry well database as we move through the summer and fall. And we do have the opportunity to enhance that. And we have a contractor on board for that. And then again, continue collection of subsidence and reporting that data. And then, with all of that comes with Sigma and SAFER, there's so much information, and CV salts and other initiatives that we're trying to align those as best we can to maximize the benefit to the drinking water community and drinking and overall groundwater management, which there's been almost a historic investment from the governor and the legislature. We'll see where that lands, but a prime opportunity to be really finding solutions that help us in drought response, but also long-term groundwater management and sustainability, which helps us in future droughts as well. So thank you, and happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you so much, Mr. Springhorn. Really appreciate the thorough overview of the good work that we're all conducting collectively in this space, but just really appreciate the continued collaboration. This has been, it's really the circumstances we find ourselves quite dire. And, I'm already, just even scanning my inbox now, knowing that there are communities being challenged by the conditions we're finding ourselves with. So our straight response is going to be really critical, and the coordination between our two agencies is part of that criticality. So I really appreciate you coming here and engaging in the discussion here around drinking water and the challenges, particularly on groundwater, that we're going to be facing, knowing that a lot of those challenges are with domestic wells, although as well with small systems and systems of size even. So, the responses range from those different sizes, different size systems will have different responses to, and especially households that are going dry, I think are particularly important to ensure that the voluntary reporting that is part of the dry well report tool is something that we focus on, that we get the word out so that people can be seen, so that we have data points to actually respond to. And importantly, and this is critical with the systems out there, that we not wait for well failure in order to have a discussion around what we can do, what we can provide, how we anticipate a moment where a well may fail or go dry, but already have in place contingencies such as bottled water, hauled water, or other responses. And again, I think the way we respond to systems, small systems, and then scaling up to larger will be different than how we respond to households. But I think the importance is there's a response, and there's a continuum of effort between our agencies when it comes to how we continue to manage through these very difficult drought circumstances. So just thank you. I'm really incredibly appreciative of you all taking the time today. And thank you everyone for as well here for the flexibility to move these two items up. I know there's some scheduling conflicts, and so just thank you. I don't have much more to ask, but I kick it over to fellow board colleagues for comment or question. Again, I just appreciate the overview, and we have a few commenters as well, so be interested to hear their feedback around what they just heard. So thank you.
Thank you,
fellow
Chair.
board colleagues.
Yeah, yes, I'd like to take this as an opportunity. I would have provided for this in board member reports, but it's much more related to this topic. So I'll go ahead and take just a few moments here to talk about an exciting initiative here that board member Firestone and I have been working in conjunction with our staff, the Division of Drinking Water and the Division of Financial Assistance, to work with the San Joaquin Valley Partnership in identification of a potential role for the partnership in this space of additional outreach. So this is a really timely discussion, and just want to thank the department and our staff for providing this update, really just honing in a little bit more on the dry well reporting system and the opportunity to utilize some good leadership within the San Joaquin Valley to help get that information out about that tool, use of the tool, and then also other tools in terms of financial assistance, technical assistance, just really helping to get the word out. And you would think a lot of people already know about the potential opportunity for assistance, but we've heard directly from community water centers, self-help enterprises. Our staff has noticed this as well, that the word just still is not getting out. So this coordinated effort, I think, will help us to be able to further utilize that tool, improve upon the tool, and then also provide important access to funding and assistance to communities in need.
If could I just respond to that? Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, please, by all means.
Thank you, Vice Chair. That sounds like a very great opportunity to spread the word of this tool. And I just want to highlight how important your statements about getting the word out on assistance. And the reporting system does have, as a final page or confirmation before someone hits submit, it gives a list of potential assistance options. And so I think that's where it would be great if we can make sure, working with your team, the board's collective team, on what are the most up-to-date and best resources to put there, so we can put that there. And just one example, yesterday we were in a meeting with a number of GSAs and basin stakeholders and community members, and there was a question about assistance for bottled water and tank water, and one of our staff was able to provide a link to one of your fact sheets. And so it's happening in real time, as you mentioned, and the need is now. And so that was just a great example of having this information ready in our collective hands to be getting that word out. So thank you.
Thank you.
Can I just build on that? So first of all, thank you. I'm so excited about all the work that DWR has been doing in building on all the data that is there that we can make more available and accessible and really understand more real time what's going on. So just really excited about everything that you presented. And the good coordination that's going on already between our agencies and groundwater users and reporting agencies, GSAs, and I just wanted to follow up on the Vice Chair's comments because I think right now we've learned a lot from the last drought. And so I think we all want to hit the ground in a better place than we were able to in the last one, both on prevention and getting things in place, but also on this being able to track and report and plan and that information feedback loop. And so, for me, one of the things that I think this partnership in the San Joaquin Valley effort provides some space for is kind of digging in with counties and NGOs and GSAs, and then the state agencies, so DWR, us, and OES, just to start to really understand and map out how that information feedback loop in practice can work the most smoothly and effectively between all of our different partners that it needs to work for. So, counties, as are often not well resourced for this kind of piece and don't have kind of standing staff that this is their focus in terms of dry well tracking and reporting. That's not generally a standing staff team at counties. And so, sort of recognizing how to enable them to be able to use this really amazing tool and how that can best fit into the constraints that they have, coordinating with NGOs like Self-Help that are providing the immediate relief, or connecting with residents whose wells are going dry. Because it could be that, if the NGOs that are providing relief are able to just report directly, which I think, Self-Help, for example, I think is, that helps save some on the counties and make sure it's more real time. And then also that connection with GSAs, because I know this is an issue, especially as things move forward, that they're trying to manage around and understand. And so, I think the more space we're able to dig in with as state agencies with those different stakeholders and really map out how do we make this how do we facilitate a functional feedback loop with these tools, kind of meeting everyone's demands, that's just incredibly valuable. So appreciate, I know somebody from DWR was able to participate at this initial meeting on Friday. So just, hopefully there's, we're coordinating on follow-up just to see if that's something that we can continue to work both from our agency, OES, and you all with that more on the ground group. And just, I think that would fit, it seems like a good complement to all the work you were doing on developing the principles and strategies related to the executive order direction. So just appreciate it. I'm really excited about that. Obviously, this is a big area of concern around this area that's really been a gap in our planning as DWR led the CDAG efforts to try and do the contingency planning around drought and water supply. And so, I know there's a lot of efforts now to take a lot of that and figure out how we put that into place, both for going forward and real time in this drought that we're in already. So anyway, just really appreciate it. I'm looking forward to all the things that are coming, and I think we've started out in a much better place, and hopefully we can avoid a lot of those really bad impacts that we're that we're hoping to see. And also just a last shout out to our staff that have been on our side, trying to make sure that we're, as you said, getting master contracts in place, getting the information about where to get that relief, and also trying to really accelerate prevention for access before wells run dry. So thank you to everyone that's been really working around the clock, trying to figure out how we best manage and support efforts.
Thank you, board member.
Yeah, thank you. And I think
Board member McGuire.
that feedback loop would be really great to highlight at our upcoming public listening sessions, so we can dive into that and get some initial feedback there. Thank you.
Yeah, I think.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, by all means, board member, go.
Sorry, I just appreciate all those comments. And so I won't repeat them, but I do have a question for you. Since we have you here, and very much appreciate you taking the time and sharing all the great work that DWR is doing. And certainly, SGMA did come out of the last drought. And, that was a reaction to the crisis that we dealt with then. And here we are, yet again, repeating that. Now we have SGMA, we have that opportunity to provide the formation of the GSAs and their hard work over the past few years to develop their groundwater sustainability plans and begin to put those institutions in place to better manage their basins here over the next couple of decades and beyond to achieve sustainability. So I guess my question is, here we are, many of them are working on their plans to submit, or they submitted about a year ago. And I know DWR is still in the process of reviewing many. But what is the expectation for GSAs in terms of drought management and addressing communities that are experiencing dry wells? We're talking here a lot about coordination among state, counties, and the GSAs. I'm really glad to hear those conversations are happening. But I was wondering, since you're here, if you could just take the opportunity to share your perspective a little bit about what those kind of shorter term expectations are.
Yeah, that's a fundamental question. Thank you, board member. And as you mentioned, we have over 250 groundwater sustainability agencies that have formed. There's 47 groundwater sustainability plans that have been submitted. We put assessments down on 4 of those, or we've just released on June 3rd, the first 4 basins. So that gets into some of the departments setting expectations is the actual decision on 2 plans, and then reaching out to the GSAs with identification of deficiencies. So that's what has just transpired that provides information and sets expectations on what you described. And then from the plans, the 70 to 90 plans that are coming in short order. So by January 31st of 2022, there's the second wave. We do have a number of guidance documents that have been out there. We do have GSA forums that have been done, and we plan to continue those, as well as engaging with the SGMA community, the broader SGMA community, with the NGOs, community-based organizations, making sure that GSAs know it's important, and engagement and outreach is important in SGMA. And it's not just a one-time effort, it's a long-term process. And so we have been making that type of investment in time and resources and outreach. But it is one of those things where we're trying to match what SGMA is in the law and the longer term nature of SGMA with what these more acute issues that we're seeing. And what I was able to share a little bit today is that we have a lot more information from SGMA, even in the early years of SGMA, generating information that will help us in these more acute drought times that we're facing right now. And so it is balancing the long-term nature of SGMA and the requirements and the water code and regulations and sharing information of how it can help us in this drought response now. So those are some initial thoughts. And again, if you have any additional questions, I'd be happy to take those as well.
None for me right now, but thank you. I appreciate that and the delicate nature of the situation. That this is an evolving approach, and that over the coming years, I think we'll get better clarity in terms of what the GSAs will be able to do in terms of achieving sustainability ultimately and addressing these sorts of drought situations that we know are going to come. I mean, we're here, it's climate change. This won't be the only drought in the next 20 years that we all experience. So building that into the planning would be prudent.
Yeah, and what I failed to mention is that, we do have, I mentioned it briefly, just the regulatory role or the push that we have of what has to be done through corrective actions, incomplete or inadequacies, if that's the case, of plans. But then we also have the pull of our assistance, the data sets that we have, and the assistance, funding, planning, and technical assistance that can help. So making sure we maximize DWR's dual role under SGMA, and then also working with our colleagues on the CDAG and other drought activities. And then, as mentioned, working with the board's teams on what is available to help us withstand this drought while we're making progress on the longer term systemic issues that we that we saw in that long-term trend, 20-year trend. It's been a long time getting to where we are. It's going to take some time, and SGMA has that 20-year planning horizon, but that doesn't mean nothing happens within 20 years. There needs to be measurable progress that's made year in, year out through that SGMA time horizon.
Thank you both. Board member.
Thank you. And I'll add my thanks to the rest of my colleagues for the presentation, as well as for all the hard work behind the scene. And thank you to the Vice Chair and Board Member Firestone for working to improve the outreach. I was very interested in the My Dry Water Supply website, and I think getting the information out is going to be very important. Getting the information out and then preparing to act when a community hits a crisis point, I think is where we need to focus a lot of our attention on. And I know that there's a lot of behind the scenes coordination and preparation. And so my question is for Mr. Springhorn, but also for Mr. Bohemus and maybe Ms. Loudon, if she's on, is perhaps you could spend a little bit of time, tell us more about the preparation work behind the scene and the coordination between DFA, DDW, and DWR to step in and act when a community hits a point of crisis, a point of needing replacement water, a point of needing assistance. What are we doing behind the scene, and how quickly are we able to respond? Obviously, we don't want a community to have to go through days or weeks of waiting for some assistance. And so to the extent that you can help me, all of us, understand the work that is going on, and most importantly, our ability to respond and act quickly to provide assistance, I think it will be helpful for everybody, as well as for the communities that we're doing outreach to understand what is available to help them.
So if I could start and kind of push just a little bit different narrative for this drought, hopefully, than last. I think last drought, you're correct, we were in a very response mode. With our orders this year, with the information that's available, I would hope that we could try to achieve a much lower level of surprise and instant crisis type of scenario. That's got to be our goal to continue to work towards. Are we going to be perfect at it? Absolutely not. But we really need to start from, we shouldn't be surprised. A community itself should not be surprised if it's operating and managing its assets appropriately. So a surprise is already a failure, not just a circumstance that came to them, but a failure in asset management and understanding their sources and whatnot. So with that, and knowing that we have a long ways to go to get water systems into that advantage, we have our needs analysis that talked a lot about bringing forward the CDAG information into it and showing water systems at high risk. And one scary number for me, I'm going to get the number wrong, but I think it's over 1,500 public water systems that we regulate are on a single well. And that is they should all be paranoid of that situation. And unfortunately, we're working hard to try to address that aspect, because then they have no alternate source and they don't even have any kind of redundancy to fall back on. So, working to try to change that over the long term is definitely a goal of ours through the SAFER program and many of the other programs we're pushing forward. We're going to gather the information ahead of schedule. And then, as you can see already from some other things I've announced, when we have areas that we know are popping up, we're trying to get to them earlier and help them plan and work through the scenario. So I don't think we have a water system just yet, other than a couple small ones that have faced where they've switched over to hauling and other things, but we haven't had a bigger one yet do that. And I'll probably stop here and let Leslie jump in on all the help they are providing, because there are quite a few things in place for that. Oh, you're still muted, Leslie. Oh, looks like you have to unmute her, Janine.
Yeah, there you go.
There we go. Okay, I'm unmuted now. Yeah. So we do have some agreements in place for, some areas in the state, particularly with self-help enterprises in the southern part of the San Joaquin Valley, to do some of the emergency response, some of the hauled water, bottled water, things like that. But, really our ability to respond in emergencies is pretty limited. I mean, we look to the systems and people to go to their county, to the emergency services offices as a first step, to respond to the true emergencies. And so we do have, like I say, some agreements, but we don't have complete statewide coverage for all of the areas. We do have a list of all of the agreements that we have in place on our drought website, and it has the contact information for the recipients who are administering those programs, so that people can go directly, to those and get resources through like self-help or RCAC, so that they can, get some help there. And we do have some funding in the governor's budget that's coming for emergency drinking water funding for the drought starting July 1st. So we'll likely be augmenting those projects to make sure that we do have some coverage, and looking at other areas in the state, like on the central coast and the northern part of the valley.
If I could jump in, Member Dodek, we also have our emergency response team. And so to the extent that individuals or communities do contact the emergency response system through Cal OES or the state, then that, and oftentimes those requests do get tasked out to us. And so I think we have, it's not perfect by any means. It's not 100% coverage, but we do have, several different ways for people to find us and get help from us.
Yeah, I was going to add, thank you, Secretary Director. So Beck, I was just going to add that as well, that all of the ones I've mentioned in the update last board meeting and this board meeting do have the emergency management program here at the board active, along with coordinating the proper state agencies, Cal OES and us and Department of Water Resources, Fish and Game, whatever is necessary for that particular response activity to plan and push it through. And they're doing a great job of that.
And I would say that we are able to, with some of the water systems, the smaller water systems, if they're having a well failure, sometimes we can come in, fairly quickly. We are able to respond with that, with some emergency projects to maybe rehab a well or things like that. But oftentimes some of those are some longer term projects that you can't get, in place immediately.
I have a follow-up question on both of those. So one is for Darren. You mentioned earlier that we were planning to send out information order request for, I think it was 129 water systems that we're most concerned about, to be able to track their water levels, and we're developing a database to be able to also just take in that information and make it more useful since we're requesting it, so that we can make sure we're really able to prepare and act and support. So I'm just wondering, how are we looking at, given that we have, I think you're right, it's somewhere in say 1,500 small water systems that have a single source. Not all of those, of course, are in the area of declared drought or really bad overdraft areas. But I'm just wondering how we're looking at maybe continuing to think about expanding those types of orders so that we can, or what other actions we're looking at so that we can make sure we're helping systems get ahead of this and help us be able to provide support early.
Yeah, no, we're definitely monitoring as we go along and not opposed to adding them. You know, this is new, so we're stepping into it slowly. We did it manually in the Russian River area. We'll start off with our others, and as we grow into it a little bit, we'll definitely continue to expand it. I think it's worth noting that certainly the areas we're looking at do not just cover the counties that are in the governor's drought proclamation. They're statewide because we know drought impacts are happening outside of those particular areas that have been named in the proclamation. So it's from one end of the state to the other where we know we have issues, and those are included in the initial 129. The list of staff originally put together, I believe it goes over 250 systems. So we'll continue to monitor, add that list. It'll be an active, ongoing adjustment as we go through. And of course, as we learn from some of these data sets, areas that we should be more concerned about and can add those in.
Great. Okay. Yeah. And just given that that's a new tool and I think a really important one that helps us get ahead of things. You know, I think we're starting out with a smaller number and trying to figure out how to make that system work. It'd be great to make sure we're providing some kind of public feedback process just to get feedback on how that's working. How can we continue to improve this so that it works well, since it's a brand new system, both for us and for the water systems. You know, I know we do that, but just making sure there's some public process touch point there.
Yeah, absolutely. And once we start to get some good data sets, I'll start to include them in our drought reporting and kind of how it's going. So I'll plan to do that update. And of course, we should probably hold some more formal sessions about it. So thank you.
And sorry, last question. Oh, for Leslie.
No, go on.
Was just, you know, one big limitation. So we're really fortunate that we have some additional funding, and you know, we have, as you said, so much in place already, thank goodness. We were not starting from scratch on a lot of parts of the state. But as you said, there's, you know, those contracts aren't statewide, and we are limited in one of the limitations we have is just ensuring that there's folks on the ground that are willing to step up and take the funding to do the implementation on the ground, since we're not the ones that actually are on the ground doing the work. We're really the funding agency here. So I'm just wondering, and I guess if there, you know, how we can, and if there's opportunities, how we're thinking about expanding, finding whether it's agencies or organizations on the ground that might be willing and able to step up to utilize some of our funding to provide those services on the ground, and which because it's just that's a reality of the limitation we have, and you know, I want to make sure that we're able to do this, but know that you know, we can't make people take money to do this work in different places, but it's a necessary component of actually, you know, our programs being able to be successful. She can't be, she has to be unmuted.
Okay, there we go. Sorry, I shouldn't have muted myself again. Yeah, it's always a challenge trying to find the people, you know, who are willing to partner with us to do the work on the ground. And, you know, with SAFER, we've really expanded the number of people that we have and the resources that we have out there. And, you know, our technical assistance providers have just been doing amazing work, just, you know, they are, and with this drought, so busy. You know, one of the things that we're trying to do is look at working more closely with some of the counties. You know, they were really critical in the last drought, and you know, the Department of Water Resources actually provided some funding, you know, directly to the counties to help with some of the response. So, you know, that may be something that we can develop as we get the new additional funding.
Thank you, board member. And thank you, Ms. Loudon and everyone. Any further comment before we go to public comments here? And I'll just say, you know, the common thread that I continue to find amongst all this is simply, you know, better data leading to better decision-making, importantly at the local level, but as a continuum to us as state agencies in all of this. And we're fortunate to have a bit better data now, but need to continue to focus on it, whether it's our new systems here, intaking data from our water systems on a more timely basis, so we know that they know what their water supplies are and are tracking and anticipating shortages and or otherwise on the domestic side. And again, it's, I think, a continuum of responses between those systems of a size and then individual households, making sure we have as much coverage as we can in these collective programs that we have. So just thank you, everyone, for the good discussion. And so first, I'd like to call up Crystal Gonzalez, and then it will be Logan Largent, and then Isaac K, Eric Oriana, and Natalie.
Okay. Yeah.
Crystal, good to see
hi,
you.
Everyone. Good morning. Good morning, Chair and board members. So thank you for providing opportunity to convey our concerns about the systems currently in place to assist communities and households who are losing their access to water due to you know, the current drought. And so I also just want to say thank you for the discussion that, you know, we've had today and all the comments that have been made by board member Firestone, Dodak, and yeah, everyone. I think it's just been very informational, and also the information Mr. Springhorn shared with us today, I think really address some of the questions that we had, or, you know, that I had come prepared to make comments on. But yeah, I wanted to reiterate that we are concerned that that the My Dry Water Supply tool, which we recognize as a voluntary tool, may not adequately assess the full scale of dry wells that we'll be seeing, or more so, you know, that there's more opportunity to utilize this tool to inform proactive outreach, which I think, you know, just reiterating a lot of what I've been hearing today. Yeah, this information is critical in identifying, you know, what wells are going to go dry and how we direct those resources. And so, yeah, and you know, we know that technical assistance, you know, is being stretched already, and you know, we have months of dry weather, and we have likely hundreds of dry wells ahead of us as well, unfortunately. And so my original question was, you know, we wanted to have a better understanding of how the board is coordinating with DWR and OES to better identify dry and at-risk wells, and how we'll be able to handle the wave of dry wells that occurred during the summer. And I feel like, you know, I think a lot of the information, again, that we've gotten to hear during this time, I think has you know, kind of really highlighted that. And I really appreciate, you know, the effort and intention, and really understanding, you know, where, you know, the data that's needed, where the gaps are, and how we really ensure that we're getting, you know, resources out, and doing a better job, or, you know, assessing the situation better than, you know, the last, you know, severe drought in the last few years. And we look forward to engaging in the listening sessions, and, you know, to develop those principles and strategies. And just thank you very much for this conversation and discussion.
Thank you so much for your continued engagement around it all, and keeping us accountable, and making sure that we are having the discussions we need to between us, but also ensuring that we're preventing the sort of outcomes we saw in the last drought, where again, we're really responding as folks failed, as wells went dry. And here again, really appreciate DWR's leadership. Let's go to map that out. We know what conditions may find themselves as, and it dovetails well ultimately with the groundwater discussion we're having in Sigma. And so it's kind of, you know, being better prepared and responding to the immediate, because we know that that's what's most pressing, even as we develop these principles that will be finalized here in September, but that we want to make sure that we're engaging in discussing with communities around to ensure that they set us up for, potential unfortunate dry winter if we have, what are going to be continued challenges we have moving into the next year, and potentially, hopefully, ways that we can have strategies that continue to help be protective of groundwater supplies for domestic needs. But know that it's part of a complex management space with ag and other stakeholders. And so thank you, Vice Chair, and thank you as well, again, Board Member Firestone, for convening and having very localized discussions around the potentials to really bring in the counties there. So thank you, Crystal. I really appreciate your comments today. Thank you. Next, we have Logan Largent.
My apologies, Board. I provided a comment during public forum.
Okay, perfect. No further. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. And then I don't believe Isaac is on the platform with us here. And then so next we go to Eric Oriana.
Thank you, board members. Can you all hear me?
We can. Good morning.
Good morning,
Yes,
Chairman.
good morning.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate the update on drought today and for also bringing representatives from DWR here to address some of the concerns that we shared in the last State Water Board meeting. During the last drought, the state was not adequately aware of the real-time drought impacts that residents were experiencing because of the lack of data infrastructure in place. And now, because of the progress made by DWR, we have better data infrastructure in place to identify regions of the state that are being hardest hit by the drought. Although information submitted into the My Dry Well tool is voluntary, as stated by Mr. Springhorn, this tool can give valuable insight as to which regions in the state are being hardest hit by the drought. We believe there's more opportunity to utilize this tool to inform proactive outreach. If we are serious about ensuring every Californian's human right to water, California needs to proactively target areas that are showing drought impacts, like domestic well outages. There will be a cost associated with doing such outreach, but there will be a much larger cost if such outreach is not done. As Mr. Springhorn also stated as well, researchers from the Public Policy Institute of California have noted that there could be more than 2,500 domestic well outages just this year. And if we've learned from the last drought, we know that impacts to that degree are a serious threat to public health and can mean houses without running water for months. Board members, we appreciate the plan outlined by Mr. Springhorn, but we would welcome a public coordinated plan with DWR that details how we are going to address the domestic outages that are going to occur this summer, and that identifies how tools like DWR's My Dry Well will be utilized to inform proactive state and local response. Lastly, I wanted to remind the board that CWC is supporting drought proactive planning legislation, Senate Bill 552, which would implement several modest but important drought planning and state and local coordination improvements. And we would welcome further support where possible as we try to make the case for these proactive steps that increase coordination at all levels of government. I appreciate the consideration that you all have given us today. I appreciate the effort and attention to this critical moment in our state.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your comments and continued engagement around this. Look forward to continued discussion and specificity around how we're coordinating and really ultimately what communities can anticipate and ultimately receive insofar as support goes, and what the correct sort of processes are for, and here the state agency coordination is critical for alerting and understanding who's on first and responding to specific circumstances, knowing that it's a continuum of not just state but local response here that's going to really be critical for our communities as we manage through drought. So thank you and look forward to continued engagement. Next, and I think this is our last speaker on the item, we have Natalie Escobedo Garcia.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name's Natalie here with Leadership Council. First, I'd like to echo the comments of Crystal and Eric. We're concerned that DWR's My Dry Water Supply tool, which we know is a voluntary data tool, is inadequate to assess the full scale of dry wells or more. This information is critical in identifying what wells are going to go dry, directing critical resources, and would provide the opportunity to utilize the tool to inform proactive outreach. Second, we would like to have a better understanding of how the board is coordinating with DWR and OES to better identify dry and at-risk wells, and how you will be able to handle the wave of dry wells that will occur during the summer. And last, since we have DWR on the call, we'd like to remind DWR as they continue to make decisions on submitted GSPs that they are required to comply with the human right to water. And in order to comply with this obligation, DWR must ensure that GSPs do not cause or further our current drinking water crisis. This is especially critical for the San Joaquin Valley, where emergency drought declarations have already been made in numerous counties, and we're already beginning to see domestic wells be dewatered.
Thank you. Much appreciated, Natalie. And thank you for your engagement and comments there. I know, I don't know if Stephen, you have anything you wanted to respond to, but I know Department of Water Resources is very much committed to ensuring that evaluations of the plans are thorough and helpful. And hopefully just the most recent corrective actions help continue to enforce that there are certain just data standards and information standards that these GSPs have to hold when it comes to drinking water. But yeah, Stephen, and if you wanted to add anything.
Thank you, Chair. That was well said. And thank you for those comments. And just on the first comment, we as mentioned, are very interested in hearing feedback and on the My Dry Water Supply webpage and how we can improve that. And we do have the opportunity to be working towards that and continuing our engagement with the stakeholder community, the Sigma community, so we can make that, and the drinking water and drought community, so we can make that tool as effective as possible. And then, as Chair mentioned, we definitely at the department, across the department, not just the Sustainable Groundwater Management Office that has a responsibility of reviewing, but we are, the human right to water is a high priority, and we do take that seriously and have incorporated it into the regulations that were written back in 2016 and how we implement those regulations. So just appreciate the comments and continued feedback you have for us on both of these topics moving forward.
Thank you. And that, I think, board members, any further question, thought, or comment? And if not, I think that concludes our item and this discussion. But for this moment, because it certainly, there will be continued discussion, and look forward to the opportunity for us to continue to explain the coordination that's going on, the communities that we're seeing and responding to, and importantly, how communities can understand that state response in a way that brings some certainty to what people need to be doing. And importantly, and I think back to Darren Polhames's point, if you're a small system, you need to be evaluating your conditions and your supplies now, and communicating early if you see a challenge or an issue or a moment in the horizon here where you will be without water. And better preparing for that and having in place already contingencies is going to be really critical. And that's not work that the state itself can do for every community, but that the state is here to help and to ensure that we have a continuum of response here in the drought. So just thank you, everyone. I really appreciate this really good conversation, the leadership of my fellow board colleagues here as we continue to do our best under what will be continued dry circumstances, certainly through this summer. But the potential for a dry winter is really driving an imperative here to take advantage of this space that we have, as harried as it already is, to respond to drought. So thank you, everyone. And with that, it concludes item number 8. And what it brings us back to is our regular regular order of calendared items. So we would be going back to item number 3 and then item number 4, which are adoption of the intended use plans for the Clean Water State Revolving Fund and the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund. It is nearly the noon hour. We haven't taken a break. We need at least to take a 15-minute break. Looking at my fellow board colleagues, we can go ahead and take a lunch now. It means then we'd have, I'll still take a break before we get into the Russian River item. And I apologize and appreciate everyone's patience as we did move around a couple items to accommodate schedules for our sister agencies and ensure that we were able to have that discussion. It will leave what is our attention for an important and critical discussion after then the intended use plan adoptions. And this is, let's go ahead and take a 15-minute break. And actually, again, looking to my fellow board colleagues, if they would rather just take our lunch now or potentially take our lunch after items 3 and 4. Well, actually, we would take the lunch at that point. And instead, if you want, we can take a 15-minute now. I think we could probably get through those 2 items by around 1 o'clock, which means, we would start the Russian River item at 1:30 or 2 potentially at that point. So thoughts about a late lunch and just a break now, or just take our lunch, and then we'll work through and then get to sooner by only maybe about 15 minutes or so, but sooner nonetheless, the Russian River item. Vice Chair.
I'm fine either way. I just would appreciate maybe a little bit longer lunch, just as an opportunity to sort of shift gears, and then also to the extent that we could provide a little more certainty for the stakeholders that are going to be commenting. I think that would be helpful.
Okay, that is, what I'll go ahead and say, looking at the agenda and knowing that we do have a few commenters for items 3 and 4, it looks like we won't get to the Russian River item then sooner than 2 o'clock. So I think that folks can plan on that. And what we can go ahead and take now then is a 15-minute break so that we have a break here. Get into the intended use.
Is it possible to do lunch now?
You want to do lunch now then? That's
yeah,
fine.
I just,
Okay.
the late
Late
lunches are hard for me.
That's fair. I appreciate that. Thank you for letting me know. It's helpful here as I try to balance our schedule for the rest of the afternoon. Let's go and take our 30-minute lunch now. We will then take up the 2 items, and then we may still take a 30-minute or so break before we get to the Russian River item. And that sounds like a plan, hopefully. And so it does mean that item number 5, the Russian River adoption of emergency regulations discussion and potential adoption is at about 2 o'clock, I'm guessing. And Mr. Lawfer?
Well, I was just going to ask, do you want to go ahead and, because we could provide on the scroll a definitive statement that we will not begin the Russian River item before 2 p.m. this afternoon.
Let us do that. And that way folks can not feel they have to stick around if they can get some other work done, and appreciate everyone's flexibility here. So let's do that then, update the scroll officially. We'll begin item number 5 until about 2 o'clock. And then we'll take a 30-minute lunch now and get everyone refreshed and ready for an afternoon of continued discussion and work. So thank you everyone for letting me kind of figure that out in real time here. Let's go ahead and take that 30-minute. We'll be back here then at 12:30 and beginning on item number 3. So thank you, everyone. See you soon. All right, as the countdown comes to a close here, I hope everyone had a good lunch and we can begin to gather back for item number 3. And item number 3 is a consideration of a proposed resolution to adopt the state fiscal year 2021-22 Clean Water State Revolving Fund intended use plan and revised small community wastewater program guidelines. Appreciate everyone's patience again on today's agenda, and kick it over to folks here in the program to walk us through item number 3. Mr. Downey, good to see you. Good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and board members. As you mentioned, my name is Mike Downey, and I'll be presenting the agenda item today for the Clean Water State Revolving Fund intended use plan for state fiscal year 2021 to 22. I do have a fair number of slides. Even though the intended use plan is produced every year, it is the Clean Water SRF program does have a lot of moving parts, as you know, and I want to make sure for anyone new, they're able to get kind of the gist of the plans. But I do want to try to move quickly today and leave more time for questions or comments on specific areas any of you might be interested in. And just to kick it off, I want to mention that the Clean Water SRF intended use plan, or IUP, as I may refer to it, it does act as the business plan for the upcoming fiscal year. And it's a required submittal to EPA in order to receive the annual capitalization grant for the SRF program. In this case, we're talking about the Clean Water SRF program. Go to the next slide, please. So today, I just want to start with the financial outlook and lending capacity of the SRF program, culminating in the fundable list recommendation. And then I want to make sure to mention comments we received at the public workshops and during the public comment period. And I'll end with our schedule looking forward, and of course, any questions that people may have. Next slide, please. All right, well, with the help of our financial advisor, we updated our capacity model, and this updated sustainable SRF loan capacity is calculated to be $600 million for this fiscal year. And again, this is our sustainable capacity. So we could commit an additional $600 million every year, looking out about 20 years. But this is a model we do update regularly. And before I jump into some of the complementary funding sources that we often administer in conjunction with the Clean Water SRF, I want to mention there's been a lot of interest in the governor's budget this year and additional funding from the American Rescue Plan Act. You may hear it referred to as ARPA. And I want to make it clear that that funding is not included in this IUP at this time. It's still unclear what the rules or restrictions might be for those funds or how we might be directed to administer those funds. So this IUP is working with the existing funding sources that have been appropriated to the Water Board. And we acknowledge that there will need to be further, most likely, board action at a future time to consider that additional funding or stimulus funding. So going off of what we do have, what has been appropriated, I mentioned complementary funding sources with the Clean Water SRF. And so we're talking about small community wastewater grants and principal forgiveness. There's about $111 million remaining for those applicants. And those are for our small disadvantaged community applicants. The water cycling funding program also is a connected funding source. There's about $45 million left, mostly Prop 1, Prop 68. But as you can see, we're getting low on our remaining grant funds and looking forward to additional funding sources. Next slide, please. So we do still have a high demand on the Clean Water SRF program. So going from top to bottom here, we have about 52 applications that are currently on our fundable list, and we're calling those rollovers. So we're rolling those over to this upcoming fundable list. And it's about $2.7 billion in estimated financing. Have 114 applications for small disadvantaged communities. Around $450 million in requested financing. We scored 43 different applications this year that are requesting placement on the fundable list. And again, that's an additional $2 billion in requested financing. And then for the first time, we are recommending removal of a few projects from the fundable and comprehensive lists. That's 26 applications. That's another $300 million. So in total, this is just a snapshot, but get an idea of 230 applications asking for $5.6 billion. Just want to mention that still have high demand and still have a need for scoring criteria and funding capacity discussion. Next slide, please. So I already mentioned that the lending capacity is calculated to be about $600 million this year, very similar to last year's IUP, which was around $580 million. And again, we will continue to update those. We've had some good work with stakeholders and our financial advisor on getting a little more transparency in how that financial model is updated. So we use that lending capacity to determine the cutoff score when we develop our fundable list. The fundable list, we think about it in terms of how many projects we can execute funding agreements for, but also how much lending capacity we have that would be sustainable. And I want to point out that we're not taking into consideration the rollover projects because they've already been considered in a previous year's IUP financial capacity. And then small disadvantaged community applicants are also not considered in this funding capacity because there's a lot of grant funds that they take, and essentially the amount of loan that the small DACs are requesting is small enough that we feel that could be absorbed by the program regardless of who's ready in the given fiscal year. Slide 6, please. So when we develop the fundable list, we start with the comprehensive list, and that's Appendix C of the intended use plan. And that is a list of all projects we have applications for. And then we will give a priority score to all new applications looking to be placed on the fundable list. And so what the fundable list describes is which projects should expect to get a financing agreement during the upcoming fiscal year. As mentioned before, I just want to reiterate, small disadvantaged communities are considered automatically fundable, meaning that when their application is complete and they're determined to be eligible for funding, that we will place them on the fundable list automatically. So when you look at the intended use plan, the fundable list, as we show it, is for the large loan projects that have been scored, and the small DACs are all considered automatically fundable when they're ready and eligible. So again, we're scoring the projects due to the high demand on the program, and we're looking to commit funds within a sustainable funding target range. You'll see that we use that to mean 90% to 125% of our target. And this is following the Clean Water SRF policy on how we should determine the fundable list each year. Next slide. So when talking about the funding scenarios, one aspect is the existing fundable list and reducing the rollover projects. So again, we're defining rollovers as those projects which were on the fundable list and did not get a funding agreement yet. So we've rolled them over to this year's fundable list. So that is a concern that we continue to grapple with, of wanting to reduce those rollovers and execute the majority of the projects on the fundable list each fiscal year. So the scenarios that we looked at are based on priority scores. So scenario A was for those projects that scored 14 or 15 or higher. And that would have added 6 projects for $64 million in requested funding. Scenario B lowered that cutoff score to 13 and that would add a total of 13 projects. And finally, scenario C is projects that score 12 or higher, and that would add 22 projects total for $748 million in requested financing. And I think I'm just gonna go ahead and go to the next slide so we can get a visual representation of what that looks like. So as you can see, scenario A and B, they're well below our sustainable funding target range. Scenario C just barely makes it within the $750 million range. And so that's our recommendation this year, is adding those 22 projects for the requested amount of 748 million. That will have a total fundable list with slightly less than what we had last year. So while we recognize we still have a high number of rollover projects, we feel like we're moving in the right direction, hoping to kind of normalize after the pandemic this year and continue to gain some momentum. But it is something that we're closely tracking and trying to strategize around. Next slide, please. So again, that recommendation for the fundable list is the cutoff score of 12 points, adding 22 projects totaling $750 million. And again, just want to keep reiterating, all small disadvantaged communities and public health projects are automatically fundable for list placement once they're ready, meaning complete application and determined to be eligible for funding. Next slide. So as I mentioned, this is the first year that we were recommending to remove some projects from the fundable list and comprehensive list. So on the fundable list, there's been 9 projects that are inactive, non-responsive, or are otherwise not ready for a funding agreement in this fiscal year. And our goal really is to try to have a fundable list where the projects can be executed this fiscal year. All right, so those 9 projects are about $163 million. Recommend we're removing them from the fundable list. I will add that most of these projects are projects that were added when the fundable list was first developed. They weren't subject to the scoring system. That was kind of that first batch of getting the fundable list ready and presented. And so for one reason or another, they're just not ready to receive a funding agreement. This doesn't mean that they can't come back. We're going to mark them, as we regularly do with many applications, mark them as inactive, try to stay in constant communication with them. And as their project gets figured out more, or some of these major issues get solved, then they can always refresh their application and come back. We are recognizing that they would need to be scored again for placement on the fundable list. But we've made those reach outs where we could, and the agencies should be aware of that. Same idea for the comprehensive list. Probably not as big of an impact because you can be on the comprehensive list, basically anytime you have an application that's active with us. But there's 17 that are inactive, incomplete, or unresponsive, and so we're recommending just to remove them. And that's just for our own housekeeping, trying to track the hundreds of projects that we're working with, trying to get to funding agreements. Next slide. So I want to mention a few of the changes, what's different in this intended use plan. A few changes regarding small disadvantaged communities. One is prioritizing the projects. And this is really due to limited grant funds and the funds available for the projects. So we are working with all the small disadvantaged communities on their applications, on their reviews. If it comes down to it, as these applications get ready, we are going to prioritize public health projects, those that have violations on WDRs or NPDES permits, septic to sewer regional projects, and then other regional water board identified projects. So again, with ARPA, American Rescue Plan funds kind of on the horizon, perhaps that will solve this issue, but it's at this point too soon to tell. And so that's our recommendation for the IUP at this moment. We've also increased the grant maximum per community over a 5-year period. It was $10 million. Now it's $12 million. And again, this is for grant funds for small DACs. And also increased the grant maximum for regionalization or septic to sewer projects was $8 million, has gone up to $10 million. And again, something that ARPA could impact at this point with our funding. These are the levels that we have it recommended to be set at. Next slide. So I want to go over a few of the comments we received, kind of in the big picture idea. And so I will try to respond to a few of the ideas as well as I go through these. So first one was to offer a grant for solar projects for small DAC communities. And originally in the draft, we did remove solar projects as being eligible for grant due to the limited funding we had available. But because of American Rescue Plan and what's on the horizon, and there are just not a lot of solar projects in our queue, we did remove that limitation. So they have been restored to being eligible for grant. That's how it was in the previous IUP, and so that's the recommendation moving forward. So we did make a change there to address that comment. Additional TA, that's technical assistance to complete planning work. And so that's something that we are working on. So there's not quite an obvious funding source for technical assistance as there is with drinking water projects that have safer funds available and some other funding sources. So right now we do provide technical assistance, and that's to prepare applications so that the agencies themselves can do the planning work. But there has been identified this need for technical assistance to actually complete the planning work. And so that is something we're looking to, again, not trying to put everything on ARPA, but there does seem like there could be some opportunities there as well. I'm going to group the next three together, talking about more information and updates for the Office of Sustainable Water Solutions, timelines and metrics, additional goals. And that's something that we are working on, some process improvements, which I'll talk about a little bit later in the presentation. And we are trying to figure out some new, kind of what our new normal is to be able to set realistic metrics. I don't think this last year was quite representative of what we'll be looking at moving forward, but we recognize that on the drinking water side, there is the SAFER program and the fund expenditure plan that kind of gets more into the weeds on that. For the clean water, wastewater projects, don't have that same type of document, but that is something that we need to find a place for in future IUPs as we get some more data to help develop that a little bit further. We had some comments to incentivize septic sewer projects. I'll say that we did increase the maximum for those projects, and I will suggest that maybe we could increase that further with ARPA or stimulus funding, but at this point, that was what we're willing to do with the limited funding we are sure about. And then for consolidation, incentives for receiving systems, that is something that we think would be good to work into next year's IUP. We did not consider that this year with the limited funding, but we are working with regional boards on consolidation incentives and consolidation just conceptually moving closer in that direction. I don't believe that will impact many, if any, applications or projects this year, but that is something on the horizon to continue to look for. Next slide, please. So some more comments, and these I'm thinking of categorizing more for the large loan projects. So one comment that we do consistently receive is to increase leveraging of the Clean Water State Revolving Fund program. I want to mention that we are applying for a $500 million loan with SWFIA, that's the state WIFIA program through EPA. However, that is additional debt that the program would be taking on. That's not free money. When we talk about leveraging, it's often mentioned that California is not leveraged as much as other states. I do want to mention that, a lot of that leveraging capacity, is due to earnings, and our earnings are based on the interest rate we can offer, and we offer a very low interest rate because in statute, it is tied to be half of the recent state GO bond sale. I believe the current interest rate is 1.1%. So we do have just less earnings, less flexibility there. That's something that we continue to try to engage with stakeholders on. I want to mention a comment about priority scoring for stormwater projects. We have had a lot of discussions with stakeholders around stormwater projects. And one thing that we did recognize is that we have the ability to score stormwater projects slightly higher than maybe we were, the way we were interpreting the policy. And so we did make that change, that stormwater projects that have a TMDL associated with them should receive a higher priority score. And you'll see later that we did end up adding one project to the fundable list because of that, that score change. I think, one of the larger challenges for stormwater projects is their ability to repay a loan and have pledged revenues or rates associated with that type of project. So I think that continues to be the larger challenge. We don't have a huge number of stormwater applications. And I think that may be one of the reasons. Some other comments, continued increased backlog, high number of rollover projects. I'd like to talk more about some of our streamlining and third-party management review opportunities later in the presentation. But we do continue to track that and look for ways that we can get to a place where the fundable list is really getting cleared out every fiscal year, like we intend, and that is our goal. The last two, increase funding for partially funded projects and prioritize applications for projects that have already secured other funding, for example, WIFIA funding. That is something that we have looked at, and ultimately, with our analysis, these are projects that have found ways to secure financing, and these projects are moving forward, especially for partially funded projects that we have funded and that we've committed to in the past, but we're unable to offer full financing just due to the size of the project. Our recommendation is that we like to spread out our funding further throughout the state, have a higher number of projects be executed with more water quality benefits. And those projects that have received partial funding are moving forward. We're happy to be a part of those projects and have them move forward. And there's other projects that desperately need our funding. If we had an unlimited supply, we'd love to say yes to everything, but that is our recommendation at this time. Next slide, please. So ultimately, a few changes I want to point out, other than some typos or cleanup, was that the solar projects will remain eligible for grant. And again, that's for small disadvantaged communities. And again, they have to be eligible for the Clean Water SRF program or wastewater grant program. So these are linked to wastewater treatment plants or other clean water activities. And then the other one was that the City of San Diego Los Penasquitos Lagoon project was rescored as a stormwater project. And so we added that to the fundable list, and it's one of the ones included in the scenarios that I discussed, the 22 projects added for $750 million. Next slide. So I promised to talk a little bit about process improvements and kind of two categories here. One is a third-party management review that we've been working on with stakeholders. And really the Environmental Finance Center at Sac State is doing the majority of the work. And it's really a management review of the Clean Water State Revolving Fund program. The idea is to identify efficiencies, improvements, or enhancements. We've got great stakeholder involvement from CASA and water reuse. And Looking forward to a report with findings and recommendations this fall. Originally scheduled for October, might end up being November or December, but the goal would be that we could take some of those findings and find ways to implement them before next year's intended use plan as we begin drafting that at the beginning of 2022. And even though it's a management review of the Clean Water SRF program, board members, you're aware that the way that we are set up organizationally and through our processes, we really rely on a lot of the same staff, a lot of the same processes, regardless of the funding source. We're working together. So any findings they have for the Clean Water SRF, I think it will really be a high likelihood they'll be applicable to some of our other funding sources as well and our other processes. And so that does involve an internal team that's looking at our processes, doing interviews with State Water Board staff, and then externally also with stakeholders, applicants, recipients, and even looking at some other SRF programs that are similarly sized to California, seeing if there's anything we can learn more from them. And then secondly, we do have work groups set up for streamlining and looking for process improvements internally, looking at the application, kind of pre-agreement and post-agreement processes. I will say that it's a little bit more focused on small DACs and the processes and flexibility we may have with those applications. But again, very applicable to all of our applications, all of our projects. And then, as you know, we've been thrust into electronic processes, and it's been, I would say, pretty successful for contracts and disbursements, but we still have further we can go, and that takes coordination between Department of Finance, State Controller's Office, other state agencies to make that happen. But we would like to continue, improving those electronic processes where we can. Next slide. So real quick look at the schedule, past and future. We had 2 public workshops, one in April, one in May. And then as far as the fundable list rollovers, we'd like to continue to evaluate the progress on a quarterly basis. We provide those updates to the board through the executive director's report. And we're interested in finding ways that we can provide those updates to stakeholders as well. And then at the end of the calendar year is our cutoff for new applications so that we can start scoring and developing next year's fundable list or the following year's fundable list. And of course, our goal is to execute all agreements on the fundable list by June 30, 2022. Next and final slide, I believe. So with that, I hope that wasn't too much too fast, but I'll leave it open for questions or comments. And I have a nice team behind me willing to help if it gets into the details.
Thank you so much, Mr. Downey. I really just appreciate always just the good work from the Division of Financial Assistance, and particularly here on one of our larger programs and with an incredible amount of demand. My only question would just be, what would be the anticipated timeline that folks would be coming back to the board in the program if we get a budget passed that includes some significant increases in the dollars that we have for not just the SRF, but just these programs generally? Is there a sense of when that might be, knowing that things here are likely to be wrapped up, and hearing maybe not, but likely wrapped up here at the start of July? Is there a sense at this point, and don't mean to put you on the spot, I just again kind of want for folks maybe to be prepared for when they might be able to expect to have what would be an exciting discussion around how these additional dollars might be seen in light of certainly the backlog on the fundable list, but just the opportunity to do really good work. Yeah, I don't know if again you have a date when you folks might come back, and if not, and I see Ms. Loudon coming on, so hopefully, yeah.
Sure, I think that it's hard to set a date just now because we haven't seen what kind of legislation may go along with, as far as trailer bill language. And so, assuming that the budget does pass or that this portion of the budget would pass in early July. You know, depending on what that legislation was, we'd probably do some workshops and, you know, probably be coming to the board, I would think maybe September.
Okay, yeah, that's helpful. So late summer or early fall, probably best. Just and again, you know, not to hold us to any exact time at this point, but just for folks who are interested, certainly in the increased dollars that we may be getting here for these projects, what it might mean. And I appreciate that. What will be first before you even hear the board discussing this are, of course, workshops and engagement with folks and back and forth around how we might shape the programs. So thank you.
And you know, there are very tight time frames with that ARPA funding, so we do have to move really quickly to get the projects done.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, and I think is what, yeah, well, I know there's already discussions going on, even as we anticipate sort of where negotiations with the legislature land, but quite the generational opportunity to really increase these resources. So just, you know, thanks. And I know we'll be prepared, and our process is such that it's scalable. We have the applications there. It's about the resources to get the dollars out themselves. So thank you. Fellow board colleagues, any questions before we go to commenters? Okay, thank you. Then we will move to, I believe our first commenter was Michael Carlin, but I don't believe he's here on the platform with us. And so next would be Roberta or Bobby Larson. And good to see you.
Good to see you too, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. It's a pleasure to be here, and I'm going to be very brief. I know you are very busy. I know that because I've been with you since 9 this morning. But I am representing the California Association of Sanitation Agencies today, and I just want to make 3 really quick points. The first is that we do support the staff recommendation for a scenario C. We think that is the most reasonable in light of all of the circumstances. So we are in accord with the staff on that. We want to thank you and your staff for adding the executive summary to the IUP for the first time. We know that this document has to serve a number of purposes, and many of them are sort of wonky and regulatory and you know, have to be done for various reasons, but it's also a very useful document for stakeholders, and we sometimes have a hard time finding what we're looking for. And so this move toward the executive summary was very welcome. We want to continue to work with Mike and the other staff to refine that as we go forward. I mean, that we did ask them, and they could only do so much when they were already in process, but we're hoping that we'll be able to do a little bit more with that in the future. And then lastly, I just want to mention what Mr. Downey did, that we are very happy about moving forward with the management review for the program. When we were before you last year, we were advocating a sort of WIFIA model where we would bring in our own consultants and our own financial people and try to somehow use that to make the program more efficient. And through working with Ms. Loudon, Mr. Stevens, Michael, we've kind of figured out that we needed to go in a different direction. And so now we're embarked. It started, we've had a number of monthly status meetings. We're well underway to identify some real improvements, efficiencies, enhancements. And so we just thank you and the staff for being willing to engage with us on that. And we hope to be back before you in the fall with a whole lot of great ideas that we're all in favor of. So we can all look forward to that. But I'm happy to answer any questions, but that's really all I wanted to say today. So thank you very much.
Well, no, thank you for just the continued and consistent engagement around all of this, and for pushing us to continue to innovate, to continue to look at these financial programs and think, how do we do a little better? How might we really incorporate sometimes some improvements I know that other states have within their programs, but to do so in just an open book test sort of way, if you will, and allow us to all collectively figure out how we better implement these programs. And yes, the executive summary, again, thank you for pushing us to really incorporate that in there. There is a lot of legal requirements, as you know, and things that are passed down through federal law that are part of and what we have to have in that document that don't really help with really kind of understanding at the core where, what is changing in this IUP, what we continue to update or goals are in a way that is accessible. So just thank you. Really appreciate it, Ms. Larson, and just incredible work and continued incredible opportunity here in the months ahead. So thank you. Next, we have Charles LaSalle.
Yes, hi. Thank you for the opportunity to comment here today. My name is Charles LaSalle, and I work for Water East, California. Well, I think Bobby said almost every single thing I was going to say. But I just want to again, great presentation by Mike Downey. And I want to thank the staff for all the help that they've given us. Answering questions has been very prompt. As Bobby said, we have been working with the staff on the review and participating in monthly meetings. We are hoping to see some results that may increase some efficiencies sometime in the fall or winter. And again, thank you for that executive summary in this year's IUP. We believe it goes a long way in making it easier to understand. The one comment I would like to say that I know we've kind of talked about a lot is the potential for increased leveraging. Currently, California ranks 9th in the country, but with bond leveraging behind both New Jersey and Connecticut. We do have a budget surplus this year, but surpluses come and go. And we feel that bond leveraging is a better long-term funding strategy. And again, thank you. And I look forward to seeing everybody in person soon. Sounds like we're going to be right there soon.
Yeah, happy reopening day, and thank you for the comments and engagement. Now on ultimately leveraging and the issue, I know in my discussions with staff, it is a balance ultimately to leverage, but also to have the income coming in that allows you to leverage, and that's where we have half the bond rate. We keep things low for folks, and so it means our income stream from the program isn't sometimes as high as it could if we wanted to leverage, or would it need to be if we wanted to really leverage the program further, because that's what really, the money coming in is what allows you in part to really be able to do that. So it's that balancing act, that careful balancing act. And I know that there's requests out there for variable funding, not just, pegging it at the half the bond rate, but allowing maybe larger systems of size that can maybe afford a little higher rate to get dollars coming in. Again, more income for the program, and then a potential to leverage further. So, but thank you. Again, just appreciate you and Ms. Larson, everyone continue to work with us, to spur us to be better here, and know that we're committed, particularly with this process right now, this engagement on process improvement of seeing something in the fall that we can continue to specifically incorporate. And it may be about leveraging or other components. So just thank you.
Absolutely, and thank you.
Thank you. So next we have Andrew Hall. Good afternoon, Mr. Hall.
Good afternoon. Thanks for your guys' time. I do recognize that it's been a long meeting and you have still a lot left, so I will try to be brief. So I'm Andrew Hall with the Los Angeles County Sanitation Districts. We've been a longtime participant with the Clean Water SRF program. We have a number of agreements that we've worked on in the past with staff, as well as agreements we're currently working on, and do appreciate staff's willingness to seek assistance in evaluating better ways to improve performance, and their real openness in trying to look at that. I guess our concern, it's kind of shared with staff at this point, is really the backlog of projects based on not just last year with the COVID impacts, but the last few years. If we keep that rate, it's going to take about 5 years to get off this backlog. And it's not that staff isn't trying hard. It's not that, there's some really easy ways to get around that, but it is something that is concerning to us. It's a concern in how quickly we can get projects built and how quickly people can realize these water quality benefits. And so, just as we continue to work with the board and with staff on this project, we would recommend that having some more regular updates on progress in that regard be able to help note if there are issues that need to come up would be good. Whether it's a quarterly or a semi-annual progress update to say how many did we do in the last 3 months, 6 months, and what are the kind of timelines in each step of the process, so that it'll be available. Overall, again, we support staff's recommendation. I think they're doing a good job of balancing both the need to get this backlog reduced, as well as to fund water quality projects that will benefit all of California. So thank you for your time.
Thank you as well, and appreciate that. I know that it's a common concern of ours, both our program staff and folks on the outside, of how we're able to get the dollars out, and know that it's part of an important discussion when we think about these ARPA funds, these critical funds that we'll be receiving, and making sure that we're able to get those dollars out. And I know in there is embedded a resource discussion for the programs. And so just thank you for, everyone's collective advocacy for ensuring that, we have the resources that we need here to actually get the dollars out, knowing that, these are such critical dollars for our communities, particularly in the face of the climate crisis that we have. So really appreciate that. And I was going to flag that the executive director's report, I believe does have kind of a running tally or should. And so it's a place that we can certainly tuck that data, but importantly, make sure we pull it out and folks can track along with us how we're clearing our backlog and continuing to chip away at that. So thank you. Next, we have Karen Cowan.
Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. My name is Karen Cowan. I am the Executive Director of the California Stormwater Quality Association. So I'm here today, first of all, mostly to say thank you to staff at DFA who were really helpful in helping us try to overcome some unfortunate barriers to get some grant funds from EPA into the hands of some stormwater projects. And the program is the OSG program. It's a relatively new grant program established at the federal level intended to fund stormwater projects and programs. Unfortunately, the underlying statutory language, not very stormwater friendly and designed more for CSO systems, combined sewer systems, rather than MS4 systems, which is almost the entirety of the state of California. So there were very limited ways that money could get to stormwater projects and programs, and the only real workable one is if it was on the state's intended use plan. And as Mr. Downey noted, stormwater projects really are not on the intended use plan, and there are very real barriers why. We would like to work to resolve those, but in the very short term, just for the OSG funds, folks at DFA were really great, very responsive to help us figure out a very creative way to do that. And that's part of what's being proposed to you in your approval today. So that is to create a separate list for stormwater projects to put them on. And what we came up with is that the projects that came through Prop 1 that were unfunded would be eligible to be moved over into this new list, where they wouldn't be necessarily asking for funds through the state revolving fund itself, but it would put them on the intended use plan, which would therefore make them eligible to receive the funding through this OSG program. So a huge thanks to folks at DFA who worked with us directly to figure out how to get that funding actually out, working with the underlying statutory barriers that we had. And I'd also like to note through the national connections that we have, there are other states who might be looking to follow the state of California's lead on this through coming up with this creative solution. And just also wanted to sort of note the fact that there aren't stormwater projects on the intended use plan, right? And that's because of what Mr. Downey noted, one of the biggest barriers are that cities and counties really cannot repay a loan. And which also gets to the fact that most stormwater programs are unfunded and don't have a dedicated funding stream. So it's sort of, the additive impacts. And just noting that we as CASQA have a funding subcommittee now dedicated to working very diligently on these items. So we welcome any additional support from you all as the State Water Board members, as well as staff, to help us try to resolve that. Because as we all know, it is one of the biggest needs that stormwater programs have to achieve all that it is that we would like to do. And that is to actually fund those projects and programs. And then just my last little note here in the last minute, since a lot of the day has been talking about drought and resiliency, we had submitted comments when the resiliency plan was put together about the need for stormwater to be part of California's water portfolio. And unfortunately, it really is not in the actual water resilience portfolio. But again, we as CASQA are working really, really hard. In fact, today, as soon as I'm done with you here, I'm putting in a grant proposal to try to get to the economic value of stormwater, because we think that will greatly help across the board, from the legislature to local funding measures to local project decisions, when you're looking holistically at the value of stormwater capture and not just at the cost. So we have a lot that I think we're working on. And a lot of those conversations, I kept thinking, like, what about stormwater? We're a critical part here too for all communities. So thanks for that. And that's the end of my comments for today. Thank you.
No, thank you so much for the leadership. And let's chat further. I would like to really actually explore. I know stormwater is in the water resiliency portfolio, but to your point, perhaps not as highlighted as we can make it. And I think there are really critical opportunities, and especially when it's dry, when stormwater projects can move forward in a way that they can't when it's actually wet out and should be capturing and putting to beneficial use what is otherwise, again, really critical supplies, especially as we are in the middle of dry time. So would really appreciate, and let's chat further. I think it's an untapped area, and appreciate that our program has been responsive to just at least this, the OSG program, but certainly interested to figure out how our financing programs can really start to work for stormwater and work for municipalities in a way that they currently do for wastewater and drinking water. And so just thank you and for your leadership and time today.
Thank you, Chair. I'll certainly take you up on that. I'll follow up with you soon.
Thank you, Ms. Cohen. Thank you. Next, we have Crystal Gonzalez. And I think that concludes our commentary.
Hello, everyone. Crystal with Clean Water Action. Thank you for the opportunity to provide feedback on the Clean Water SRF IUP. We've had conversations with DFA and look forward to working with the staff to develop accountability tools that will improve our understanding of the overall project process in regards to who's been helped, how long it's taking, and what challenges need to be addressed. So we appreciate the inclusion of our comments and the consideration in the during the slide presentation, and so we look forward to continuing working together and improving this process and developing metrics and better understanding. Thank you.
Thank you. Really appreciate your thoughts and contributions today.
Chair Esquivel.
Yes.
We do have Emily Lamb. She's actually replacing Michael Carlin.
Oh, okay. Oh, Emily, good to see you. And apologies, I should have checked for sure. So good to see you, and more than welcome your comment. You should be asked to unmute here in a moment. Okay.
Great. No problem, Chair Esquivel. Thank you. And thank you to you and the members of the board. I'm Emily Lamb, Acting Assistant General Manager for External Affairs at San Francisco Public Utilities Commission. And as you can see, I was stepping in for Michael Carlin, who had to jump off at 1. Again, thank you for the opportunity. We support the comments on this year's Clean Water SRF IUP that have been submitted by CASA and Water Reuse. And then also wanted to make some specific comments. So the first is that we ask that you consider developing a process to award additional funding to projects already receiving partial SRF funding. While we appreciate that this year's draft IUP provides a discussion of partially funded projects, we respectfully disagree with the conclusion that additional funding for these projects would not result in any additional water quality benefits. When evaluating applicants, EPA considers whether awarding WIFIA financing could enable a borrower to accelerate implementation of other non-WIFIA funded capital projects. So when a project exhausts the partial funding received from SRF or WIFIA, more costly financing like revenue bonds must be utilized to complete the project. In addition, if additional SRF funds were allocated to partially funded projects, the borrower could use the resulting revenue bond capacity to fund other critical capital projects that achieve water quality projects. So State Water Board staff and borrowers make a significant investment to fulfill application and administrative requirements for each SRF funded project, regardless of how much of the total project costs are financed under the SRF agreement. So we view awarding additional funds to partially funded projects as a cost-effective way to achieve water quality benefits. And then I'll make it as quickly as possible, a couple other points. So as mentioned in previous years, we continue to suggest awarding priority points to projects that have received complementary funding like WIFIA. So co-funding reduces the amount of SRF funds needed to complete a single project, and it maximizes cost benefit because many of the administrative compliance and reporting requirements of SRF are the same for other subsidized programs like WIFIA. And then hopefully, we've been advocating for this quite a bit, if stimulus funding becomes available, which we do hope it does, we urge you to consider awarding it to projects that have received partial funding from SRF and WIFIA, because the projects are already meeting federal cross-cutter requirements, have satisfied stringent financial and technical reviews, and have successfully negotiated loan agreements in place. Therefore, they can offer a cost-effective and immediate opportunity for investments in critical infrastructure and jobs. So again, thank you for the work that you and your staff have done to solicit input from stakeholders and the improvements that you have made to California's SRF program in recent years. We're pleased to hear that State Water Board staff are supporting a new program review conducted by the Office of Water Programs at Cal State Sacramento. So this sounds like a great opportunity to enhance California's SRF by examining best practices from around the country. And we're eager to support this effort and look forward to seeing the results of the study. And in general, are open to discussing any of these ideas that we have further, because we do think that we can build a win-win and both improve and expand water quality improvements in terms of your projects and the goals, but then also reduce the amount of administrative and paperwork that is necessary, especially considering how short-staffed folks are. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you as well, Ms. Lamb. Really appreciate you stepping in and providing comment here, and for your also just good engagement around here. I know I've had a number of good conversations with you and folks at SFPUC around the opportunities to innovate the program. And so look forward to this process here where we can really dig into those and figure out how best we continue to ensure that we maximize the benefits, if you will, that come from the state revolving funds. When it comes to funding of partial projects here in this round, or at least in this adoption of this resolution, understand that it's not there. Hearing you're wanting to see that opportunity, and we'll just be interested when I talk to staff to see what the thinking is then as we potentially approach these ARPA or stimulus funds, and what the thinking will then be at that moment. So appreciate it, and thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Okay, I think that wraps up our public comments for the Clean Water SRF. Any questions from fellow board members? Any further discussion?
Just a thank you to staff. I think incredible job. I'm really excited about all the work and thought that's been going on, and you know, the help from stakeholders and helping us you know, do the best we can, and really hope that we get a lot more money coming down that we can do even more with. But just as really impressed with just how Division of Financial Assistance is, you know, constantly looking for ways to improve and you know, do the best that we can with the resources we have.
I'll just echo those. I'll just echo those thanks to the program and just all the work that's been done. And I, you know, hope I'm looking forward to the results of the management review in that effort that's underway later this year. I know that, you know, the timing might not coincide exactly with any potential federal stimulus funding that might come down the pipe. So we might be back here sooner rather than later for some additional discussion on that. But I would welcome either some sort of info item update or staff workshop or some sort of public discussion of the recommendations actually that come out of the management review whenever those findings are ready, so we can make sure. And there's a lot of good ideas that I heard today that warrant additional exploration. So I just want to make sure we're keeping that conversation going and making sure that we can, you know, really have a comprehensive think about the future IUP and things that we can do going forward to address that backlog and to just maximize our leveraging capability. So just would appreciate that.
Just a quick comment, if I could, Chair Escobar, in relation to Board Member McGuire's comment. Yes, that is something that we are planning as part of the scope of work for the management review, is to bring an informational item and summarize those recommendations, those findings from the EFC.
Great, thank you for confirming that. And so, yeah, looking forward, I think I heard around September potentially is when those recommendations will be finalized. So yeah, sometime in the fall, be able to kind of touch base with folks. Thank you, Mr. Stevens. Really appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Any other comments, questions, and otherwise would entertain a motion.
I'll move to adopt item 3 with the change sheet.
I'll second.
Thank you. Ms. Townsend, can you please call the roll call vote?
Certainly. Board Member Firestone.
Aye.
Board Member McGuire.
Aye.
Board Member Dodek.
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo.
Aye.
Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. The vote carries and item number 3 is adopted. Thank you, everyone. Now we can move on to item number 4, which is the intended use plan for the drinking water state revolving fund. Mr. Downey.
Hello again, Chair Esquivel and board members. I'm still Mike Downey. I'll go over the drinking water SRF IUP. I'm going to try to move more quickly this time. I know you have a full plate the rest of this afternoon, and there are a lot of similarities between the drinking water SRF IUP and the clean water SRF IUP. Obviously, they do have differences, different requirements, different challenges, but as far as the things that are similar, I'll try to move quickly so that we can get to comments more quickly. So just like the Clean Water SRF IUP, we use the intended use plan as one of our submittals to receive the capitalization grant. I think it was mentioned during your discussion that yes, maybe we could have waited and adopted the IUP later when we found out more about ARPA funds, but it is kind of restricted to this timeline in order to, with EPA, get the capitalization grant and do those sorts of things. So yes, I'm sure we will be speaking again, whether it's an amendment to the IUPs or a different sort of board resolution when we find out more about the American Rescue Plan dollars and other stimulus funding. Next slide, please. So here's that outline of the slides we're going to go over today. Follows a pretty similar pattern. Next slide. So the estimated sustainable drinking water loan capacity is less than clean water, so $330 million per year. But I'll mention that you'll see eventually our recommendation is to exceed that sustainable capacity. And we have historically committed below capacity. So we feel confident the program has the ability to leverage and commit higher funds, 1 year in order to kind of balance that out. Again, we're not talking about any ARPA funds or other stimulus funding. So $150 million left in principal forgiveness funds. Other complementary funds, Prop 1 and Prop 68, it's about $150 million. And then I'll briefly touch on ASADRA, which is the Additional Supplemental Appropriations for Disaster Relief Act. Very fancy way to say that EPA gave some additional SRF money for communities that experienced a natural disaster, specifically in 2018. So those are kind of restricted funds, but our goal is to commit those as well. Next slide. Also a high demand on the program, much like clean water. And we see a lot of applications for small disadvantaged communities. About 54 applications for those requesting to be ranked and placed on the fundable list, and 21 projects that are rollovers from the current IUP. So overall, over 300 applications asking for $3.4 billion. It does exceed the funding we have available, and so that's why we are ranking. We have limited limits on our grant maximums, and you'll see that in this plan. Next slide. So much like the Clean Water IUP, there's 2 ways to be placed on the fundable list. If you're a small disadvantaged community or expanded small disadvantaged community, or a category A through C project, and that's a public health related project. They can be automatically added to the fundable list when the application is complete and they're deemed eligible to receive financing. Otherwise, if you're taking a loan and you don't qualify as a small DAC, then you're prioritized and ranked based on serious risk to human health, how necessary it is to ensure compliance with Safe Drinking Water Act, and a combination of readiness to proceed. Next slide. So the recommended fundable list this year has a total of 35 projects requesting $1.5 million in loan. There's $33 million in grant funds that were identified either in the governor's budget or proposition specific language that's associated with some of the projects that are on our fundable list. And so that's what the fundable list would look like for this year. Next slide. So real quick, SWRCB, you heard about it for the first time last year. And so there's $42 million given to California in response to wildfires and earthquakes in 2018. It is SRF money, so you have to comply with all SRF requirements, and you have to have been affected by a natural disaster in 2018. So it is a challenge to find projects for this. $42 million. California is also applying for an additional $4 million from monies that was split up after another state didn't want it. And so that's $46 million total. And it's Appendix H of the IUP. Next slide. So we did identify 7 agencies with a list of projects. That total comes to $60 million. So we feel confident moving forward with those projects, hopeful that they can receive the funding and we can get an execute agreement. It's 30% principal forgiveness, 70% 0% loan. And that's the requirement we have to comply with regarding these funds. And so that's the fundable list for the SWRCB projects is who we've identified to take that funding. And we've searched pretty far and wide. We think that's about as good as we're going to get. If any other projects happen to come along, we would bring those to your attention. Next slide. Small community funding, just real quickly, I want to say that these have not changed from last year's IUP. These are all the same. Small DACs can get 100% planning grant money. There's a maximum grant you can receive as a community over a 5-year period, much like we discussed on clean water. And then the grant maximums are not per project, they're per connection. So that's slightly different for the drinking water systems. But again, these haven't changed, but just wanted to mention them here. Next slide. I'm not going to read this slide in detail, but just want to mention in general the consolidation incentive concept, which is when we're trying to help projects do a consolidation, there's an incentive that we're offering for the receiving entity. So typically the larger entity, the project that's being consolidated is typically eligible for grant funds. And so we're offering incentives for larger agencies to step in and consolidate that small system. And whether it's in low interest loans or some free money. So we are working with systems on that. That's not new, but we have increased those incentives again this year, trying to help the consolidation efforts. Next slide. Along those lines, just real quick, full consolidation being, connecting pipes for different systems, managerial consolidation being that the systems may still be separate, but the same agency is operating, owning, maintaining those. And then also making it eligible to administrators that have been appointed by Division of Drinking Water for a small community water system. Next slide. So briefly, some of the significant comments we received for the small disadvantaged community side of things is wanting to increase the per connection grant, more updates, more metrics for small DAC projects. And one thing that I'll add that's different from clean water is that we do have the SAFER program that isn't included in the IUP, but does work with a lot of those same communities, co-funding, finding flexible ways to provide the best financing for these projects. And so the fund expenditure plan, which DFA is working on, will have more of a response for kind of the Office of Sustainable Water Solutions, talking about human right to water and strategies around that. And so I would ask stakeholders to, not wait for that, but look to that document as a way to address some of these. And the IUP has not quite waded into that realm. And again, as far as increasing grant maximums, this is based on what we feel is the limited grant availability that we know about. So again, I think that has a good chance of kind of changing a bit as we get more clarity and direction on how we could use the ARPA funds. Next slide. So a few of the notable changes on the change sheet. One was clarifying how to determine the DAC status for consolidation projects. Essentially, we deleted a couple sentences that added confusion. And so for a consolidation project, the community that we're looking at is the one that's being consolidated. And so that is what it was before. That's what it's meant to be. And so we just wanted to make that more clear. Secondly, clarifying our prioritization for consolidation projects. So making it more clear that we're prioritizing those alongside the category A through C projects, those public health projects. And that's for the purpose of determining, grant maximums and kind of in the weeds calculations regarding grant. And then we also wanted to make it more explicit that the deputy director has the authority to exempt projects from complying with federal cross-cutting requirements if they're not receiving federal funding. As I mentioned, we have a lot of complementary funding sources that use the SRF program as kind of its administrative vehicle. And so where it makes sense, we can not apply the federal requirements for if you're not receiving federal funding. So we try to be hesitant to do that because once you've gone down the path of not applying the federal cross-cutters, it's often a deal breaker. You can't go back and try to retroactively apply them. So we try to make that real clear. And again, something else that may have an impact from stimulus funding, because if you receive $1 of SRF financing, you have to obviously follow all the SRF requirements. Next slide. So this is an exact copy of what you saw in the clean water presentation, and that's the process improvements. So that third-party management review that Environmental Finance Center is doing, again, it is kind of specifically focused on clean water SRF, but as you know, I believe the findings will be applicable to also drinking water SRF and just a lot of our processes in how we process, pre-agreement, post-agreement, documentation, disbursements. So I think there'll be a wide range of applicability. And then on the internal side, we do have the work groups focused on streamlining the application, pre-agreement, post-agreement processes. And again, a little more focused on the small disadvantaged community type applicants and how we can be flexible based on the different types of funding sources we're using. That can be a challenge because we often don't know what funding source we're using until it gets late in the review process on what they're eligible for. But that does continue to be, I think, one of the strengths of how we're doing things in DFA, where we have one application. Applicants they're not selecting their funding source. They're submitting their project, and then we're identifying what they might be eligible for and the best way to finance those projects quickly. Next slide. So we did joint public workshops between drinking water and clean water IUPs. And much like the clean water one, we're hoping to execute agreements for all projects on the fundable list by the end of the fiscal year. That's June 30, 2022. I believe the next slide is the questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, a lot of, not unlike the Clean Water SRF, a lot of really incredible work going on, and just appreciate the increases, particularly in the incentives for consolidation. I know that those have been part of the program for a few years now. Not too many folks really taking us up on the offer of free money and or otherwise, an ability to help soften what are oftentimes costs that are associated with consolidating a failing or at-risk system. So just appreciate that attention to consolidation in the plan. Board members, looking to see if anyone here has any questions for Mr. Downey or comments. And then otherwise, I think first up, we have Eric Johnson to comment, and then followed by Eric Oriana.
All right.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the time, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the board. My name is Eric Johnson. I'm the district engineer at the Tuolumne Utilities District. TUD, as we call it, is a small, medium-sized water utility. We serve the Sonora, city of Sonora and the greater Tuolumne County region. We really support the board's emphasis on consolidation. Our agency is really a poster child for consolidation. Over the last 30 years, we have consolidated over 18 water systems in our community. And actually, the Tuolumne Utilities District was formed by the merger of two water systems. And so we really know the importance of small water system consolidation, and many of our small agencies in Tuolumne County, of which there's more than 70, are serving disadvantaged communities with poor economy of scale and very low service density. So the state revolving fund and the IUP is extremely important for us. We've relied on it for many years. As I mentioned, there's 70 water systems in Tuolumne County approximately, which is a tremendous burden on your staff on the regulatory side. And we have a population of less than 60,000 in our county. And so there's a few comments that I have related to the IUP. And in general, we're very, very supportive of you and your staff. I just want to point out a few things that we included in a letter that we submitted. First off, I'd like to emphasize the consolidation incentive in our case frequently involves small systems consolidating with small systems. And that doesn't create a larger, like greater than 10,000 population. So that incentive is really, really important for the receiving entity as well. In addition, we'd like to confirm that although, we may operate and maintain 11 water systems, we want to make sure that we're still viewed as 11 separate small water systems. And it seems that the managerial consolidation really addresses that, which is really important to us. But we want to make sure we're still eligible to get access to those funds. In addition, because we have 11 distinct water systems and the managerial consolidation seems to speak to being able to build more technical, managerial, and fiscal capacity, I think that's exactly what our agency is here to do, is to absorb some of the smaller ones and build upon that. When we consolidate a small water system and we extend a pipeline, what we're essentially doing is stitching together a distribution system that then makes it easier to consolidate other surrounding water systems. So in closing, I just want to emphasize how important this program is to our agency and to many others. I did notice in the fundable list, many of your projects are for larger entities, and that isn't at fault of your staff. It probably just is the TMF capacity for small systems to really get access. And I know you're doing the best you can, but we really want to work closely with your staff on some very key projects. So with that, I appreciate your time and I'm happy to answer any questions if any arise, but thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Really appreciate your time and engagement. Again, this work doesn't happen, but for the local leadership to really stitch things together, and hearing that you ultimately have a history beginning as a consolidation of two systems and have the right view when it comes to potential physical consolidations, but always, what are the savings on the managerial side? How do we continue to create economies of scale, particularly in our rural communities where physical consolidation is often not an option? The distances being too great. But just thank you for your steady leadership and all that, and continued engagement in all of this work. And so just thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Next, we have Eric Oriana, and I think that's our final commenter for this item.
Thank you, Chairman and board members. Eric Oriana, Policy Advocate with Community Water Center. We appreciate the additional opportunity to comment again, but this time to the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund Intended Use Plan. In collaboration with Clean Water Action and Leadership Council, we had shared recommendations that included but are not limited to the development of a clear and consistent methodology for assessing financial eligibility for work conducted on private property, the reassessment of the current intended use plan per connection funding target, and also the importance of laying out a public process for addressing the needs of at-risk systems, among just a few items. We appreciate that our comments were noted, but are disappointed that our recommendations were not reflected in the final version of the intended use plan. We would greatly appreciate the opportunity to continue working with staff to address some of the items that we have highlighted in our letter. And just thank you all for the opportunity again to comment, and really appreciate all the work that the board members and staff are making on these really important items. So thanks again.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Fellow board colleagues, any questions or thoughts here? What we'll do after we wrap up this item is have a break before we get to item number 5. But until then, any discussion here on this item?
No discussion, just thank you to all the staff and the hard work that they put in on this. And with that, I'll move for adoption of the item with the change sheet.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Thank you, board members. Well, Ms. Townsend, can you please call a roll call vote?
Sure. Board Member Dodek.
Aye.
Board Member Firestone.
Aye.
Board Member McGuire.
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo.
Aye.
Chair Escobar.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. And the item carries and is adopted. And so thank you everybody for the good comments and engagement, and Mr. Downey for quickly going through, I know, what is a lot of content and a lot of good work, and know that there is still a lot of discussion here for this board meeting still yet. So that brings us then now to item number 5, and I'm going to look to my fellow board colleagues. I'm going to recommend maybe we just take a 15-minute or so break before getting to item number 5. I don't think we need the full half hour, but okay, saying nods. So let's just go ahead and take a 20-minute break. Let's go ahead and just bring ourselves back here at 2:10, and we can start in on the item. And anything further from folks? I don't think so. Then good. We'll see here in about 20 minutes at 2:10. Thanks, everyone. Welcome back, everyone. It's 2:10. We can begin to gather. And we are now starting on item number 5. I'm sorry, I want to make sure my earbud is actually working. Can one of my board members just say something?
Testing.
Okay, thank you.
Yours? All right.
Yes, I can. Okay. Before I started, just so thank you, everyone. We're back here to item number 5, and we are at consideration of a proposed resolution to adopt emergency regulations to address water shortages in the Russian River watershed. I again want to just really appreciate everyone's patience as we've gone through, I know what is a long day already so far, and some rearranging to accommodate state agency schedules. And so just thank you. And we now turn to what I know is a very significant discussion, obviously for this board, but also for the state and for the Russian River watershed community. And so I just appreciate what I know is an incredible amount of discussion that has been going on in the watershed to date. And I know that we'll continue to, no matter how this board votes on this item here before us. And just to appreciate, again, the good work that has gone on and led by, amongst many, but of particular notice here, our Deputy Director here at the Division of Water Rights, Mr. Eric Ekdahl. And so we'll kick it over to him to begin this item. Apologies, you're on mute, Mr. Ekdahl. Maybe you need to be unmuted. Yes, I'm sorry. You should have been made a co-host. Sorry.
There we go. Okay. Yep. I was trying to unmute and didn't have the proper authorization. Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. Thank you for having us today. As noted, we are here to review a resolution to adopt an emergency regulation to address water shortages in the Russian River watershed. I'm only going to briefly speak and then turn it over to Sam Bolen-Bryan, Philip Dutton, and Andrew Dieringer, who did the lion's share and the bulk of the immense amount of work that has gone in, including stakeholder outreach, development of the draft regulations, and consideration and review of the numerous comments that we've received already and that we'll hear more of today. I did want to briefly give an overview of the kind of flow of the presentation. First, Sam and company will provide a pretty in-depth staff presentation to discuss conditions within the watershed and the draft regulations themselves. Following staff presentation, I believe the Office of Chief Counsel has offered some, in collaboration with staff and others, has proposed a couple of changes to both the draft resolution as well as the draft text, and we'd like to read those into the record at that time. Following that, we will turn to a couple of panels that we have. The first, including Sonoma County Water Agency and representatives from the National Marine Fisheries Service, or NMFS, to discuss conditions and flow and the potential water saving benefits of the draft regulations. Following that, we'll have a second panel comprised of stakeholders within the watershed, including Supervisor McGorty from Mendocino County, Phil Williams from the City of Ukiah, Sean White from the City of Ukiah, and Devin Jones from the Mendocino County Farm Bureau. And apologies if I've left anyone out of the list. We'll, I think, then have plenty of opportunity for board comments and feedback. And as always, if there are questions along the way, please jump in. But with that, I will turn it over to Sam to begin the presentation.
Hi, everyone. This is Sam Bolen-Bryan. Can you hear me okay?
Can, thank you.
Thanks. So my name is Sam Bolen-Bryan. I'm a supervising engineer within the Division of Water Rights. With me today is Phil Dutton and Andrew Dieringer. If we could go to the next slide, I'll have an overview of what we're going to cover today. I'm going to give kind of a quick introduction to the watershed to get our bearings, an overview of the process and where we are today, and then kind of get into the specifics of the emergency in the Russian River watershed and the proposed regulation. And at the end, I'll give kind of a summary of comments received so far. Next slide, please. So just to get our bearings, this is what the Russian River watershed looks like. It kind of originates north of Ukiah and flows down for around 110 miles in total. There's around 1,600 diverters in the purple area, which is known as the Upper Russian River watershed, and another 800 diverters in the Lower Russian River watershed, which is shown in light blue. The watershed receives precipitation in the form of rainfall, so there's no snowmelt here, and also water from the adjacent watershed.
I'm sorry, maybe it's just me, but I'm having trouble hearing you.
I will lean forward.
Thank
can hear me
you.
okay?
That is better.
Thank you. So the watershed receives precipitation in the form of rainfall and from the Eel River watershed from releases from the Potter Valley project. Next slide, please. And so there's two major reservoirs in the watershed. In the upper river, there is Lake Mendocino, and that maintains flows along the Upper Russian River main stem. And then in the Lower Russian River, there is Lake Sonoma, which releases water into Dry Creek, which then flows into the Lower Russian River. The kind of dividing mark between the Upper and Lower Russian Rivers is at this confluence of Dry Creek. The river is, and the watershed is an important source of water for over 600, drinking water for over 600,000 people, a lot of communities in both the upper and the lower. And next slide, please. It's also an important source of water for agricultural beneficial uses, predominantly vineyards, but also other crops as well. And next slide, please. The watershed is also home to threatened and endangered fisheries and 3 listed salmonid species. These salmonids, the flows for these fisheries have been addressed by State Water Board Decision 1610, which was issued in 1986, and required releases from Lake Mendocino and Lake Sonoma to maintain flows in the river. Those flows were reevaluated in a 2008 biological opinion from National Marine Fisheries Service. And essentially they made some modifications to some of the flows, but left in place the flows that are kind of operative this year. Next slide, please. So an overview of where we are in the process today. What we're presenting is a draft resolution and a regulation for adoption. That is not the last step in the process, and it was not the first step in the process. So we released the regulation and the resolution on June 5th with the agenda. If the board votes to adopt the resolution and the regulation, we would then start a process with the Office of Administrative Law, where prior to submitting to the Office of Administrative Law, we would give 5 days notice. And then once the package is submitted to OAL, that office would have a 5-day public comment period. And then their total review time for the emergency regulation would be 10 days. And so if adopted today, the regulation essentially would be implemented starting in early July. Next slide, please. Touching on a few other activities prior to June 5th, we started outreach in the watershed in July of last year. 2020 was also a really dry year for the Russian River watershed. And so we started kind of messaging about the importance and need for some type of solution if dry conditions should persist, and encourage local solutions and kind of voluntary processes, or kind of signaling that curtailments may be necessary. We started more intensive outreach in April of 2021, following kind of an update on the status of the reservoirs at Lake Mendocino and Lake Sonoma. And these kind of kicked off a series of weekly and multiple meetings a week that have kind of continued from April until now. We, in late May, also issued notices of unavailability to post-1914 water right holders in the Upper Russian River watershed, and kind of a warning letters to pre-1914 and riparian statement filers in the Upper Russian Rivers as well, kind of indicating that conditions were dry and that the board staff were considering preparation of emergency regulations. One last kind of piece of outreach before today is last Thursday, we also held a workshop to answer questions and provide information on the proposed regulation, and to also answer questions about the notices that were issued and how to kind of respond to those notices. Next slide, please. So getting into the emergency, as kind of many of the updates that you've had from other staff, we're in an exceptional drought, particularly so in the Russian River watershed. The Mendocino County Board of Supervisors has issued a drought declaration in April. Governor Newsom declared a drought state of emergency in Mendocino and Sonoma counties in April as well. And then shortly thereafter, Sonoma County Board of Supervisors declared an emergency in the Russian River watershed and recognized that there's a real threat this year of Lake Mendocino going dry. Next slide, please. And so here's kind of another piece of information on just where we are currently with the storage in those lakes. And so this is a snapshot as of June 14th, so yesterday. The black line shows current storage. The purple line just above it shows where storage was in the 2014 drought. And kind of what this shows is we are well below the storage levels from the prior drought. And these are actually the lowest storage levels this lake has ever experienced at this time of year. Next slide, please. And the same can be said for Lake Sonoma. This is an unprecedented storage level for this time of year. And we're well below where storage levels were in 2014. The other thing to note here is that Lake Sonoma is a much larger lake than Lake Mendocino. And so while we are at unprecedented storage levels, there is still some sufficient carryover storage for next year. Next slide, please. So getting into the proposed regulation, it contains curtailment methodologies for both the upper and the lower Russian River watershed. It reflects kind of the difference in circumstances for these two watersheds. It relies on Water Code section 1058.5, which provides the State Water Board authority to adopt emergency regulations, and also the State Water Board's authorities under the California Constitution, Article 10, Section 2, which touches on the topic of waste and unreasonable use, which we'll talk more about later. And I wanted to note, before kind of getting into the specifics, to note how specific the proposed regulation is to the Russian River watershed. It's kind of highly tailored to the circumstances there. And I just kind of wanted to touch briefly on some of the comments we received, that concerns about how this will play out in other watersheds. And I wanted to really emphasize that what we've done here and focus here is specific to the Russian River and the needs and emergency situation there. Next slide, please. So the proposed emergency regulation for the lower Russian River watershed has a process where the Division of Water Rights may issue curtailment orders when flows are insufficient to satisfy all water right priorities. And so what this entails is comparing available supplies against our estimates of existing demands for water rights within the lower Russian River watershed. Section 877.2 subdivision C describes the information the deputy director shall consider when evaluating whether to issue these curtailment orders and at what priority. And then subdivisions D, E, and F kind of spell out some of the process for how we will implement the curtailment process. The pieces there are that we will use an email distribution list following initial letters. So the curtailment orders will be issued via letter, and then will be updated using an email distribution list and our website. And this is so we can kind of be responsive to changing conditions in the kind of hopeful event that it starts raining soon. The other piece there kind of specifies how we will update and reevaluate supplies. And so we will update the modeling with an increased frequency, or we're planning at least to update with an increased frequency once it starts raining again. There may be this case where it rains a little and we can lift the curtailments in stages, although hopefully we can lift all at once. I have a few graphs to show what kind of conditions look like relative to this process. If we could go to the next slide. I wanted to first show kind of some data from United States Geological Survey stream gauging sites in the lower Russian River watershed to show what tributaries to the Russian River are looking like right now. So the graph on the left shows flows in Marquess Creek and Austin Creek. And this is kind of representative of the watershed is what's happening in terms of natural flows. That we still did have natural flows in the system in March, but those have been quickly tapering off. And where we are right now in June is that the flows in each of the gauges is around 1 to 2 CFS, so almost nothing. Flows in the main stem of the lower Russian River are higher, and this is due to the releases from Lake Sonoma. So if we could go to the next slide. I show a few lines here, and the figure on the right shows where those flows are measured, kind of corresponding by color. And so the red line shows releases from Lake Sonoma that, as you can see, have been increasing. The yellow line shows flows in Dry Creek, so downstream of Lake Sonoma. And then the green line there shows flows on the main stem of the Russian River at a USGS gauge called Hacienda Bridge. It should be noted that not all of the flows there are lost. Some of the releases from Lake Sonoma are being rediverted by Sonoma County Water Agency for delivery to its customers, which includes 8 contractors and covers a population of around 600,000. Next slide, please. Getting into the upper Russian River watershed, a different approach is taken to this process of saying when curtailment orders need to be issued. And this is where, as I said earlier, it is kind of tailored to the specific circumstances of the upper Russian River watershed. So for the upper Russian River, it is focused around storage at Lake Mendocino. And storage at Lake Mendocino is really in dire straits, and I'll show that in another figure or two. But essentially, Lake Mendocino is making releases to maintain a minimum flow along the Russian River, upper Russian River, which is around 60 miles of river. It has obligations under its water rights to maintain those flows. What is released from the lake is not what's necessarily making it downstream. And so what is released is much higher than what makes it downstream. And so this is kind of considered storage, reach losses, sorry. And so the reach losses between Lake Mendocino and what are known as this downstream compliance point of at Healdsburg, which is the bottom end of the upper Russian River. These reach losses are really resulting in Lake Mendocino draining faster than it otherwise would. And so how the regulation kind of focuses on this and tries to reduce the risk of Lake Mendocino emptying this year or possibly early next year is to focus on a process where we set storage targets. And so if these storage targets are maintained, then curtailment orders will not be issued. However, if we're not meeting those storage targets, curtailment orders will be issued when supplemental storage releases from Lake Mendocino exceed essentially inflows to the lake and then are being released to meet in-basin uses. And so getting into what those terms mean, supplemental storage release is when more water is coming out of the lake than is coming into the lake. So it's a release of stored water. In the water rights priority system, others don't have a claim to water that was previously stored. And so during this time of year and throughout the summer, supplemental storage releases will be the predominant flow in the Russian River, in the upper Russian River. And I'll kind of show that in a slide. The in-basin uses are defined as those kind of necessary minimum health and safety diversions. The minimum in-stream flow and any reach losses associated with meeting those two needs. Due to the dire circumstances of the dry conditions and the storage levels at the lake, the regulation deems diversions other than non-consumptive uses, which won't change the flows, and these minimum health and safety needs as a waste and unreasonable use during these limited circumstances. So next slide, please. Here is a graph of kind of what we can consider natural flows in the watershed and three of the main tributaries. And kind of what we're seeing here is all along the watershed, those flows are almost zero and dropping quickly over the last, really since March. And the names of these tributaries are Yakima Creek, Big Sulphur Creek, and flows in the West Fork of the Russian River. Lake Mendocino is located on the East Fork of the Russian River. Next slide, please. So this graph gets to this point of what is a supplemental storage release. The yellow line here is a USGS gauge located upstream of the lake by about a mile. It's called the USGS gauge, the Russian River, East Fork of the Russian River at Calpella. And what it is showing is flows that are kind of diminishing over the past few months and currently are ranging between 15 and 20 CFS. So those are kind of the closest USGS gauge we have for inflows to the lake. What is shown in the blue line are releases from the lake. And so as of early May, supplemental storage releases have been occurring because flows coming out of the lake far exceed flows coming into the lake. And I did want to note here that the supplemental storage releases, this yellow line is not really natural flow. As I mentioned earlier, there is a release of water into the East Fork from the adjacent Eel River watershed. And so what is flowing down the East Fork of the Russian River is water associated with those releases. So it is not native to the system, and it is essentially leftover water from deliveries to the Potter Valley Irrigation District. Those deliveries were recently kind of limited by the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission due to the dire situation in the Eel River watershed around storage at Lake Pillsbury, which is where this water starts. And so these flows are essentially carriage water and return flows associated with Potter Valley Irrigation District's deliveries, and are variable and diminishing. And so there may be some amount of of abandoned flow from the Eel River that kind of continues as inflow to Lake Mendocino. Next slide, please. And as we kind of travel our journey, on our journey down the watershed, I just wanted to note, again, shown in blue is the storage releases from, flow releases from Lake Mendocino. And at the downstream end is a USGS gauge at Healdsburg showing kind of what flow makes it to the bottom of this part of the watershed. And as you can see, there's a big difference between these two numbers. And this is due to what I mentioned earlier around breach losses. And so while around 70 CFS is kind of being released from Lake Mendocino into the upper end of the Russian River, only around kind of 25 to 35 CFS is making it to the bottom of the river. And so that's a significant amount of reach losses. And that gap between those two lines is what's resulting in Lake Mendocino being drawn down more rapidly. And kind of based on historical data, we anticipate the difference between those two lines to increase. So we could go to the next slide.
Sam, not to interrupt you, I apologize, but when it comes to that gap, ultimately, how much of that are just losses to the system? You know, it's going to ground, it's evaporating out, versus diversions. Do we know what the split is in there?
It's hard to say kind of exactly what the split is between those two numbers.
Yeah, we really don't have that sort of data, right? I mean, that's not how granular sort of a system, I guess, we have. We just know that point, and then between there and there is that much loss, some of it natural, some of it diversion, obviously. So.
And so there is a model under development in partnership between Sonoma County Water Agency and the State Water Board and the USGS and others to kind of model the entire watershed. And we can get to kind of some of those questions with more specificity once the model is complete. Getting to that gap though, this graph shows where we are today in terms of this term reach losses. And so this is the difference in flows between Lake Mendocino releases and Healdsburg, shown in this purple line here. And then kind of what reach losses have looked like from 2013, 2014, and 2015, and also last year. And so we're kind of right at the cusp of what has happened in the past drought is significant increases in reach losses that correspond to the drier period within the watershed where it gets hotter. So there's more evaporative runoff and also more diversions for irrigation. And so while kind of reach losses right now are in the range of like 40 to 50 CFS, it's possible that over the coming weeks these reach losses will increase to 60 or 80 CFS. And so that increase in reach losses means that additional water needs to be released from storage in Lake Mendocino, essentially resulting in the lake draining faster. Next slide, please. And so as that lake drains faster, this is kind of a possibility of what could happen in later this year and in 2022. This graph was developed by Sonoma County Water Agency at the request of State Water Board staff to ask what will happen next year if hydrologic conditions of the past repeat themselves. So it shows each of the 108 years that they have available within their modeling, what would happen if those 108 water years were to occur starting October 1st. And so if a prior wet year happens, the lake levels will recover. However, for example, if 1976 and 1977 repeats itself, which is shown in the red line there, the lake will be empty. And so this modeling shows that in 10 out of the past 108 years that the lake would run dry if we follow kind of the current trajectory, and that no kind of actions are taken to reduce these reach losses, which are caused by diversions in part. And so the purple line there from kind of where we are in May to October is based on the drawdown in 2015. And so we're kind of tracking along that curve. And what's being, we'll get into this in the storage targets, but the goal is to kind of lift that curve a bit. So the purple line, instead of drawing down to less than 10,000 acre feet in storage, if we can kind of slow that decay so that it hits a storage target of 20,000 acre feet in storage, we greatly reduce the risk of the lake running dry should dry conditions persist. And so it cuts essentially the number of occurrences of the lake going dry by half. So there's still a risk. So if 1976 repeats itself, we may still run dry. However, the goal here is to reduce the risk of the lake emptying, which would have kind of catastrophic effects for those that rely on the Upper Russian River for minimum health and safety needs, and also fisheries. Really everyone in the watershed. Next slide.
Yeah, at the risk of maybe just saying, everyone was very aware during COVID-19 that we were trying to flatten the curve. Here, very much, we're trying to lift that curve up. We don't want to see the flattening out. We want everyone to be conserving and contributing to the rise in supply and the buffer that we need should there be another dry year, and have to plan for that now because it won't be any wetter certainly in the summer months ahead and potentially in the winter ahead than it is now. And so, yeah, just felt it maybe just making that parallel between what I think we're all very familiar with on, and just a comment on exceedances. I think everyone here who has been tracking the board's discussions on what has happened this water year on the state water project and the Central Valley project was we're beyond our exceedances in the dryness, at least, of this particular year. And it's why it's really prudent to look at these and really be evaluating our risk coming into these dry months and a dry year potentially. So anyway, thank you.
Yeah, I held back from saying bend the curve, but that is sort of what will hopefully be the outcome of the regulation, and so that we can have a prudent or at least minimal carryover storage for if dry conditions persist.
Sam, if I could just kind of, while I have a chance here, thinking about the reach losses and thinking about early actions. And I know you've been engaged with the water user community for some months now, and they were discussing, voluntary actions. And, ultimately you concluded that you had to issue notices of water unavailability, I think, 3 weeks ago now. So I was just, wondering, are you at a point where you've collected enough information? Have you actually seen a response from those notices that went out? I mean, are we seeing some sort of net positive reduction? I mean, we're going to still see reach losses, I think, but just in terms of, bending the curve, what have we seen so far?
If we could go to the preceding slide. I would like to be, I am always optimistic that the tapering off there of the reach losses could be related to the notices. However, it was much cooler last week. And so that also is probably leading to a reduction in these reach losses. And so I think it may be kind of too early to say. We're kind of monitoring the responses to our notices of unavailability. I think we're up to around 100 responses out of kind of the 800 we sent. And so it's not clear if kind of people are ceasing their diversions yet due to those notices. This metric though, if this purple line can kind of just remain straight and go all the way to continue to the right without dropping down, I think it is possible that curtailment orders could be avoided in the upper Russian River. And if we could go 2 slides forward.
I have a question though on what we were just talking about here. Some have said for some time, just looking at purely a water unavailability analysis, and I recognize you've been talking about this already, Sam, and that'll be, I think the focus of some of the discussion on, that remaining amount about whether or not there's truly any water left in the system. But sometime back, I don't know at what point, curtailment orders or curtailment notices could have been issued sooner, correct? Based on order of priority.
They could have been issued a little sooner. So what it was issued on May 25th, and it said that as of the date of that letter, so sort of within May, water was unavailable to satisfy rights junior to 1949. And then by June 1st, water would be unavailable for all post-1914 water right holders. And so I think they could have been issued a little bit earlier, but it does tie to this kind of rapid drop-off in flows that we've seen, and I showed in some of those, kind of represented by some of those tributaries, that there was still flow in the system in March and a little bit in April, and then really got low in May.
Right, and I'm not bringing that up as much as to criticize as to forward thinking on earlier action.
Yeah. I think back to Board Member Sean's point on these storage level targets. The part of the storage levels targets achieve is trying to maintain this 20,000 acre feet of storage while maintaining some space for local, cooperative, and voluntary processes to play out. So we've not yet exceeded these storage targets, so it's not like curtailment orders or these provisions will be implemented automatically on July 1st. There is still a chance for conservation efforts to hold back to kind of enable preservation of storage or other efforts. And so part of the idea is this creates an opportunity that is more outcome based. So the State Water Board doesn't have to get involved in kind of reviewing the details of a voluntary approach, but it will know the voluntary approach is working because we will have this outcome of storage targets that will be evaluated on a biweekly basis. The other part for the Upper Russian River is this a description of how to end the curtailment process. So we may get into a circumstance in hopefully in October or earlier that it starts raining, but it doesn't quite rain enough to lift the curtailment orders all the way. And so the information here in 877.5 sort of matches what will be done in the lower, that once supplemental storage releases are being made, and that there's natural flow in the system, we'll be able to lift the curtailments based on available supplies relative to demands. It's worth noting that Sonoma County Water Agency and the Russian River Flood Control District, so the permits and the license at Lake Mendocino, will also be curtailed. And so we'll be evaluating available supplies against demands and kind of lifting in stages until water is available for everyone. Next slide, please. These sections get into a few different other pieces around the implementation of the regulation. Section 878 touches on non-consumptive uses. And so these are uses that don't reduce the flows in the system. And I'll get into that in more detail in the next slide. 878.1 touches on what is the process for those that need minimum diversions to meet this minimum human health and safety needs. And then 879 touches on the reporting requirements for those that receive a curtailment order and those seeking a minimum human health and safety need. And getting into a little more detail on the next slide, please. 878 kind of describes what some of these non-consumptive uses are. And so this includes hydropower and those that kind of do an in-stream dedication where they kind of sometimes move water in a tributary to benefit fisheries, but it's still being released and ultimately flows towards the main stem of the Russian River. The third piece here is what I'm kind of referring to as an offset program where if someone has an alternate source of water that they could release into the Russian River, they could continue their diversions and offset those diversions with this alternative source. It would still be subject to approval by the deputy director and the executive officer of the regional board and CDFW. But this also creates a bit of space for flexibility in the watershed because what could happen is it doesn't necessarily have to be the same person. It could be neighbors where one neighbor has a well which could pump some cold water that would be beneficial for the fisheries into the surface water system, and then their neighbor would be able to continue diverting, subject, assuming they had an agreement between each other. And so we'll see if people implement this. I hope they do. It does create more degrees of flexibility in the system while still kind of preserving the intent of the regulation, which is to not reduce flows in the river. Next slide. So the minimum health and safety human health and safety needs, they're defined in 877.1G, includes water for human consumption, cooking, and sanitation, and has other provisions for fire protection and air quality. 878.1 describes how people will kind of request this exception. And so if they're staying under a use of 55 gallons per day, they kind of certify, subject to certain kind of conditions, that they're under the 55, and they can continue diversions. If there's a minimum health and safety need where they need to go above 55 gallons per person per day. They need to submit a petition to the deputy director, and the petition is subject to approval. Next slide. And then reporting. So when a diverter receives a curtailment order, they need to respond within 7 days. And then for those that are seeking to continue diversions under non-consumptive or for minimum health and safety needs, they need to they may need to submit additional information related to those diversions. There is a bit of flexibility in those reporting requirements because we didn't want to take a one-size-fits-all approach. There may be public water supply systems as well as individual homeowners seeking these exceptions, and the same level of reporting may not be appropriate for both. Next slide, please. Getting into the comments received, if we can go to the next slide. Some input from the public workshop last Thursday. We had questions around kind of the effect of the regulation on different types of water rights and diversions and uses. There were a number of questions around the notices of unavailability that were issued, and so what kind of data we used and how we kind of did our evaluations of available supplies. There were questions around the differences between the lower and the upper Russian River, and kind of why the regulation just has kind of a different methodology there. And the response was due to the really differing conditions of Lake Mendocino and the risk it runs this year of emptying. And then there were finally questions around enforcement. Next slide, please. We did receive written comments by last Thursday as well. Received roughly 142 comment letters. I make this distinction because there were between within the watershed and outside of the watershed. Within the watershed, there were around 125 statements from individuals kind of stating support for adoption of the regulation and urging the State Water Board to take strong action. There are 9 letters expressing concerns or opposing adoption. Some of those 9 were a mix of organizations as well as individuals. We also received letters from outside the watershed. I'm saying outside, they do have, they do represent kind of sectors within the watershed. So I just wanted to note that they're more kind of statewide organizations that speak both to the needs within the Russian River watershed, but also to other watersheds. And there were kind of some concerns raised around, what does this mean for other watersheds in the state, as well as kind of concerns more generally about how the State Water Board exercises its authorities. Next slide. And so some of the common issues raised in opposition is that the State Water Board should use kind of the minimum legal authority available and not rely on kind of the waste and unreasonable use process provided by the Constitution, and that we needed kind of more basis for why waste and unreasonable use was being applied here. There were notes about how the deputy director has discretion on some of the pieces, specifically around what data to use when evaluating supplies and demands, and also the reporting requirements. And then again, the difference between the upper and the lower watersheds. There were some comments pointing to a lack of specificity about the unavailability methods. Hopefully some of the information in the slides that ran over clarified some of those items. And then finally, there were notes around due process, that each curtailment order needs a hearing, or that we should be relying on hard copy correspondence for kind of not just issuing these curtailment orders, but any updates or rescinding the curtailment orders should also be done via hard copy. Next slide, please. And so just a reminder of where we are in the process and kind of what's to come in terms if the board decides to act today in our submittal to the Office of Administrative Law. And next slide, please. And that kind of concludes the staff presentation. And I want to turn it over to Michael. We've been kind of thinking about the feedback we received, both from the board members and the written comments, and also just people reaching out directly to me through the relationships developed over the last couple of months to give feedback on what we've proposed. And we have a revised resolution and revised regulation text in an effort to be responsive to all of the input we've received. And so I'm going to turn over Michael now to read into the record the changes we've proposed.
Thank you very much, Sam. And as I proceed, I want to make sure, first of all, that everybody can hear me because I have a slightly different configuration than I'm used to having. Excellent.
Confirmed. Thank you.
So first up, we're going to go through the resolution, and all of the changes that I'm going to describe here, were the culmination of a lot of work by staff, building off comments submitted by members of the public, but also initial feedback from board members who had an opportunity to listen in to the workshop last week, as well as review the comments and share their concerns with staff. So we're seeing a little bit of extra process here compared to what a lot of folks are accustomed to in the emergency regulation context, and we're able to be a little bit more iterative, whereas most agencies operating under an emergency regulation mode would just spit these out and then send it to the Office of Administrative Law, where it would have its first public comment opportunity. I am going to, as Sam indicated, read into the record the proposed changes. We are encompassing this as part of a staff proposed change sheet. If there is anyone who would like to obtain an electronic copy, it will ultimately make its way onto the board website before this goes to the Office of Administrative Law, assuming that the board acts today and incorporates the change sheet as part of its action. But if somebody would like a copy in the interim, they can send an email to janine.townsend@waterboards.ca.gov. The same individual, you received the link to participate in the Zoom meeting, and Ms. Townsend can forward along a PDF of the document. So as I indicated, the first few changes are going to be to the resolution that would be used to adopt the regulations. And specifically, the changes, just to preview them, are for the most part a little bit of structural reordering, as well as some updated technical information. They're going to look like more than they actually are in the way of changes, but partially that's just a reflection of how the track changes show up. Paragraphs that are moved forward show as both a deletion and an addition, but the actual text is not changing that much. So the first change is on page 1, and it's just a minor technical change for clarity. And whereas 3, the beginning of the second sentence, to strike the word there and open with the clause, within the Russian River watershed, there are 25 community water systems. The next change is in whereas 4 on page 2, which is again another change for clarity. It's in the last sentence of whereas 4, where it's simply recognizing that the Russian River is broken into the upper and lower based on where the confluence is. And there was a little bit of a redundant reference before. So what we have it reading to conclude the last 3 lines of whereas 4 is that during critical water supply conditions in the Russian River, and then we insert between its confluence with, and then resume the East Fork Russian River, and then we strike the upper Russian River's confluence and replace it with its confluence with Dry Creek. And that's just recognizing that they are in fact the same river. On page 3, again, a minor technical change at the beginning of whereas 7 to simply indicate there are multiple temporary urgency change petitions. And so we are changing from the singular to the plural, both in the full title as well as in the short form TUCPs. Beginning with whereas number 9, this is primarily a reordering. We are moving up prior whereas number 13, and it's also been updated to reflect the current hydrological conditions. So as I read it into the record, you will see subtle changes that more accurately reflect the state of the hydrology in the upper Russian River. And the footnote that you will encounter, which I will not read in its entirety into the record, is an update to the most recent hydrologic status report. So whereas 9 indicates that under present conditions, Lake Mendocino's storage releases comprise virtually all water flowing in the main stem of the upper Russian River, and there is no natural or abandoned flow in the upper Russian River, except for extremely limited inflow from the Potter Valley project and tributaries of the Upper Russian River. And then the footnote to the most recent hydrologic status report. And then continue on. Meanwhile, Sonoma Water has had to increase its releases from Lake Mendocino to offset reductions in Russian River stream flows due to diversions by other water users whose rights are to natural or abandoned flow, period. These releases are emptying Lake Mendocino more rapidly at a time when its storage levels already are dangerously low, period. What little or natural or abandoned flow exists is needed to meet minimum health and safety needs, period. So again, most of that is from the prior whereas 13, and it reflects some updated hydrology as well as being a little bit more precise about the role of the Potter Valley project and some of the tribs in the Upper Russian River. Next, we have whereas 10, which is a new whereas clarifying that the in-stream flows released by Sonoma Water from its stored water for in-stream uses and others do not have a legal right to it. That's a reflection of the law, and it's just trying to make clear for all players what is part of the purpose and what is the benefit and basis for some of the emergency regulation. So new whereas 10 provides that because there is almost no natural or abandoned flow in the Upper Russian River, and Sonoma Water releases from Lake Mendocino are necessary to meet in-stream flow requirements, no water user would have a legal right to divert from the main stem of the Upper Russian River absent enactment of the emergency regulations appended to this resolution, period. We then continue on with two whereas clauses that are identical. In fact, they have the same, even though they're shown here in double underline and blue as new text, they are in fact the existing 11 and 12. This is just an artifact of how track changes works through our comparison software. I'm not going to read them into the records since they really are just the existing 11 and 12. Existing whereas number 9 and 10 are renumbered accordingly to 13 and 14. Then as we move on to page 5, I believe, you see whereas is 11 and 12 in their former positions. They've now been moved up, but they maintained the same numbers. That is all stricken. Whereas 13, which is stricken here, had been moved up to whereas 9 and updated to reflect the current hydrology. And then we have the first significant update, which again is part of following what was in whereas 10 to clarify how the emergency regulations would actually operate. So new whereas 15, which is a renumbering of existing 14, begins with the language in the existing whereas clause. Adoption of an emergency regulation is necessary to address the immediate and dire water shortages in the Russian River watershed, period. Then we pick up with a long string of inserts. I believe it runs 2 sentences. Absence of natural flow accounts for the concomitant need to curtail diversion and use of water from the Russian River based on priority of right, and to prevent the diversion of releases of stored water for which downstream users do not have a basis of right. To the extent To the extent quantifiable water is conserved in storage as a result of curtailment of diversions of extremely limited inflows of abandoned water from the Potter Valley project and tributaries of the Upper Russian River, the storage of water is necessary to protect human health and safety needs, period. And I'll explain that at the end, what we're trying to accomplish through this additional language. We then resume with the language that was in the existing whereas clause. An emergency regulation will ensure that the State Water Board can act in a timely manner to enforce the water right priority system with respect to all water right holders. And this is the gravamen of the emergency then we insert, and this is the gravamen of the emergency regulation, period. We continue with the insert, however, in limited circumstances, diversions for minimum human health and safety needs, where there is no feasible alternative supply, may be accepted from curtailment orders, period. This exception recognizes that these uses are reasonable in this time of dire shortage. And then we pick up with the existing language and safeguards. There is a verb tense there, or tense change, and safeguards the human right to water for residents of Sonoma and Mendocino counties, period. Continue on with the existing language. While the entire watershed is experiencing unprecedented drought conditions, the severity of present and anticipated storage levels in Lake Mendocino warrant requiring, we strike the word all and replace it with the extremely limited amount of natural and abandoned flows and then we insert Upper Russian and then resume with watershed to support. Then we have a long sequence of strikeouts, which I will not read into the record, but we pick up with, after support, minimum health and safety needs for this water year, as well as during an ongoing drought emergency period, and then conclude with what was already there in 2022, period. So let me just briefly highlight what these changes are attempting to accomplish. You heard a very lengthy presentation from Mr. Bolen-Brine that indicated there really is no water available in this system except for some minor abandoned flows coming in from the Potter Valley project and some, and I hesitate to use the word de minimis, but they really are minor flows that are coming in from tributaries to the Upper Russian River. The reality is that most users in the system are simply being curtailed because there is not water available under their priority of right. And this whereas clause is attempting to be very clear about that to the affected community so that people understand how the water board is proceeding. There will be limited circumstances where human health and safety needs that would ordinarily be curtailed under the emergency regulations are going to be bypassed in recognition that that use is reasonable at this point in time. So that's why you see those additions. We want to be very clear. You also see them kind of tracking to the updated hydrologic information that was in whereas 9. Moving along, whereas 15 has been renumbered to 16. There's one minor change in it, which is in the second sentence to insert water right between the words insufficient to meet demands, so that it reads insufficient to meet water right demands. So we're being very clear about the purpose of the regulations. Everything else is simply a renumbering of the existing whereas clauses. And I'm sorry you may find that kind of painful, but given the fact that we're moving quickly and the fact that we were not able to circulate a change sheet in advance, we want to make sure everyone taking advantage of this proceeding can actually both see and hear the language. So that concludes the proposed staff changes to the resolution. And again, largely they're designed to address the specific concerns we heard from commenters, as well as preliminary feedback from individual board members. And if the board members don't have questions on that specifically, let me go ahead and quickly move over and show folks the proposed changes that the staff have for the draft regulations. Bear with me one moment as we pull that up. And again, Ms. Townsend has the PDF of this document and can email it to anyone who may be interested. Once again, too many shares going on my screen. Bear with me while I flip over to the correct one. There we go. So what we have are the regulations as originally proposed by the staff that were circulated with the Bagley-Keene notice. The first change is going to appear in section 877.2, and it is in subdivision C, where we are clarifying that the deputy director is going to have to specifically consider the factors identified in C1 through 3. This particular regulation, of course, concerns the lower Russian River, and we wanted to telegraph and constrain what the deputy director would be considering and what would be part of the actual determination to issue curtailment orders, whereas the may rely, some commenters felt was needlessly vague. So in subdivision C, we simply strike the last 3 letters in the introductory clause of C so that it now reads the deputy director shall consider, and then the various enumerated provisions in A1 through 4. Next change is on that same page in subdivision 4, or paragraph 4 of subdivision C, where we're removing the introductory clause to the extent that it is available and staff resources permit. and instead simply saying that the deputy director may also consider additional pertinent and reliable information when determining water rights priorities, water availability, and demand projections. You're going to see a similar change later. And this was to address comments and concerns that the deputy director would be receiving information and then would not consider it simply based on staff resources. If there is pertinent and relevant, available, and reliable information, it should factor into the considerations made by the division. Moving along, the next edit is a fairly significant one, at least in terms of how much staff is proposing to remove. However, in effect, it does not change the operation of the regulation. If we go to page 5, proposed regulation 877.3 subdivision B, we're proposing to strike the entire language in subdivision B. Quite frankly, as we looked at it more closely, the regulation was already clear without this, and this looks more like the kind of language that we would be putting in adoption resolution to explain how the system is functioning and why there is a need to satisfy human health and safety needs. And so we just propose to remove that entire language. This is the language that also provides sort of further explication, like we already have in the adoption resolution, of how the board's unreasonable use authority is invoked to provide that human health and safety exception and to protect some of the flows that are stored flows, as well as bypass human health and safety needs from the curtailment order process. The next change is simply to renumber existing subdivision C to subdivision B. And then when we move into B2, there are some minor changes here that I will read into the record and then explain once I'm done reading them in. The change sheet proposes to maintain the first sentence largely. If maintaining minimum flows required for the protection of minimum human health and safety needs, comma, fish and wildlife, comma, or further preserving stored water in Lake Mendocino, and then we would insert for human health and safety needs, and then continue along, would require curtailment of uses otherwise exempt from the curtailment under this article, comma, then the deputy director, strike, may decide, insert, shall consider whether those uses should be allowed to continue based on the most current information available regarding fish populations, comma, human health and safety needs, comma, and the alternatives available to protect both human health and safety and threaten endangered fish and wildlife, period. Again, most of that was already in the existing regulation. We would then add a trailing sentence to B2 to indicate that curtailment of water uses under this subdivision B2 and any updates regarding such curtailments shall be noticed as described in subdivision D, period. So very quickly, there are three changes here. The first change is designed to clarify that the only water that we're really seeking to store is for human health and safety needs. Sonoma County Water is responsible under their water rights, and during the wet season will, unless we end up with that 1977 scenario, would be responsible for storing to ensure fish preservation going into next year. This was designed to address some concerns raised by senior water users. The switch from may decide to shall consider, again, just buttons up the responsibility of the deputy director without being overly expansive. And then the final sentence being added is just to clarify that we are going to be reporting out we have in subdivision D. In subdivision C, you see a renumbering, and then the first change is in the last sentence for the introduction of subdivision C, where we are striking the full invocation of a waste and unreasonable use and simply replacing it with an unreasonable use. The board's authority under the reasonable use doctrine, as well as Article 10, Section 2 of the Constitution, allows the board and recognizes that unreasonable use is impermissible and prohibited under the Constitution. And the invocation of both waste and unreasonable use is unnecessary for the board to exercise this authority. And quite frankly, we've heard from many of the seniors, and we have discussed this previously. Their uses in ordinary times are recognized as beneficial uses of water. Some of them have post-14 rights, some have pre-14 rights, some have riparian rights, but their beneficial uses are recognized. And the irrigation of crops or whatever the recognized use may be is not per se a waste. Even in this particular dire circumstance that we face in the Russian River watershed, it is not a waste. However, given the circumstances, the proposed regulation with this staff change is recognizing that it's unreasonable in this time of scarcity to allow those non-human health and safety uses to continue when it means curtailing a human health and safety use. And so we've tried to soften this a little bit to reflect the real power that's being used here and to avoid the invocation of waste here, which we don't believe is necessary under the constitutional powers as well as the historical common law reasonable use doctrine. The next change is in 1, which is just again to kind of tighten up the language. So C1 now has an important modifying clause that indicates that the minimum flows that are required for protection of fish and wildlife must be required by a water right permit or license. So what you see is in the 4th line of C1, a new clause inserted that as required by a water right permit or license term, comma, including any enforceable modifications of the foregoing. And then we pick up with the existing language that's already in C1. This is just simply designed to clarify that it has to be an enforceable required fish and wildlife flow. It's not just simply because somebody asserts a fish and wildlife flow is necessary. And those, of course, can be modified by TUCPs, which is why there's the additional modifying clause. In subdivision E, it's been renumbered D, but other than that, there are no changes here. Moving to 877.4, this is again just a minor clarifying because some people lose track of the headings in a section. So the introductory paragraph for 877.4 includes a very clear statement that the curtailment orders insert for diversions in the upper Russian River watershed, and then continue with the existing language. And that's just to clarify the scope of that 877.4 without relying on the heading or any implication about what's going on in the lower Russian River. There is a minor change to the reference in here, which is simply recognizing the 3rd District Court of Appeals decision in Stanford Viaduct Irrigation District as one of the references for this particular code section. Moving to 877.5, subdivision B, there is a minor change that's consistent with a number of the changes we've had elsewhere in the proposed regulations that strikes may rely upon at the tail end of subdivision B, and instead requires the deputy director to shall consider the specific factors identified in B1 through, I believe it's 4, or pardon me, B1 through 5. Moving to B4, you see that same change I telegraphed earlier, where we strike an introductory clause to the extent that it is available and staff resources permit, and just simply replace it with the deputy director may also consider additional pertinent and reliable information. And we are almost to the finish line. There are no further changes, I believe, until we get to page 15. And just so everyone is following along, we are in section 878.1 of the minimum human health and safety needs. This is the important exception that Sam has identified. And there's one minor addition. It's an important one, but it's minor, and it certainly is what has been conveyed consistently throughout this entire process. And that is to insert a new subdivision G that indicates that the diversion of use within the Russian River watershed that deprives water for minimum human health and safety needs in 2021, comma, or which creates unacceptable risk of depriving water for minimum human health and safety needs in 2022, comma, is an unreasonable use of water. The deputy director shall prevent such unreasonable use of water by implementing the curtailment methodology described in section 877.2 for diverters in the lower Russian River watershed, and sections 877.3, comma, 877.4, comma, 877.5, comma, and 877.6 for diversions in the Upper Russian River watershed. And so that's a new subdivision G that just is pulling together everything we've been saying in the staff workshops, that's in the resolution, that's articulating how the reasonable use doctrine and the authority from Water Code Section 275 and Article 10, Section 2 of the Constitution is used to ensure that a minimum human health and safety need for which there is no other feasible alternative supply can be bypassed from a curtailment order, so that we can ensure that those minimum health and safety needs are satisfied. As part of that, we also in this section add in references to both the Light versus State Water Resources Control Board decision, as well as the Stanford Vina irrigation decision. And there may be one minor cleanup, which is we may have referred to district instead of company, but we'll clean that up in the final version before the board votes, assuming that the board is amenable to the change sheet. And we just double check and make sure everybody can see there are no further changes proposed to the regulation package as part of this change sheet. Oh, wait, one other important minor one though, and it just conforms with a change we had previously where we dropped the invocation of both waste and unreasonable use and make it clear that we're relying on the reasonable use doctrine and the Article 10, Section 2 authority to find something is an unreasonable use in a specific circumstance. If you look at 879.2 on page 17, subdivision B of it carries over to the top of page 18, and it had originally included an invocation of waste and unreasonable use that has now been stricken, such that it is solely about the unreasonable use of water in this circumstance. And the one thing we would do in changing this is we would drop any reference to Stanford Vina Irrigation District and make it Stanford Vina Irrigation Company. And with that, I think that is the culmination of the change sheets for both the resolution and the regulation, and that reflects staff's effort to address the concerns that it heard as part of the public process, as well as any preliminary feedback from individual board members.
Thank you so much, Mr. Loffer. Really appreciate the responsiveness from staff to board member feedback and also feedback from our stakeholders in what are not uncomplicated, but fast moving and still trying to be transparent here processes before the board. And so I appreciate you taking the time to read these changes into the record. I think they're reflective of some of the concerns I had certainly been hearing, and just appreciate that responsiveness in this time. So I will actually look to my other board members to see, I imagine there are, to see if they have questions here. We do have a couple of panels to still go through and additional discussion that we will certainly have. And we can either let this language sink in a bit or have further discussion if it's important, if you know, we have the space to do so. And I've just looked to my board members on how they'd like to organize our discussion here. And we can take this set of changes and this discussion here now, and you know, maybe it helps carry on into the presentations, or we wait till after.
Chair, I have a few preliminary thoughts and
please, yes, Vice Chair,
that I'd like to go through. So first of all, just thank you, Mr. Loffer, for those good edits and you working with the team here and being responsive to many of the concerns that I have raised and the concerns that stakeholders have raised. And just want to take this as an opportunity to kind of indicate my thinking, because I have been very much engaged in some of this language. And so just first of all, want to thank all the stakeholders and staff for the many, many months going back, you know, a year ago, good discussions, good collaboration and attempts at voluntary agreements, and just all of the time that has been spent on this. And I know that I've reported to the board several times regarding my involvement and my hopes in this watershed of working toward sort of consensus-based solutions. And just really want to express that when this language initially came out, that I was very disappointed in use of the tool of waste and unreasonable use. So I don't want to belabor this too much, but I think it really goes into sort of my thinking and efforts along the way of looking at changes that could be made to, as Mr. Loeffler said, more closely tailor the language to be consistent with some of the expressed intent as the language was described in board briefings. So as far as waste and unreasonable use goes, I don't have any doubt that that is a tool that's in the toolbox. But just because there's a tool in the toolbox, I think we have to be, thoughtful about which tool to use when. And I have concerns, generally speaking, about the use of this tool, even though I understand that as a result of cases that have gone up on appeal, it has outlined the use of that tool. But generally speaking, I think it's important for us to be considering not just our authorities, but implementation of our authorities. And as you'll hear from many that are representing many of the diverters on the system, even though it's a smaller watershed, there are still thousands that are involved in these diversions. And we just simply don't have the staff resources to be out there policing every diversion. So I think that it's really important as we move forward with these complicated issues to be looking at tools where we can follow the water rights system. That's a system that the diverters, the general public, I don't think really understands it that much because it is confusing, but diverters do understand and are really accepting that if water is not available based on their priority of right, they don't have a right to divert that water. But when they're told that that same block of water to which they wouldn't otherwise have the right to divert, if they're told that their diversions are wasteful and unreasonable, that just turns into a different mindset, and it's really difficult to unwind that. And this good language, for the most part, that Mr. Loeffler has presented, I think that it can be sort of the first step to sort of regaining that confidence and regaining the trust that Sam and Eric and others were building in the watershed. But I think that just use of that tool resulted in a bit of a setback. And so the reason that I am at this point, not fully comfortable and definitely want to hear from stakeholders about what can be done to improve the language that Mr. Loeffler just went through and also steps in going forward. But the reason that I am willing to consider this different approach is that I am convinced that there are other tools that we could use, but that if we were to use those other tools, we would have to renotice and we would lose some time. And in the meantime, drawdown of storage is occurring in part because of legitimate diversions. Very few, though, the vast majority of which are based on water that simply is not there. And so if we were to get this just right, I'd be concerned that we would lose time and it would be a much more serious situation. And so for that reason, I think in the spirit of compromise and going forward and, really looking at solutions, I am very much open to this other approach at this point. But do want to just express that going forward, I really would like to hear from stakeholders as to other tools. Our staff is saying this is truly the only tool that can be used, in a defensible way. And so just really do want to, for me, I've honed in on section 1058.5, the curtailment authority based on unavailability of water. And I think it's very appropriate for our board to just issue findings as, are actually included in the language here in the resolution, but to rely on those findings to essentially say that water is unavailable. And then going forward, looking at opportunities, I just don't see how unreasonable use is going to get us to those earlier curtailments that are based on water unavailability. And so really wanting to see what can we do to improve upon our methodology and the good work that's already been, started here, but to build on that methodology so that we can truly rely on water unavailability in sort of a stair-stepped approach, and then cut off those diversions when they are based on unavailability of water based on the priority of right, much sooner than what we're going to be looking at here. And so I'm really hoping that we can hear from stakeholders, first on the authorities, and then secondly, building on these tools going forward. And I would like to just kind of put out there for us to be thinking about just one additional whereas clause, and that is a commitment to continue to work in the watershed on building that methodology and building on the data that's being developed so that we could move forward with that sort of approach. And so I think maybe once we close out later, I'll probably be bringing that up again. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair, for your long engagement in these challenges that we have in the water rights space. And I think what we need to be clear is that it's not something that we want to do, to have to rely upon emergency authorities in order to really get to the full spectrum of water rights holders within the water rights system. And to your point, we do have a sometimes very complicated, but at its core, a pretty simple premise here of a water rights system, which is you have a natural hydrology, you have diverters in a watershed that have priority right, riparian, and then pre-1914, different flavors of rights. But collectively, we need our water rights system to be pegged to our hydrology. Regrettably, we don't have that thorough of a system. We don't curtail as often as, to your point, we potentially should for diverters. But I didn't hear a clamoring in the years prior for more diversions, or more curtailment rather, of diversions from the board. And in fact, we find ourselves with the system we have and extraordinary emergency circumstances with communities running out of water. And so I also appreciate the cautiousness around authorities at the board, like waste and unreasonable use, or here, let's be clear, talking about unreasonable use. And I think that gets into something of what your point was, which is it can be a little complicated to communicate what the intent and what the actual desire of the boards here is, and can sometimes be spooled up into a concern that the board is overreaching, or otherwise trying to expand its authorities in a way that is inappropriate or harms a water rights system that I think we all take great care in being leaders around. So I appreciate, the very cautiousness around the use of these authorities in this time. It is an extraordinary circumstance we find ourselves in, and not ideal. I wish we had a 21st century water system. I wish we can count each drop and know in real time the diverters, and with certainty, for water rights holders and for everyone in this state, understand what's going on in our watersheds, but we don't. And I think that that is the reality that we face when we try to find that more perfect system. And like you, I call us all to have this as be an opportunity to maybe look and see how we might continue to do better, certainly in the months ahead, but in certainly the years as we grapple with a water rights system that sometimes makes it, unfortunately, needed to use these blunt tools, and especially in the face of such dry and dire circumstances. So thank you. Any other comments from board members? I know we still have a lot of commenters to hear from. I want to hear their opinions. I think some of us have certainly been really plugged into some folks and kind of some thinking that's already gone on. That's reflective here in the change sheet. I think that, but look, and welcome other board members to weigh in here before we go to those public comments as well.
Yeah, I think appreciate the comments, Chair Esquivel and Vice Chair Diadamo. I think they're both well-intended, and appreciate both your concerns and just acknowledging the challenges that we're facing this year. So I won't belabor that anymore. I'll make some comments at the end. But I would like to direct a question to staff, just if you could help me better understand. In this case, we're putting together these regulations under very difficult circumstances, and we're addressing, though, the Russian River, the upper and the lower Russian River in two different ways. And so a lot of the discussion here has been about waste and unreasonable use and our authorities and how to best apply those authorities and our limitations of those. And, I am not an attorney, I am an engineer. And so for me, when I just on its face read the application of the regulations to both the upper and lower, it can be a little bit confusing in terms of how those are being applied and what authorities are being used. So I was wondering, I don't know if Chief Counsel Loffer or Sam or someone else, if you could just explain the different approaches between the two upper and lower rivers and how they're the same or how they are differentiated here. I think that would be helpful for everybody to hear.
Sure. I tell you what, as the lawyer, I'll go first, but then I'll let the engineer clean up behind me. And so I'll let Sam back clean up on this one. You know, fundamentally what it comes down to from my perspective is we're trying to acknowledge in the resolution that frankly, it's the lack of available water and natural flow that is driving a lot of the curtailment. On the lower Russian, that's very clear. And we're creating, there's one narrow exception to that priority-based lack of natural flow, natural or abandoned flow, and that's for health and human safety needs. That same exception applies up on the upper Russian River. The why, as to the fact that the Russian River has more detail in it and invokes other grounds for invocation of the unreasonable use doctrine and what might seem to some may seem unnecessary given how dire the circumstances are, is that the system gets a little more complicated up there because one, we've got these abandoned flows coming in from the Potter Valley project. We have a lake that has minimum fish flow requirements based on a prior water rights decision. It means that water is going down the system and creates uncertainty as to whether or not, you know, the specific molecules of water coming through are for in-stream flow needs, which nobody has a legal right to, or there's somehow abandoned natural flow that's there. And then likewise, we've got this overlay of trying to address minimum human health and safety needs. And so on the upper Russian River, you've got sort of that mix of issues playing out. It does appear that there really will be no natural flow or virtually none pretty shortly. There might be a little bit right now. And you know, there's going to be uncertainty on specific reaches as to whether or not there may be a slight gaining reach where there could briefly be natural flow. But in order to make it function on the upper Russian River, where you've got a mix of potentially a small quantum of abandoned or natural flow, you have an in-stream flow requirement that's coming down, and you have minimum health and safety needs. The conclusion from staff was that we needed sort of a broader invocation of the authorities so that we could effectively protect the minimum health and safety needs, as well as that already dedicated in-stream flow need for fish and wildlife. And that's why you end up seeing a different belt and suspenders approach on the upper Russian that's really not necessary on the lower Russian, where it's really only the minimum human health and safety need that we potentially need to invoke the unreasonable use doctrine for, or the reasonable use doctrine for. Sam, you want to clean up anything I said?
I don't know if I could ever clean up after you, Michael, but I did want to note on the upper, just this concept of the storage targets too, and the nature of the need of carryover storage into next year. It's something that's more specific to the upper Russian River watershed. And one of the driving factors here is the risk of that lake emptying and the catastrophic effects there. That we want to really emphasize the need to preserve the carryover storage. And in part, my personal investment in the conversations of the last few months around, you know, the space for a voluntary process. And this provides some space for that through a local solution. We're specifying the outcome and providing that opportunity, I think, for the watershed to come together. So I think that's another piece too that ties to waste and unreasonable use process. And I really hope that Lake Sonoma does not reach this level of dire straits next year in terms of risks of no carryover storage. It must be getting late because the lights turned off in my office.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you, Sam. And I share your concerns, and I'll be interested to hear from the stakeholders that are here today, either with the panels or individual stakeholders, about what you proposed with regard to the triggers in lake levels and how they might see that as an effective way to perhaps avoid the need for curtailments and whether they think that's achievable. So I think I'll leave my comments at that for now, but thank you.
My turn? All right, well, thank you. I too am looking forward to hearing the stakeholders' comment, so we'll not say too much, but to just take a moment and thank the staff for all the hard work leading to the draft regulations, but even more to the changes that have been read into the record by Chief Counsel Laufer recently. And I think we all find ourselves in this very difficult situation of having to make very difficult decisions. And I'll borrow Board Member McGuire's term. I'm an engineer, not a lawyer. So I tend to look for the more efficient pathway forward, the most efficient and effective pathway forward. And with all the tools in the tool chest, the waste and unreasonable use one is one that we have used successfully in the last drought, that we are contemplating using today. I wish there were other tools, and I look forward to hearing what some of those options might be. But for today, I think that is the option, the most effective, efficient option that is available before us today. And so I appreciate the Vice Chair openness to considering this compromise. And I think it is an elegant compromise that is being offered by staff and read into the record by Mr. Laufer. And I think it is important, however, that as the Vice Chair suggested, we continue to work with stakeholders. We continue to develop our systems, develop that tool chest. It is somewhat discouraging to see that here we are, in a second drought during my time on the board, and we still have such limited tools to rely upon. And that's not a criticism of staff. I think we all know that the resources we have constrain us to do the proper amount of planning and looking forward that we really should in terms of developing data, developing tools. So the one thing that I would ask, in addition to the Vice Chair's suggestion that we continue of a resolve to continue to develop tools and working with stakeholders, is to also, and I know we're not supposed to talk about resources and budget because it's confidential matter, but if we are going to ask that our staff be engaged in both implementing these regulations, not only for this watershed, but also potentially other watersheds during this drought, and to also work on developing tools to address future droughts, then to be blunt, we need more resources. We can't just depend on this one set of staff to do everything. And the reason why we are here in this drought in 2021 with the same set of tools, although better coordination, a better stakeholder engagement, and better, more data than we did the last drought, but still essentially still limited to the same tools, is we did not have the resources to do the kind of planning and tool development that we need to. So, with climate change, this is our future. We have to develop those tools. And so I would say, I don't know how we do it moving forward, but establishing that additional resources so that we can both implement and plan and develop is going to be critical.
Hear, hear. Thank you, Board Member. Anyone else with comments before we go to our panels? Okay. Thank you, Board Members. I appreciate the good engagement and discussion here at the top, and we'll continue to discuss this. So thank you. Then let's go to our first panel. And I believe we have representatives from the lower watershed here to join us.
And so just as a note to introduce Don Seymour from Sonoma County Water Agency and Beth Salomon from the Mendocino County Russian River Flood Control and Water Conservation Improvement District, the shorthand, I say the Flood Control District. And we were going to have Josh Fuller from the National Marine Fisheries Service. He unfortunately had to jump off. There's a short statement I can read once Don and Beth go. But they were going to talk a bit more about Lake Mendocino and the Upper Russian River watershed and just the context, provide a little more local context on the importance of kind of stored water and its uses. And Tom, I think you were going to go first.
Thank you, Sam.
Good afternoon, Chairman Escobar and members of the board. First of all, I just wanted to thank the board for taking into consideration today this emergency regulation. It's really important. I can't overestimate or overemphasize just how distressed the Russian River watershed is, particularly the Upper Russian River and Lake Mendocino. And I'd really like to commend your staff, particularly Eric and Sam, and the folks that work with them on developing this regulation, and also the work they've been doing in the Russian River watershed now for the last several months, and the outreach they've been doing. It's really commendable. I don't have a tremendous amount to add to Sam's presentation. He did an excellent job of summarizing the Russian River system, describing the Russian River system, and summarizing, really how dire the water supply condition is, particularly up in the Upper Russian River. I think one thing I'd really like to kind of circle back to was Vice Chair Diadama's comment about, we can't just, end it right now. We need to, continue this relationship, this coordination with state board and local stakeholders moving forward. We really do need to develop a platform or some type of platform for reducing demands on the system. In the past, I'm sure you're all aware of the numerous temporary change petitions NOMA Water's filed, and it's basically been due to drought conditions and the water year classification not being aligned with, and the associated minimum stream flows not being aligned with actual watershed conditions and storage in our reservoirs. And in those past, in the orders that have approved those temporary change petitions, through those changes, we've successfully, managed under those drought conditions. Well, we're in a year now. We've filed several temporary change petitions to deal with it, which I'm sure you're aware of. And this is the first time filing, getting the order and making those changes isn't solving the problem. The problem is too big, and we're going to continue to face hydrologic circumstances like we're in right now in the future, where we need more than just reducing minimum stream flow dial. We need the ability to quickly react to reducing demands too. And so, whatever that format looks like moving forward, I highly support continuing that work with both state board and all the stakeholders in the Russian River to achieve that. And really with that, I don't have a lot more to add unless you do have some specific questions regarding the Russian River system.
I just want to thank you, Mr. Seymour. I know that ultimately Sonoma County Water Agency has shown a tremendous amount of leadership when it comes to even having forecast-informed reservoir operations. So the TUCP changes that you're referencing are also reflective of just better increased science and data, and being able to manage the system a little tighter given those circumstances. And to your point, that's not enough this year. And things are just so catastrophically dry that we're needing to do things that are, again, not ideal in the water rights space, certainly, and speak to then our challenge and need to get the water rights system a little more aligned to the hydrology, get more of that real-time management for the sake of all water users, so that there's a little more certainty, so that there isn't this, this moment. And so, but know that that's something we need to build toward. So I appreciate your comment, and again, plus up the vice chair's discussion and recommendation around making sure that we keep leaning in, if you will, on this issue, and we keep getting to a better system, knowing that we simply have what we have right now. So thank you.
Yeah, just one thing I would add on the emergency reg. Sonoma Water fully supports the concept of the storage thresholds to kick in the emergency reg, and giving the local community, the local users in the Russian River watershed the opportunity to meet that challenge. But there absolutely has to be a backstop, and this emergency regulation acts as that. If you recall the figure that Sam showed, the forecasts of Lake Mendocino potentially going dry under different hydrologic historical hydrology. And under that historical hydrology going dry 10 out of 107 years, if storage is at 9,000 acre feet. That analysis has also been done at 20,000 acre feet. And unfortunately, the 20,000 isn't a silver bullet either. It's what we recognize as probably a hefty goal. But even at 20,000 acre feet, the reservoir still has outcomes of potentially going dry 4 out of those 107 years. So the emergency regulation is really important for the region.
Thank you, Mr. Seymour. Questions from fellow board colleagues? Okay, then thank you. And we can go to Beth Solomon.
Good afternoon. Nice to be here. Thank you for having me. I'm the general manager of the Mendocino County Russian River Flood Control and Water Conservation Improvement District. And as Sam said, we are nicknamed the Flood Control District. I also serve on the Aqua Region 1 board. So Sam asked me today to talk a little bit about the Flood Control District and its representation and actions that we've taken recently. So the district was formed originally to retire the bond debt that was incurred for Mendocino County's portion in building the Lake Mendocino Reservoir. The district manages 8,000 acre feet a year through a license for both diversion of natural flow and stored water. Our place of use includes Redwood Valley, Ukiah Valley, and the Russian River corridor in Mendocino County. Our customers represent about 4,000 acres of agricultural land and a population of 16,000 through all of the urban water suppliers within our boundaries, excepting the city of Ukiah. Our district represents our constituents in efforts such as the Groundwater Sustainability Agency, the Russian River Managers Group, and the Potter Valley Project relicensing efforts through our membership to the Inland Water and Power Commission. We have the potential and interest to further expand our conservation projects, particularly in coordination with our local resource conservation district. I had a little preparation to talk about this year, but Sam did a great job explaining what we've been doing with the State Water Resources Control Board staff since about July last year, when they invited us to consider regional voluntary conservation efforts. In response, a task force was formed here in the Mendocino County portion of the watershed. And over time, when the State Water Board staff recognized that the conditions had worsened, they brought the stakeholders together and we formed the Russian River Drought Working Group, including a steering committee. The focus of that group is to develop a voluntary conservation agreement and to coordinate responses to the drought. Deputy Director Eric Ekdahl's team, particularly Sam Bolen-Bryan, have been very committed to increased communication and opportunities for stakeholder feedback. I have heard Eric speak on this in several forums regarding, referring to the Warder report. And I'd like to offer the feedback that, as a stakeholder, the communications have improved greatly from what they were during the last drought. And I thank everyone for that. But unfortunately, though we were coming together to work on these issues, the lack of rainfall and the reduction in diversions from the Eel River really amplified the water supply shortage. I would like to stress, especially after some of the board members' comments today, there still is, and Dawn as well, thank you, there's still room for voluntary conservation, whether it is formally done in an agreement or it is simply not triggering those storage targets in Lake Mendocino and therefore the emergency regulations. The Flood Control District was really inspired by the State Water Board staff's encouragement on these voluntary efforts. We have a complex system of overlapping water rights within our customer base. We have everything. We have junior appropriative right holders, riparian, pre-14, groundwater, and even recycled water. We worked with each one of our customers to create an individual conservation plan. And voluntarily, we were able to reduce our reservation by almost half and possibly more as the season moves on. We scheduled each diversion to assist in maintaining the stability in the Russian River flows. And we are continuing to coordinate with Don Seymour and his team of operators there at Sonoma Water Agency. We have a lot of ideas about how we can further increase the efficiency of the system and store as much water as possible in Lake Mendocino, maintain that storage. Excuse me. We are also working with the Redwood Valley Water District, who is one of the hardest hit communities up here in the Upper Russian, and to help them to obtain a more permanent, secure water supply. And we're also working with the group supporting Alexander Valley in their efforts in forming more formal representation of their interests. Most importantly, we really are supporting our watershed neighbors to enhance their conservation measures in recognition that this is a drought, regardless of their source of water. This district is really interested in a shift in culture from casting blame to investing energy into moving forward and working on long-term solutions. We're focusing on managing our water available this year. We want to prepare for continued drought conditions, continue meeting with the watershed leaders and the State Water Board staff to develop voluntary conservation agreements that may be needed as soon as next year, even if there's not time to implement them this year. We plan to conduct some analysis of the time period running up to the current situation to guide our work in effectively preventing our community from ever experiencing this hardship again. We really want to learn and make changes, and we want to do that in collaboration with our neighbors and also the State Water Board. Our position regarding the emergency regulations, we are absolutely not opposing. We are uneasy with some of the aspects but those were either addressed earlier today in the presentation, or our legal counsel will follow up later in a comment. We support the efforts that recognize the limited amount of stored water in Lake Mendocino and how to best put that to use. We're not opposed to alternative solutions supported by peer-reviewed data. And we encourage all of our watershed neighbors to consider committing their energy to preventing the triggering of the proposed emergency regulations by maintaining those storage targets in Lake Mendocino. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much for just the long time, I know, leadership and engagement around all of these challenges, and for the discussion and mention around conservation, how all of these different components, the different flavors of water that are out there, but really the core need to conserve across all the sectors is what helps get us through this. You know, you look at similar 0 days that have certainly occurred globally in other communities where you can see a moment where the potential to run out of water is amongst us, and it really does require all of us to collectively contribute to the incredible circumstances we find ourselves in with a conservation mind, with a feeling that we can all help contribute through our collective actions through these challenging times. So just thank you, really appreciate the good comment and the support, and even the fair disagreement, if there is, on the approaches that we're taking, and know that what we continue to want to do is have a system in place here where the locals can manage through this challenge together. And that's what we are hoping to provide with the storage targets, to really work back from what should be common outcomes amongst us all to keep a certain amount up here, 20,000 acre feet up in Lake Mendocino. And there's still an ability to collectively all contribute to that. But you know, I like to continue to emphasize that the information that facilitates that local leadership and voluntary effort, and the information that the board then uses even in its work here, should be the same information, and that we can if we can all focus on that as a space to continue to want to have a real-time system, if you will, of diversion, of understanding of hydrology, of, you know, better counting the drops, particularly in these dry times. That's still in the offing, and we need to continue to work together in that space, because we don't have the time or resources to do otherwise. And so just really appreciate it. So thank you. Any question or comment from our fellow board colleagues here before we move on to the next panel? Okay, hearing none. And thank you. Much appreciated for your time and patience, I know, as we've gone a little long in the day here. So thank you. Next, I'd like to call up our next series of panelists. I believe we have Glenn McGordy from Mendocino County Supervisor, and we have Devin Jones, Sean White, and Phil Williams here, and then Nick Bonsignor. So I don't know if Phil, perhaps, are you leading off the panel here then?
No, sir, I wasn't planning on it.
Oh, okay, sorry. Yeah,
I was
then
I was going to allow Supervisor McGordy to lead off, if that's okay.
Okay, yes, of course, thank you, respectfully so. Supervisor.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can. Good afternoon, thank you.
Well, good afternoon. Good afternoon, honorable board members. Thank you for this opportunity to address our concerns. Special thanks to Vice Chair Diadamo for helping make our voices heard today. I'm joined here by Sean White, City of Ukiah Water Department, Devin Jones, Mendocino County Farm Bureau, Nick Bonsignor with Wagner and Bonsignor, and Phil Williams, legal counsel to the City of Ukiah. I represent the first supervisorial district of Mendocino County, which includes the Russian River watershed villages of Talmadge, Calpella, Redwood Valley, Potter Valley, and most of the irrigated agriculture in Mendocino County. Our population is about 15,000 people in this district. There are about 12,000 irrigated acres, and the location of Lake Mendocino are a very important source of stored water. I'm here today in the capacity as the only elected official in my supervisorial district, and also as a water right holder. I promised in my campaign to help my constituents to be healthy, safe, and have the resources that they need to live in our region, which we all love. I'm honoring that pledge by being here today. We are a disadvantaged community financially speaking, with much lower income and other resources compared to people south of us in Sonoma County. Our community is diverse and includes Pomo tribal lands and communities, a large Asian Buddhist community, and numerous Latinos. Many of our community members work, shop, go to school, and recreate in Ukiah, so there is substantial common interest among urban and rural stakeholders in our watershed. The Russian River surface and underflow is our primary water source and ties us together in our daily life. Collectively, we're reeling from the effects of wildfires and the COVID-19 pandemic, so for many, losing access to our water will have a huge impact on our already battered economy. I'm concerned that the curtailment decisions that you are being asked as a board to make have been crafted with somewhat limited consultation or input from us local stakeholders. The dismissal of our attempts to implement voluntary conservation measures and water sharing is truly disappointing. If voluntary conservation agreements were implemented, the effort would result in a more equitable and less negatively impactful sharing of our limited water resources. Many of us have no alternative water source for irrigation other than the Russian River surface water, myself included. As a retired University of California scientist with experience in watershed and irrigation science, I'm concerned that the State Water Resources Control Board staff is not using the best data available. I see no reference to the Ukiah Valley Basin Groundwater Management Plan, including the extensively researched and calibrated groundwater hydrology model. I contributed data and was a co-author of the original UC Davis study that was expanded to create the sustainable groundwater hydrology model, and I have great confidence in it. There is a very important component in that hydrological model consisting of surface groundwater interfaces that somewhat disputes your staff's notion that water flowing the Russian River at this time is simply stored water. While these amounts may seem small, please remember that our agriculture industry here on the upper Russian River basin uses water very conservatively in small amounts. Dismissing this flow component as inconsequential, I believe, is a mistake. There is indeed natural flow from the 160 tributaries found in the basin that contribute to overall river flows all year round. I encourage the State Water Resources Control Board staff to review this model so that they can make better informed draft regulations. You will also hear today from our panel about the genesis of minimal flow regulations in the Russian River for fisheries and the actual conditions of the protected fish population. You will want to take this into account in your decision-making process. I think you've addressed this, but I also find the language of the emergency regulation orders to be upsetting and insensitive to those of us trying to keep our crops alive. We're not being wasteful or unreasonable. While these terms may have legal precision, there must be a better way to message the justification for curtailment of stakeholders. Words do matter. I encourage the board to take time to consider all stakeholders' voices and additional scientific data as you decide the fate of our community's water today. While it is easy to accept your staff's recommendation, what you decide will be among your board's legacy. There is so much writing on this. We appreciate your time and willingness to hear us today. We do appreciate the dedication of the State Water Resources Control Board staff and their efforts to protect public trust resources. I recognize that we wouldn't be having this discussion if this extraordinary drought was not happening. Thank you so much for your attention today.
Thank you, Mr. McGordy.
I think next we will want to hear from Sean White.
Great, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Sean White. I am the Director of Water Resources for the City of Ukiah. Previously, I oversaw the fisheries program for Sonoma County Water Agency for approximately 15 years. And I was also the General Manager of Russian River Flood Control during its license inspection process. And as a result, I have a pretty good understanding of fisheries, water rights, and operations in the Upper Russian River. A couple of things I'd like to talk about today. First item is the overall notion that 25 CFS as a minimum in-stream flow is something that was established for or determined by the needs of the fishery in the river. That number is an output of the Section 7 consultation, and I was heavily involved with the flow studies for that work. It was not about determining the best possible flow for fisheries. What it was really about was determining how to operate the project that Sonoma Flood Control and the Corps operate without reaching jeopardy, which is an entirely different question. During our field work for the consultation, at every increment that flow was decreased, habitat in the river for fisheries improved. And if you look at the BO, it was the lowest flow that we ever looked at that was rated as the optimal flow. While that seems counterintuitive, we all know that the overarching decision or outcome from that consultation was that there was too much flow in the river. And that's why Sonoma is currently endeavoring to modify D1610 to have reduced flows. And when you think about it from stepping back from sort of a natural history perspective, it makes all the sense in the world, as prehistory with the Upper Russian River was generally ephemeral, and that is what our fisheries co-evolved with. This was a very low flow stream. All of our tributaries in the Greater Ukiah Valley are known to go dry with frequency, and that's just the way it is. It's dry country. It's going to be 108 degrees here on Wednesday. Another thing I'd like to mention is this notion that there is no natural flow or abandoned flow, and that it is in fact de minimis and should be dedicated elsewhere. The city of Ukiah has been diverting water in the Russian River since the 1870s, well before the Potter Valley project, well before the creation of this project, and that is what our pre-14 is predicated on. And while the flows during that time of the year may be de minimis, that's also the nature of our diversion. Our pre-14 at full face value is only 2.8 CFS. And if we were allowed to divert at 50% conservation, which we'd be happy to do, that is only 1.4 CFS, which is a very small fraction of the buffer that's being used on a daily for current operations of the river. So while they are small, they make a huge impact on the vitality of our community. The final thing I'd really like to say is the word resilience has been used a lot up here during this event. And I want you to understand that the city of Ukiah is prepared. Over the last decade, we have spent $40 million in infrastructure for drought resiliency. And for a tiny town of 16,000 people, that is also a DAC. That is a tremendous sum of money. But as a result, we have outstanding groundwater facilities. Recycled water now makes up 30% of our water portfolio, which is a huge percentage. And we now recharge more water than we pump from groundwater on an average annual basis. That said, resiliency is about planning and banking and structuring your system to run on your most reliable assets. And for us, our pre-14 is part of that resilient portfolio. And we've invested a lot of time and money making sure that when it gets down to the skinny, we can count on that resource. It's very difficult to win a game of chess if at some point during the game, the rules you've been basing your decisions on change. And I feel like that's what's happening to us under this circumstance. And with that, I'll end my comments. Thank you.
Thank you as well. Appreciate the comments. And I have questions and comments, but I'll wait to the end of the panel to just allow folks to speak.
Next, we're going to hear from Devin Jones of Mendocino County Farm Bureau.
Good afternoon, Chair Escobar and board members. Appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today. So just a quick review. I know you've heard a lot of this, but I'm speaking specifically to the agricultural community and interests within the upper watershed. So Farm Bureau is working with farmers and ranchers from all the way from Road Valley to Ukiah, so along that West Fork side of the Russian River, and all the way from Potter Valley to Hopland, both the East Fork and all the way down the main stem, below the confluence at Coyote Dam. So the main commodities produced here in the upper basin include wine grapes, pears, assorted row crops, hay, irrigated pasture, and livestock. In addition, we have variable processing facilities related to agriculture, such as sawmills and wineries that are concurrently dependent upon this water supply. So you can see there's a vested interest from the agricultural community to participate in this process. Many of them hold riparian rights, senior appropriative rights, or pre-1949 water rights in both the main stem and the tributaries within the upper Russian River for the beneficial purposes of irrigation, frost protection, or stock watering. The action you are considering today will involve hundreds of agricultural water rights holders. So Farm Bureau has been engaged with the State Water Resources Control Board staff and other water users for the past several months, as mentioned. This was originally hopeful, going through the previous process that was fairly blunt back in 2014. We didn't get a whole lot of forewarning. So originally there was encouragement to think that we could work through a process early enough, knowing the situation that was coming with a second low water year in 2021. Another goal of this process was to improve upon the experiences that we did see in 2014. But the process for developing and implementing creative alternatives like the voluntary conservation agreements that were mentioned didn't get to a point of evolution. So there was challenges with that since we weren't able to present any sort of option to the agricultural water rights holders for discussion or consideration. So that's just something I wanted to bring forward. And several comments by the board members today sort of alluded to, an earlier action. And again, it's been, I think, July or August of last year when we started having these conversations. So I don't know what earlier action would take, but I think that this is part of the conversation that needs to continue as we move on. We, like others, understand that 2021 compounded with 2020 has led to a need for substantial water conservation efforts. I mean, that is not the question, that is understood. But the proposed curtailment action will impact our farming and ranching members, many with senior water rights, without a full due process. We've talked a lot today about stored water and the projects, below Lake Mendocino. However, this curtailment action doesn't account for the myriad of situations that we see up here within the watershed, whether that's, for example, we have wells that have been reported as riparian water use that are nowhere connected to the Russian River main stem. So they will be subjected to these types of scenarios just as much as individuals who divert below Lake Mendocino. The other thing that words do matter, as Supervisor McGordy said and was alluded to earlier, is that implying that agricultural diversions in the upper Russian River are waste and unreasonable uses of water is improper and unnecessary to achieve conservation goals. Hard to react necessarily to just the language that we've seen in the last half an hour, but it is appreciated that there has been some consideration for the removal of some of these broad assumptions of waste and unreasonable use of water. So the thing that the State Water Board should be encouraged to continue is to work with stakeholders in the upper Russian to further develop a more thorough water availability analysis. I believe the chair, raised the challenges of accounting for drop, but that's somewhat where we need to go. State Water Board has granted water rights within the system for several decades. There needs to be a better understanding of how water has been allocated within the water rights priority system, especially when there are years like 2021, where water may not be available for all users. The Russian River is a man-made system. Sometimes people tend to forget that, but this has been a man-made system for over 100 years that has many layers of complexities related to water rights allocations. This complexity does not mean that a management action taken by the state board should follow the easiest pathway for achieving conservation goals. We encourage the board to represent the interests of our farming and ranching members that will be impacted by this proposal, and to consider actions today that support a foundation for future collaboration for water management. Farm Bureau is willing to continue to engage with staff, with board members, and other interests throughout the watershed to move forward with how we can better look at conservation goals that are of more unanimity to the variables of the water rights holders in the system. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate and just plus up that is a system we want to work toward, a real-time water rights system that better protects water rights holders and others, but importantly, helps us better manage through these difficult times. So just thank you for that emphasis.
Okay, our next speaker will be Councillor Phil Williams from the city of Ukiah.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. I actually think Mr. Bonsignor is going to go next, and then I'll follow up. So
I'm
Nick,
sorry. Sorry, Nick, I didn't mean to to forget you. Please go ahead.
Engineers before lawyers. So, Chair Esquivel and board members, my name is Nick Bonsignor with Wagner and Bonsignor Consulting Civil Engineers in Sacramento. Our firm has provided water right consulting services in the Russian River watershed for over 20 years. Our clients include agricultural and municipal diverters holding a spectrum of water rights. Over the past few months, we have participated in regular meetings of a small task force in Mendocino County that was organized to address looming drought conditions and lend whatever knowledge and experience we might bring to help find solutions among the diverse water interests in Mendocino County. Our involvement included stakeholder meetings with State Water Board staff regarding its supply-demand analysis methodology for the Russian River. At our request, the State Water Board staff compiled and shared demand information from its eRIMS database, which allowed for an independent calculation of demand, and with a result that was very much in line with the State Water Board staff's results. However, the same cannot be said for the supply side of the supply-demand equation. The basis for supply and how it's presently being computed and forecasted has been a little more elusive. We've been advised that supply is based on modeling, specifically the USGS PRISM model. And the results of the modeling have been provided in the form of charts and graphs. But really no details or no written explanation of the methodology have been provided. I would temper my prepared comments at this point in light of Sam Bowenbrien's earlier remarks that the modeling is still in development. But I can't help thinking that this is somewhat reminiscent of the lack of explanation for the Water Board's curtailment actions in the Sacramento San Joaquin Delta watershed in 2015, which ultimately resulted in costly and adversarial hearing process after the fact to untangle the methodology and determine that it was flawed. The Mendocino interests are concerned that certain components of supply, small as they might be at this time, may not be accounted for in the modeling. These potential supply components may include Eel River imports, groundwater discharge to the main stem, residents' time associated with water molecules that found their way into the groundwater basin or the subterranean stream channel earlier this year and might still be there, and tributary inflows to the main stem, which may be subterranean at this time. Further, it's uncertain if other information that may be helpful to quantifying supply have been included. For example, you earlier heard Supervisor McGordy mention that the GSA for Ukiah Valley Basin has completed and calibrated a hydrologic model for Sigma purposes, and the model is currently being publicly reviewed. This model may provide insights about surface water and groundwater interaction in the upper watershed that the present methodology may not include. It's important to the Mendocino interests, and I would think all of the upper watershed interests, that the details of any modeling used by the Water Board be disclosed to allow opportunity for independent review, similar to what was done earlier this year in a very cooperative manner for the demand side of the equation. State Water Board's disclosure of the model should be accompanied by a thorough explanation of its workings, calibration, and shortcomings. No model is perfect, so that impacted stakeholders have the best understanding possible of the basis for the State Water Board's action. This ideally should happen before curtailments are imposed, not later. The diverters that are at risk of curtailment and the hardships that will come with it deserve to have an understanding now of why their right is being curtailed. Fundamentally, in its implementation of any curtailment in the Russian River watershed, we're simply asking the Water Board to show its work, which hopefully would support a cooperative approach to dealing with the severe drought condition, both now and in the future. That concludes my comments, and thank you for the time.
Thank you as well.
Thank you, Nick, and Mr. Chair, my Vice Chair, Ms. Diadamo, and members of the board. My name is Philip Williams, and I'll kind of wrap up our panel here. I serve as special counsel for the city of Ukiah. And since we have a little engineer lawyer thing going on, I'll note I'm not a lawyer. I am simply a man with a license to practice law in the state of California. But these emergency regulations are not necessary to protect stored water or to protect listed salmonids. And in trying to be responsive to questions posed earlier, I would point the board to well-known case law. The Millview case, which relied on section 1831 of the Water Code, the Light case, which relied on section 174 of the Water Code, and would also observe as a student on this issue, especially in light of Stanford Vina and other cases, your authorities are significant and terrible. And I mean that not in the pejorative sense. I just mean that they are awesome, and in the case of a drought, potentially comprehensive. And if those powers are wielded well, they can affect extraordinary good. I would also note that if there's an issue of the concern of the impact of your regulations, would simply note, I believe Mr. Light led the state after losing his case with the State Water Board. That is Mr. Light being a member of the community up in Mendocino County, and a well-known member of the community. Certainly everyone took that message to heart in understanding the powers of the State Water Board, the authorities you have, and the fact that you will diligently prosecute and prove your case. And that folks who are violating the law, there will be an accounting. And so the idea that there is a dismissiveness of your authorities, I think is mislaid. I'll cite a dissenting opinion from Justice Marshall from 1989, where he taught that history teaches that grave threats to liberty often come in times of urgency when constitutional rights seem too extravagant to endure. Such cases are only the most extreme reminders that when we allow fundamental freedoms to be sacrificed in the name of real or perceived exigency, we invariably come to regret it. I think his observation there as a civil rights lawyer, a well-renowned civil rights lawyer, are right on point. As to the current framework, you've heard about data, and I appreciate the comments I've heard from board members. I will simply observe that faulty information leads to imperfect intelligence, which leads to indiscriminate action. And I say this as a man who watched Secretary Powell brief the UN from a tent in Kuwait in March of 2003 on weapons of mass destruction, and then a few days later led his men to war with all the damage and the destroyed lives that followed. So, and I know you share this, Mr. Chair, But it is imperative that we have proper information, because that does inform intelligence and does avoid indiscriminate action. But the reality is, sir, based on this information failure, these emergency regulations result in a reassignment of the conditions and obligations imposed on some water right holders through D1610 onto every other water right holder on the Russian River. The new additions to the resolution and the recitals make this point abundantly clear in my mind. And now I want to be clear, I'm not suggesting in any way, shape, or form that we drain Lake Mendocino or dry up Sonoma County, or that we do not care about Sonoma County. Quite the contrary, there are dual imperatives at issue here. And our task is to meet them both. A, preserve the law and the water rights system in California. This imperative benefits every water right holder and every resident in California by recognizing the role that access to water plays in advancing individual dignity in this state, and ensures that water is put to its highest beneficial use. The second imperative is recognizing that a strict adherence to the rule of priority under these circumstances would result in an injustice that no responsible citizen could possibly desire. There is, in fact, a drought, and these circumstances require thoughtful consideration of the facts and the dual imperatives at issue. But the wholesale reassignment of obligations onto riparian and pre-1914 appropriators, in my opinion, does not meet these imperatives. Secondly, these emergency regulations, to the extent they're relying on the 2008 biological opinion, they also result in the reassignment of reasonable and prudent alternatives suggested to project proponents as methods to purportedly avoid jeopardy or adverse modification of habitat. And whether that reassignment of RPAs onto others is lawful or appropriate, I suggest is something worth considering. Please allow us to be clear. We understand that we do not understand that we're playing a zero-sum game. Water in California is not a zero-sum game. At least it shouldn't be. We are not suggesting in any way that others be deprived of the right to divert water, nor are we suggesting that others should be able to divert water they are not legally entitled to, or which is necessary for minimum health and safety. We are simply asking that our concerns, some of the information that we have that I think will better inform decisions, and our interests in the Ukiah Valley are being given equal consideration, no more, no less. And I will take the opportunities. Some of the revisions in your regulations, I think are right on point, are right-minded, and do drive at just this. And I think they are very important improvements, and I appreciate them very much. But there is a better way. To repeat my point, you do not need these emergency regulations. Your existing authorities provide you, in my opinion, with all the authority you need under the law and sound policy to protect the waters of the state and make sure they are being put to the highest beneficial use possible. So there is a better way, and respectfully, no, it is not too late. And I would suggest to the board that it is never too late. We have been working for months on creating a voluntary conservation program that would provide information and assurances for water right holders, while also recognizing that the drought has imposed a shared burden on all of us. Now, I think pretty highly of the voluntary conservation program. Of course, I wrote it, so I think it's pretty good. But with great help, I'll admit, from Mr. Ekdahl and Mr. Bolenbryan, and also with some great input from Mr. George, the Delta Water Master, in terms of learning some lessons learned and incorporating those. But I believe this effort is entirely salient and worthwhile, and I urge you not to abandon it. If not, it not only commits water to the system to help keep the river from becoming disconnected, but improves information gathering, and importantly, commits participants in the program to avoid challenging the State Water Board and other participants in their diversion and use of water. So it avoids conflict that sets that system up. You may think it's too late for this path, but I would suggest to you that a voluntary conservation agreement is not mutually exclusive from the emergency regulation currently in front of you. And I would suggest that a binary choice between the two is a false one. We've proposed revisions to the emergency regulations under section 878.1 that provide for authorized diversion for those water right holders who have a right to divert water and who commit to conserve a percentage of that right to ensure that the river does not become disconnected and to protect our neighbors, all of our neighbors on the Russian River, including Sonoma County. I believe it will help deflate the situation. I think it's a step in the right direction. And I would urge you to appreciate the role that agreements may play and how they may be nested within these emergency regulations. We would also hope, of course, that as more people sign on, we start gaining some momentum and you would have a viable program that would be a dramatic improvement and exploit all potential available assets to the board to manage these resources. I believe there's a better path. I believe there's a path that does not lead to the regret that Justice Marshall spoke to, and we urge you to seek it out. Thank you very much for your time. I also want to thank your staff, in particular, Mr. Ekdahl, Mr. Bolen-Bryan, Mr. Cole, and Mr. Schultz, who frankly have committed and just given an extraordinary amount of their time and energies. And I'm personally very appreciative of them. Thank you. I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Thank you, Supervisor, and thank you all the participants on this panel. I really appreciated the comments, the honest engagement here, and the desire to have a different path, which I think back to Mr. Bolen-Bryan's comments, and I think to all of our agreement here, this doesn't preclude as written even when it comes to meeting these storage targets in Lake Mendocino collectively. So I guess my question would be, where do you foresee your voluntary effort leaving Lake Mendocino? What are those goals then? How do we ensure that there is a sort of protective work there? And again, I would emphasize that voluntary solution need not be put aside here with the regs as written, that we can collectively still meet these outcomes. But I guess it just begs the question then what the difference would be in the sorts of outcomes that we're looking for the watershed when it comes to being protective of storage amounts in Lake Mendocino. And I would say that the aspects of your proposal that are about data gathering and better data information sharing, we should have already been doing that. And let's do that as a commitment now already. Bring us your data, help us understand the system if you feel that we don't have a complete picture. But I want to be clear that I think the data that I have received, the information that I have reviewed in my careful, thoughtful look at what we're proposing here shows us enough data to act. That the seriousness of the situation is such that absent action now, we leave to a better nature that may not materialize in the months ahead to forgo a disconnected river and prevent wholesale communities of running out of water. And again, I think to some of my comments earlier about wanting a more perfect system, wanting a more drop for drop granular system, but if we wait, we'll be well into the fall before we act and well beyond a window of being able to do so. And so I hope that we see the flexibility of these being able to collectively meet these storage targets as, at community in the watershed as a way to not have to go the curtailment route then, and really demonstrate that the community can respond in a way that is protective. And so I guess, and I want to be clear as well, because I know Supervisor, you mentioned that there was a voluntary agreement that we've rejected, and that is not, to my understanding, what the board has done at this point. I know there were voluntary discussions about proposals, and I think when the seriousness of the dry conditions, really the hydrology began to reflect themselves, it didn't materialize in a way that it's something this board can adopt now. But I think that doesn't preclude the ability for the watershed and the communities to still come together around a voluntary agreement. But I wanted to be clear, there was no rejection moment from this board on a voluntary approach at this point. But I'll leave it at that. I guess my main question for the panel would be, what is the difference in the sort of voluntary approach that is being contemplated or anticipated in where we would leave the system? And is that too great of a mismatch for what we're being proposing here that folks feel it somehow precludes any voluntary effort in the system?
Supervisor McGordy, I don't know if you're going to answer, but I'm happy to, sir.
Why don't you, Phil, since you've been working a lot on this, and you know what, I just, as an observer on the sideline, suddenly it seemed like the decision was made, and it would be the stored water rights holders were given the priority over everybody else. I guess that's the part that surprised me, and I was expecting that there would be an opportunity to maybe have a counter proposal.
So, Mr. Chair, getting specifically your question, I would echo the supervisor's observation that I thought, and I could be biased here, I thought we were very close to a voluntary framework. But my understanding of working with staff is we got to a place where they didn't think that was viable because of the amount of water available. I think that premise is based on you have to have a certain threshold of participants, and which also represent a certain threshold of water in the system. I would simply offer, as I did then, to the extent that voluntary agreements can refine our analysis, that they can be a tool to do that. And so we shouldn't reject those who are willing to enter into agreements because, inertia, sir, might start to take over, and frankly, hopefully it would, right? And so I would share Mr. McGordy's observation just in terms of I thought we were close. I won't speak for staff how close they thought they were. I thought we were really close, but conditions, I think, put the State Water Board in a place where it felt that that was not the best place to put its energies in the last 2 months, last month and a half. To answer your question more precisely, Mr. Chair, I will try. My thought and my vision would be that anyone entering into an agreement under these emergency regulations would still be imposed with the reporting requirements under these emergency regulations. And so the State Water Board, Sonoma County Water Agency, and Sonoma County Water Agency as the operator of the system would be given real-time data, as would other participants, to understand how actions were affecting not only lake levels, but also diverters' ability to divert. Is there in fact still water there that's capable of being diverted under lawful right? So my vision there was one that starts to create a clearinghouse of sorts for information, where participants in the voluntary conservation program, along with operators of the projects, right, would be talking and sharing information. And the premise of the voluntary agreements, sir, is there's water that's able to be diverted. You have a lawful right to divert the water. That's a premise.
And I think that to give credit to the Russian River Flood Control District of trying to forecast and then work with the diverters on a schedule so that they're able to stay within the flows that are required of the system, would also be very, very important in terms of information gathering, working on a real-time basis.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And what I would encourage is that needs to go on either way, I think, right? I mean, that's the sort of effort the water rights holders need to, as just a basis, not a basis of a voluntary solution, but of how do we contribute to real-time data in a way? How do we communicate who's diverting when? And how do we meet these common goals of not having a disconnected river and meeting storage targets? I mean, what I emphasized earlier as well was how that's the same data either way, whether it's the board doing its work, whether it's locals making local decisions and managing their resources, same information, same data points of hydrology, diversions, water rights holders. So let's be sure we are contributing to that either way, because it is the basis of just simply a good water rights system. But understand that that's sort of kind of somewhat thinking in the offing as to what would be part of this program in a voluntary basis. I would go even further and say that we need all that there, and hopefully we continue to build that trust. And I apologize if it seems that we weren't resourced enough to be able to follow through if we were very close to voluntary agreement here. But again, this discussion here still yet does not preclude it. It simply says the urgency and the need to act is there. We have enough information there. It's hard to argue that there is any significant portion of water rights holders that natural flow is there to fulfill water rights for. There are some. Let's get better at accounting for those, and let's figure out how we have a better system, I think, is a common premise I've heard here, and important for us to be moving forward. Thank you. Thank you for that exchange. I appreciate and again, acknowledge that the ideal situation is locals understanding their resource, managing it themselves, and forgoing these really dire consequences that we're trying not to have happen. Communities run out of water, a disconnected river. But when we see that that's kind of coming, and we've had good discussion this last year, and I think again it speaks to what are the resources we have in the water rights space to drive this sort of understanding of just who has access to what or who can prove up to what in a system, and just help protect the priority system and not have to find ourselves in moments like this. So just thank you. Vice Chair, please.
Yeah, just I really do want to hear from other commenters, so I won't ask a question, but just pose a question, because I do think we're going to come out of this with some additional resolution language encouraging the ongoing conversations. But my sense is that, at a certain point, there just was so little inflow that the voluntary agreements would have been basically like a curtailment. And so it just got to be extremely challenging for this year. But I'm just posing in particular for Mr. Bonsignor and the other engineers that are out there. So and for the attorneys, is it really necessary for us to get at every single drop? And I would suggest no. We don't need to count every single molecule. And at a certain point, don't we as a board have the authority to issue findings that essentially, as we're doing today, that essentially there is no remaining flow? And so as we go forward with whether it's, a regulation like what we're looking at today, or a different approach that's based on water unavailability, what sort of give is there in the accounting system? Absolutely, we need to get better at the accounting system, but do we have to count every single drop? And I would suggest that the answer to that is no. And if it is no, how can you help us to better develop those tools so that we can get to solutions that are reasonable and practicable?
Thank you, Vice Chair. I think there is no perfect model. And ultimately, this is all based off of telemetry information and then modeling and reflective of that. You're never going to get to every single drop, but we're far away from every single drop. We need to really be making the investments in that get us closer into there. But I agree with you completely that we can't chase ultimately what is no perfect system out there, but begin to really just make what are maybe significant improvements that with a little trust, certainly a lot of coordination, but importantly, dollars and resources, we can maybe make some headway, maybe quicker and sooner rather than later.
Well, in particular, if we're using a water unavailability analysis, which I think what many of the water user stakeholders would prefer, that or a voluntary agreement approach as opposed to what we're looking at today. So, again, don't want to take up the time, but that we don't need to get it just perfect, even with a water unavailability analysis.
Thank you. Here, Vice Chair. Any other comments from fellow board colleagues here? And then we can, if not, we can transition to individual comments. We have about 20 or so individuals waiting to comment here. We're at 4:45. What does that parse out to? We'll be able to get through here relatively soon. So thank you. Anything else from board colleagues on this panel though? Okay. Thank you both again, Supervisor, everyone, but Supervisor and Phil Williams and everyone for your good comments, your contributions, and we'll have more discussion here, certainly. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, let us now move then on to our first individual commenter, and we have Gail Dalenhart. And again, just thank you everyone for the patience and continued engagement on this important item.
There we go.
Good evening.
Thank
Hello.
you. Hi. I want to thank you for the discussion here and especially the comments made by the panel. I can't impress upon the board enough that words really do matter. And the words unreasonable is a problem. It's just a problem. Our guys have been operating the system, the water systems, for many, many years. And frankly, I think they do a great job. And it would be good that your staff work with them and bring them along, get their input and work together so that we don't have the words getting in the way of working together. That's my main comments today. I don't want to reiterate everybody that spoke. I really do agree with the panel discussion that was just presented. But those are really my comments, and my main concern are the words with, you got rid of waste, that was good, but still the words unreasonable is a problem. And I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Dellenhart. I know, and again, the difficulty certainly is that we're working within a legal system with legal tools in the water rights space that can have literal interpretations to individuals in communities. And I think it's our job as leaders to make sure that we don't inappropriately convey what is an intent from the board that is not there, which is to poke at ag, call their practices unreasonable or wasteful. And again, it is actually simply the legal tools and the language that we are there to rest upon. And hopefully we continue to be able to message correctly that this isn't the board itself somehow trying to denigrate or reduce what we know is the beneficial use of agriculture and agricultural water in this state. But here we are with incredibly, unfortunate circumstances, incredible dryness in the watershed, and needing to respond in a way that, again, is not ideal. And the intent, and certainly from my perspective, you're here being someone who would not be here but for ag, whose grandfather was a palmero in the Coachella Valley, grandfather picked cotton and buckeye, and it's those opportunities that agriculture provided my family that allow me to be here at the board. And so know that the intent isn't there at all. In the least. And yes, words do matter, but intent also matters, and importantly there. And here, words do matter because we're talking about legal activities that the board is undertaking and authorities that we are using in order to prevent incredible damages to the community and an unchecked curtailment by Mother Nature upon us all. And so, but thank you. I know that it is with great collaboration that we continue to work with ag in helping communicate these moments, and more importantly, continue to create the working relationship that we need to get through this drought. So thank you.
Okay.
Next, I'd like to call up, and I believe there are two names here because there are two individuals that we're probably covering, but we have Janine Zolazelli and Liliana Freeman.
Yes, thank you. We were covering.
Thank you. I bet. Thank you.
This is Jeannie Zalezi. I'll start the video here. Sorry, too many buttons to press.
Good evening. Thank you.
All right. General Counsel for the Russian River Flood Control and Water Conservation Improvement District. And on behalf of the district, we want to just let you know that we do strongly support the effort to curtail junior appropriative water right users when there is no natural flow available in the river in order to protect stored water and protect the rights of the district and its customers. It is unfortunately an essential step this year, and we appreciate the work of the state board staff. I want to emphasize what others have said before. The state board needs to take some action today to curtail water diverters for whom water is not available. There is a real urgency. Now, the district appreciates the work that has been done to narrow the scope of the emergency regulations and the language changes that were presented earlier, but the district's goal is to avoid the need for emergency regulations. We are uneasy with the methodology. Among other things, the most important emergency regulations eliminate the due process right to be heard on water availability. In the future, I think our general manager mentioned, it's the district's goal to work with the state board and Sonoma Water to develop sufficient information to determine when natural flow is available in all year types to ensure protection of both the rights of riparians and appropriators to natural flow and to protect the district's rights to stored project water. Now, based on the work that has been done by your staff and the findings proposed in the resolution, especially the changes made this morning, we believe the State Board can direct staff to undertake a traditional curtailment of direct diversion without the complications and questionable legality of emergency regulations. You have the authority, based upon the findings that are proposed in the resolution of unavailability, to complete all of the actions contemplated by the emergency regulation by traditional curtailment methods. The changes explained do provide improvements. The emergency regulations just raise concerns. You're curtailing pre-14 and riparian right holders when natural flow may be available in the river under their priority of right until you've made that finding. Conversely, as written, the emergency regulations do allow riparians and junior appropriators to divert stored water under section 877.4, as curtailments are tied to storage levels and not the presence or absence of natural flows in the river. But in closing, let me emphasize that the district supports curtailments of water right holders for whom a water supply is not available. While the district would prefer a traditional curtailment methodology, if you choose to proceed with the adoption of the emergency regulations, 2 points we'd like to emphasize. One, please make very clear that you are curtailing based solely upon water unavailability, because that turns the emergency regulation into more of a traditional curtailment, and I think it has more validity. The second is we would request that in section 877.3, it was old C1, I believe it may be new B, it's hard to keep track, I apologize. It is when the deputy director needs to curtail exempt uses. And that would include uses such as the district's use of stored water. We would ask that the language be changed so that the deputy director does so only after meeting and conferring with those exempt users, so that there is some give and take about water availability, remaining storage, and continued uses. And that's part of our concern with emergency regulations. It completely eliminates that dialogue. We'd like at least a notice, an opportunity to comment. It can be a short turnaround time, but we would request that. So again, thank you for your staff and your efforts to move quickly on this matter. We appreciate it, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your good engagement and continued concern and flag and back and forth around potential solutions around it. I'll be particularly, and I don't know when at this point, maybe we should get through the comments and kind of wrap up and be able to help kind of have a more cogent discussion with my board colleagues, but I'll just flag. I want to hear a little more from our staff about why this is necessary in this case. And why the traditional approach wouldn't be protective or ensure that we were going to really be protective of the communities here in this circumstance. And so I'm just wanting to hear a little more about that from our folks. Probably best to leave it because I think we'll hear similar requests and feeling that the traditional curtailment processes are adequate enough to address the circumstances we find ourselves here, and appreciate that. And yes, on the deputy director's ability to go go after what are exempted uses at this point. Yeah, I'll flag for folks. I'll want to hear what the openness is to a little process there. What we feel the downside would be, and want to be responsive. So thank you so much. I appreciate the good contributions and discussion. Yes, by all means, Vice Chair, please.
Yeah, Ms. Zalesi, 2 questions. One is, could you explain a bit more there about the storage levels? As I understand it, it's a surrogate for water unavailability, but I'm hearing you say that it actually, if a water unavailability approach is not used and this surrogate is used instead, that there could potentially be diverters diverting stored water to which they are not entitled. So I want to better understand that assertion.
Yeah, correct. My understanding is that the regulation makes a finding early on that there is not sufficient water available. And I believe from the presentation that we've received this morning that there are conclusions being reached of the same level. Certainly by the time that this emergency reg is triggered July 1st, I think we can all conclude there would not be any flow available. However, under the emergency reg language, even after it is effective, if in fact storage is above the levels that trigger the curtailment notice, if there is no natural inflow, that means that senior water right riparians and pre-14s are taking stored water from the reservoir. So conversely, while we want to protect their rights if there is natural flow available, if there is not natural flow available, there should be a curtailment regardless of the storage level of the reservoir.
Right, that's of concern. I don't know if we can fix it or not, but that's, I think, something to flag for further discussion and ongoing discussions. And then I asked Mr. Boland Bryan earlier, had we had these authorities earlier in the year, when would they have been triggered? And so I'm just getting to this point of the drawdown has been so sudden. Had we had this in place, or a version of a water availability analysis, at what point do you think it would have been invoked, and would that have made a significant difference in the drawdown?
You know, unfortunately, it may be better to ask Sonoma Water or somebody that, but my understanding, not being an engineer, going back to that line, is that there has been natural flow into the system, 25 CFS coming into the reservoir, and that's not including what may be coming in from tributaries below the reservoir. So my understanding is that there probably has been natural flow available until, you know, right now we're getting about to the tipping point. I don't have those numbers. It's possible Sonoma Water does. It's possible that Sam or Eric have those numbers. And perhaps, you know, 3 weeks ago, we could have curtailed. But I'm not sure it would have made a tremendous difference because there was natural flow. It's just now really starting to die off.
Yeah, I think I'm just looking to, you know, an earlier trigger on the as to the juniors potentially. So thank you.
Maybe I can jump in and answer that question. We did, when we did the initial kind of notices of water unavailability back on May 27th, have that information and message it and roll it out. And based on the calculations that we did have, we felt that we were probably right on time with the notices of water unavailability, May 27th for the post 49 diverters and June 1st for all other post 14 diverters. And that's based on natural flow and kind of looking at conditions in the watershed. So we're about on pace, I think, for where we think implementation should occur.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and thank you all for the good engagement and discussion there. Next, we have Chris Schuring. Or Christian, apologize, and you should be invited to unmute. There you are.
I think I'm on. That was a little hard to figure out. So good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. It's late. I'm sugar low. I thought I was going to talk at 9:30 or 10, and I'll try to keep it short because a lot of stuff has been said. I just want to underscore it, and I won't make it painful for you. So I'm representing the California Farm Bureau. You've already heard from Devin. She represents our members in the Russian River watershed, but I represent more broadly members all over the state. Your jurisdiction that are worried about where we're going to go with some of these curtailments as a template or as a precedential matter. I think we all know this is a really dry year. That's obvious. We all know that curtailments are going to happen, certainly for the juniors and maybe pretty deep in the list. I don't know. But here today, I'm asking the board to do precisely what Jeannie Zalesi just said. We'd like to see the board to adjust the staff resolution or some of the staff recommended language to recast it, to lose the references to waste and unreasonable use, the board just shouldn't go that direction of declaring agricultural water use for a variety of reasons, either a waste or an unreasonable use. I think, you know, the doctrine of reasonable use and wastefulness is an excellent doctrine, perhaps for judges to use on an adjudicatory basis, but I think that administrative agencies should tread lightly in their use for a variety of reasons. You know, certainly the potential for administrative caprice or error is one of them. And then the other is the political issues of the, you know, the delicate issue of jurisdiction and trust of the regulated community. It doesn't, you've heard, it doesn't go down well. So my final pitch would be, look, you know, our water rights system is adequate to the task of managing scarcity, or should be properly executed, right? It deals with dry years, it deals with wet years. We can use it the way it should be used. To do this way, I guess it's called the traditional approach, without using inflammatory and broad language that gets us involved in all kinds of, you know, disputes in court and other places. I think you can do what you need to do. It's been called the minimum legal authority here today. I heard Vice Chair Didi Adamo use the unavailability analysis or the stair-step approach. That's it for me. I just support what the speaker before me said, and I appreciate the time to speak today. And I wish you all the best of luck in sorting this issue out. So thank you.
Thank you. And it'll be a little more than luck that we need. We need that collaboration. And I do appreciate the honest engagement around the concerns around the use of this authority. You know, I look back at the record of our usage as a board, and it has been a careful one. It hasn't been overly broad, but I know that's always the concern from folks. And I know that, again, hearing from others, words matter. But I think it is balancing what is, again, the reality of the circumstances and difficulty of oftentimes, although we want a water rights system able to adapt quickly to climate change and be there for us, we're seeing those stress cracks in our ability to ultimately touch what are a broad number of water users, water rights types holders in a watershed. So just thank you. I appreciate the engagement, and I know we'll have further discussion here. Next, I have Bob Gore.
Chair Esquivel, Bob Gore is not on the Zoom.
Is he not on? Okay.
Would be
and
Michael.
apologies to Mr. Gore. I believe next we have Michael Miller.
Good evening. I think it's evening. Yeah. Good evening, board chair and members. My name is Michael Miller with the California Association of Wine Grape Growers. It's been a long day, so I'll try to be very brief and avoid a long conversation here. We appreciate the difficult circumstances created by the drought. Our growers in the Russian River watershed recognize that the drought will reduce water supplies for all of us. And we also appreciate the amendments that were discussed by Mr. Lawfer. As you can imagine, we are very concerned that the emergency regulation language designated ag use of water as a, quote, wasted and unreasonable use of water. While the amendments are better, we are still concerned that the amendments still designate ag use of water as unreasonable. Please keep in mind that growers in the watershed are highly focused on conservation. For example, 99% of the growers in Sonoma are certified sustainable. This represents 60,000 acres of vineyards. Those vineyards use water conservation tools such as drip irrigation. Many of those growers also store and use treated water from wineries and vineyard irrigation ponds. Our growers' use of water is in no way a waste. For Mendocino County vineyards, environmental protection is a very high priority. Fish-friendly farming is commonplace in Mendocino County. Additionally, there's a great focus on creating wildlife corridors, habitat restoration, and other sustainability efforts. The first winery in the US to achieve carbon neutral status is actually located in Mendocino County. Additionally, let me give you some economic data for Sonoma County. 1 in 4 Sonoma County jobs are in the wine industry. More than 54,000 full-time employees work in Sonoma County wine industry. 80% of Sonoma County's vineyards are small. That means 100 acres or less. 85% of Sonoma County's vineyards are family-owned businesses. Again, we appreciate the realities of the drought, but we can deal with these realities without designating ag use of water as an unreasonable use of water. To Vice Chair D'Adamo's earlier point, the ag community is happy to engage with the board staff in identifying the tools and tool shed and possibly creating new tools to help address and deal with the real world challenges of the drought. Again, thank you for your time. And I know that this is a monumental problem facing all of us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Miller, for your patience and your contributions today to our discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Jamie Nearney.
Hi.
Hello.
Good evening. And hi. Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to provide public comment tonight. My name is Jamie Neary, and I am staff attorney for Russian Riverkeeper. Tonight, we would like to provide our very strong support for the proposed emergency regulations for the Russian River. As you know, the situation in our watershed is the worst we have ever seen, and it is progressively getting worse every day. And we have not even entered into our hot summer season yet, when water use is known to increase in response to higher temperatures and increased evapotranspiration. The lack of surface waters is also compounding the impacts to our local groundwater supplies, which further expands the issues and is just not sustainable long term. To date, voluntary and some mandatory conservation measures have been tried, but with very limited success, which is demonstrated by our region's obvious failure to protect the stored water and the inability of users to reduce demand to levels seen in the last dry period. As such, the time is now overdue for these emergency regulations. Current programs are not reducing the water in the degree that is necessary to protect our regional health and river ecosystem from the significant threat of zero water being available. And heaven forbid, we have another dry period or a dry winter going into 2022. For these reasons, we request that in conjunction with these emergency regulations that adequate funding be provided to ensure that these emergency regulations are actually followed and adequate support to staff is provided so that they can continue to guide us through all of the efforts that the State Water Board and staff have made to date. Or an alternative solution would be maybe to coordinate with other state agencies that have enforcement powers already, so that these regulations are actually going to do what they are meant to do, which is protect our water supplies in the Russian River. The seriousness of our current situation is a prime example of why improved long-term management must occur in our watershed. And that needs to happen through collaborative demand management practices for the health of our local economy, our communities, our ecosystem. We just have to really prepare ourselves for a changing climate through strong proactive action. Thank you for allowing this time to give public comment. Thank you.
Thank you as well, Ms. Neary. Appreciate your comments and contributions today. Thank you. Next, we have Grant Davis from Sonoma County Water Agency, or Sonoma Water.
Good afternoon, Chair Escobar, Vice Chair Didamo, and members of the board. I'm Grant Davis, the General Manager of Sonoma Water, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to comment very briefly today. I also want to thank the board members for their active and keen interest in our region over the years, and the amount of time and energy expended by the board, as well as your staff, to come up with what I think is a fairly creative solution. I note that the urgency by which we're speaking today is the level of water stored in Lake Mendocino. And currently we're at about 33,000 acre feet, with a goal stated today by your staff of trying to achieve 20,000 acre feet by the beginning of October over these next few months. That's not a lot of water, and I feel like the time to act is actually now. As Chair Escobar knows, through his participation in the governor's Lake Mendocino drought emergency proclamation on April 21st, the situation in the Russian River is absolutely dire. It's either the driest or the second driest year on record this year. Last year was the fourth driest record. And moreover, the Russian River used to receive a significant amount of water from the Eel River through the Potter Valley Project watersheds. And that water has been dramatically reduced. And so we're in uncharted territory, and it calls for leadership. There is a very real possibility that Lake Mendocino will go dry before we get rain next fall or winter. And we're working diligently with our partners, many of you here today, and your staff to maintain some carryover storage. That target is 20,000 acre feet of water in Lake Mendocino on October 1st. That's going to be a tall order. If Lake Mendocino were to go dry, it would be a catastrophe. There would be next to no water for the communities along the 60 miles of Upper Russian River that depend on the river and that facility. There would be literally no flows for listed coho salmon and steelhead, and we'd have to prevent all of that from happening at almost any cost. So Sonoma Water supports the draft regulations proposed by staff. The bottom line is that we need to do what we can to prevent the lake and the river from going dry. There just isn't any significant natural flow available to the river. So it's running on stored water, and then there's not that much of that. And my understanding is that water rights in the river generally don't apply to stored water unless you have a contract for it. The regulations just implement that fairly basic water law. We understand and appreciate just how difficult this actually is. And as the operator of the reservoir, we've been doing whatever we can to avoid a worst case scenario. For the second time this year, Sonoma Water asked the state board to reduce minimum flows as an urgency matter, and yesterday you agreed. We truly appreciate your approval of our temporary urgency change order. The flows will now be as low as they can, and our contractors in Sonoma Water will be diverting 20% less out of the entire Russian River, and that's a mandate that will be also a very difficult order to fill, but we're committed to doing that. And we definitely don't think it's unreasonable for people to want to have water to grow grapes and other crops. That's what the wine country does. But there just isn't any water available this year. And unfortunately, that's when the limits of water rights kick in, and all the regulations really do is apply those limits. Sonoma Water supports the regulations and asks the state board to adopt them this evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Davis. I appreciate your contributions and your thoughts today, and continued leadership ultimately down in the community. I know that these are very difficult circumstances, so taking the day and continuing to track this discussion and participate, I know is for everyone here a lot. So just thank you, and I appreciate your contributions. Thank you. Next, we have Ryan Becerra.
Thank you very much, Chair Esquivel. Yes, my name is Ryan Becerra. I'm Water Counsel for Sonoma Water. I want to say I agree essentially with everything that Mr. Waffer said at the beginning of this discussion. As Mr. Davis just said, as Mr. Waffer said, California water law makes a pretty fundamental distinction between natural flow and stored water. And there's essentially no natural flow in the system, or at the very least, the vast majority of the water is being released from storage for minimum flows. And unfortunately, that's the point at which you start to have real water rights kick in. And that's what the regulation does. It implements California water rights. And that authority to simply curtail water rights according to the availability of flow gets you about 95% of the way to your solution here. And where you get into unreasonable use is the protection of the public health and safety. That's a little bit different. It's not exactly a water right curtailment. I certainly can understand consternation about agricultural water use ever being called an unreasonable use. I grew up on a dairy farm in Kings County, and it put me through college, and I understand that that is not a place we ever want to go, calling agricultural use unreasonable use. But that's the piece you need here for the last little bit to protect public health and safety. And so in this unfortunate and hopefully very unique situation, I agree with Mr. Waffer. That's the place to go legally. Hopefully we don't have to do this again. And so like Mr. Davis, for Sonoma Water, we fully support implementation of these regulations. Thank you.
Thank you. Much appreciated, and look forward to what I know will just be further discussion in this space. Next, we have Pam Jean.
Chair Esquivel, Pam Jean has withdrawn her speaker card.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Jeanette Pauley.
Hi, good evening,
Good evening.
Chair Esquivel and board.
Thanks for the opportunity to speak. I know it's late. I'll try to be brief. Again, I'm Janet Pauley. I wear several different hats. I'm a farmer. I'm a director on the Potter Valley Irrigation District Board, and I chair the Mendocino County Inland Water and Power Commission. But today I'd like to make a few comments on behalf of our multi-generational family farming business, Pauley Ranch. We've been farming in Mendocino County since 1860. We have riparian as well as pre and post 1914 perfected water rights. And I would like to begin by saying that we completely understand the seriousness of the drought we're facing. I believe as a group, most farmers do, maybe more than others. We understand what we're going to be facing as the summer goes on. We believe that there may have been ways for our regional man-made water storage and delivery systems to have been managed differently to protect what was clearly a rapidly diminishing water supply as early as winter, this past winter. Thankfully, we were able to utilize the forecast-informed reservoir operations with the Army Corps for improving storage at Lake Mendocino early on. The issue of management of the system is something that needs to be, and I'm sure will be reviewed, but that's not the main reason for my comments today. The decision by the state board to describe agricultural use of water in the upper section of the Russian River as wasteful and unreasonable is what I wished to address. And I'm glad to see that the term wasteful now is being addressed. It really was not based on anything definitive or supportable. I appreciate Board Member McGuire's question about what the difference is between the upper and lower Russian River. And there clearly is one in terms of whether you're above or below the confluence with Dry Creek. But I have to say that singling out the upper basin with this kind of language was really unwarranted. It was akin to saying that if Farmer A in the upper Russian River watershed during a drought used water to irrigate crops, it would be considered wasteful and unreasonable. But if Farmer B, who's a few miles downstream in the lower Russian River, used water in the same watershed during the same drought, it would not be considered wasteful or unreasonable. It really has the potential to be precedent setting. It means, the language means that the board could label a long-term, well-recognized beneficial use of water in the state of California as wasteful when they needed to justify a curtailment of all recognized classes of water rights in a very specific area. Vice Chair D'Adamo is correct. Just because there is a waste and unreasonable designation in your toolbox doesn't mean that it should have been used in this situation to describe agricultural use. And I also agree with Board Member Doda when she said that maybe there are new tools that we have to find to address this kind of a situation, which we obviously, unfortunately, will face in the future. So in closing, we're not being critical of the efforts being made to address this water supply emergency. It's a very difficult situation for all of us. I'm not sure what the summer really is going to look like when we get to the end of it, but I believe we could do a much better job by working in concert rather than diminishing the importance of beneficial water use in the way that it was, at least originally, in this in the language of the regulation. So thank you for taking the time today and for staying so late. I wish us all good luck as the summer goes on. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pauley. And thank you, more importantly, for your time and attention today and for staying so late and providing a good, thoughtful comment and reflection on the discussion today. So thank you.
Thank you.
And Mr. Carnes, you should be invited to unmute here.
Thank you very much. Can you all hear me?
We can. Good evening.
Good evening, Chair Esquivel and board members. My name is Craig Carnes. I work with Ellison Schneider, Harrison Donlin in Sacramento, and we represent Gallo Vineyards, Inc. We provided written comments on the proposed regulations, but I thank you all for the opportunity to provide oral comments as well. I wanted to start out by noting that we really appreciate the efforts you and your staff have taken. And in light of that, I only want to focus on one issue that's been discussed pretty extensively, but I may have a small twist on it, and I hope to be brief. And this really deals with the idea that the regulations unnecessarily rely on the principle of unreasonable use, or the reasonable use doctrine, for curtailment specifically. Reliance on it for curtailment is not necessary given the governor's April 21st, 2021 state of emergency proclamation and Water Code section 1058.5, which has been discussed previously. Both of those authorize emergency regulations to curtail diversions where water is not available under a right of priority. So if the reasonable use doctrine is necessary for accepting certain uses from curtailment, and I believe that's what I'm hearing, the 5% that Mr. Becerra mentioned, that should be detailed and properly supported if possible. But what I don't see is how that necessity to accept those limited uses makes it proper for the board to apply the reasonable use doctrine to the broader curtailment decision. That broader curtailment decision, I believe, should be based on water availability and not the reasonable use doctrine. And related to the application of the reasonable use doctrine, if the board approves the regulations as they exist with the amendments, I would ask that the board include language in the adopting resolution stating that the regulations will not serve as precedent for future board actions. And I think that's appropriate here, given the stated position that this approach the board's taking for the Russian River watershed is tailored to unique factual circumstances. And that's all I have on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Carnes. I appreciate those additive thoughts and contributions. Again, I'll flag for folks, I'll want to have a discussion a bit back and forth again about why we can't just use the regular curtailment proceedings or processes we have, and why in this circumstance this is necessary. So thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Valerie Kincaid.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel. Can you guys hear me?
We can. Thank you. Good
Great.
evening.
Good evening. Valerie Kincaid for the San Joaquin Tributaries Authority. The SJTA submitted comments, and I'm obviously not going to go through those comments here today. I just want to make a quick legal point and practical point on each of the lower and upper regulations. As I'm hearing this, it really puts in perspective kind of the legal components for me. And of course, how this can or cannot be used in other watersheds is certainly near and dear to the SJTA's concerns. So on the lower, the quick legal point that we did make in our comments, but I think it's worth reiterating here, is that there's some clear due process issues. In the 2014-2015 challenge, the Santa Clara Superior Court did say that the board not only had to spell out how it did curtailment, show its math, as folks have previously said, but also give water right holders an opportunity to challenge that and rebut that math that was done. Interestingly, in the regs on the lower, neither of those components are built in here. I'm not terribly surprised by the due process and having folks challenge the State Water Board an availability analysis, because that would take time. I still think it's required. I think it's a constitutional requirement. You can't get around it even with 1058.5. But interestingly, it doesn't even require the deputy director to show the math. It just says what they must consider. But the curtailment order doesn't have to show that math, doesn't have to say, here's the supply and demand data we considered. So it is disturbing to me that a water right holder would get a curtailment order without the explanation of why they're being cut off, and certainly not the opportunity to test that. It is a violation of due process. The practical consideration that I want to mention on the lower is that a timing issue, and I think other people have brought this up. Curtailment works when there still is natural flow in the system, and that's because you're cutting people off from diverting that, and you're allowing seniors or potentially public health and safety uses to use that water, to issue a curtailment regulation that violates due process when it's operationally doing very little in the system because there's no natural flow left seems ill-advised to me. And I would encourage, I know I heard the other stakeholders say that there is natural flow available. If the State Water Board staff is going to stand by the fact that there is little to no natural flow available in the system, curtailment is no longer the tool that you need. Because there's no curtailment, there's no more natural flow. There's no curtailment, there's just no flow left. So that's a practical consideration. I would certainly hate for everyone to launch into challenges to these regulations based on authority if operationally on the ground it's not doing anything and has no effect. On the upper, the legal comment I would make is that several people have mentioned this, and it's true, the protection of stored water doesn't need unreasonable use. It is illegal to divert stored water that you don't have a contract for, that you didn't store yourself. The State Water Board can't call an unlawful use of water unreasonable. And I think that would hold up in court. So I think to declare a use that we all agree is unlawful as unreasonable, it's more than belts and suspenders. It's talking about a diversion that frankly is unlawful to begin with. The conversation should stop there. There's no need to go into what is clearly upsetting and challenging, which is categorically defining uses as unreasonable, which is both offensive and frankly unneeded and unnecessary in the circumstance. So that's the legal component. My practical comment on protection of stored water, and this might get a little bit more towards a different system here, is that it really concerns me that the State Water Board would take the position that it is the correct state agency to protect stored water. Remember that the State Water Board has concurrent jurisdiction with the courts, and it is a reservoir operator's duty to protect its water. And if it thinks unlawful diversions are happening of that stored water, it can go to the courts or it can go to the State Water Resources Control Board to decide that. And if the State Water Board is developing regulations that automatically, without hearing any facts, protect stored water like this, I think it really, it compromises its position as a neutral decision maker in those instances. And I know that might be esoteric here, but it's very important. And it's very, very important when you get to the Delta, where stored water is a major issue. And there's a complaint that exists in the Delta right now. So if the state board wants to try to be a regulating agency to protect stored water in the Delta, I really am concerned with that and the compromising of its position as a neutral party with its concurrent jurisdiction. So tread lightly. I agree with everyone, Jeannie, Chris, and other folks who've said, use the tools you need to use. Don't use tools that you don't need to use. Let's be as precise as we can. And again, I just encourage you to not adopt these regulations as drafted and try to use more traditional tools and try to take a scalpel approach to this. So those are my comments. And again, I really appreciate staying late. I appreciate all the work the staff has done. It's clear that they're invested. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kincaid. I appreciate your good comments. And, we're all invested in making sure that the system works well, and appreciate your criticisms and contributions completely here. So thank you. Next, we have David Keller.
All right. And somewhere there's a video. There we go. Okay. All right. Good evening, and thank you very much for holding this extended hearing and discussion of these important issues. Friends of the Bay Area Director for Friends of the Eel River. As an NGO, we've been around over 25 years to try and get to restoration of reproducible quantities of our native and threatened salmon and steelhead in the Eel River. We're getting closer. Management of the Russian River is an essential piece of that, in that for 100 years, the Eel River has been diverted one way or the other, actually more than 100 since 1908,
has been diverted for power and irrigation in the Russian River. And as a result of that, we have seen tremendous barriers to fish migration and essentially an abuse of the Eel River as a source of water to mask the abuses and overuses in the Russian River watershed. So that on its own, the Russian River watershed would look very different without these diversions from the Eel River. And it's important to remember that when everybody talks about a century of use of all this water that they've gotten virtually for free, with unmentioned consequences in the Eel River Basin. So we're working to help correct that. And we very much appreciate the work being done on this issue by Eric Ekdahl and by Sam Boland-Bryan and staff, and appreciate the board's attention to this. This is a long time coming. We want to thank you for incorporating the essence of Term 91 into the rules that are being proposed, whereby water released from storage for in-stream use has to remain in stream. That's a license and, or rather a permit and water rights condition that should be incorporated in every water rights held in the Russian River watershed. Because what we see is what you're seeing now, which is water released from Lake Mendocino for in-stream use, both public trust and for health and safety, is diverted, and the in-stream use doesn't remain. And so the water agency and Mendocino County District have to continue to release additional water to make up for that water that is taken. So we really think that this is an important addition in finally looking at Russian River use. I've been hearing the need for Term 91 in Russian River water rights since I first started attending state board hearings back in 1997 on Russian River management. It's way past time to do that. It should be permanent and should be incorporated in existing water rights. In addition, for the board's knowledge, and I understand that this is not a budget meeting, but please, 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 you only have 20 enforcement officers for the entire state. And we know there is inappropriate, illegal, and improper diversions from the Russian River watershed. A few years ago, it was noted by state board staff that this was the watershed with the highest number of illegal and unpermitted water diversions. That's been reduced significantly, but it's not done. That work needs to continue. And so the governor and the legislature need to hear of the need to do that in this watershed as well as others. And it's really important to protect the public trust resources in both rivers, the Eel and the Russian. And I'm concerned a little bit because I didn't have time to read through carefully the revisions in the regs that were read out. But I want to make sure that public trust interest continues to have equal weight to health and safety. And it can be used as decisions for when to curtail and how. And then finally, regarding the Russian River, given all of the calls for need for additional data, for additional information, in a river that has been declared over appropriated by state board staff, perhaps it's time to put on your calendar the adjudication of the Russian River. This is a complex system. I'm not saying that's easy. We know it's going to take a long time, but I've been hearing this from state board staff going back 23 years. So I'd appreciate that being an item for discussion and will perhaps help in future years because climate change is not going to go away and we will continue to see this kind of overdrafting and dry up of the Russian River watershed. So thank you very much. Appreciate the work you're doing. I know it's hard.
Thank you, Mr. Keller. I appreciate your contributions and being part of our discussion today and your patience. To your point regarding adjudications, there's certainly something that is very expensive and very costly. And there are a number of watersheds throughout the state that it's obvious that we're a couple decades behind from conducting adjudicatory work. And I know that the board, not subject for discussion today, but is involved in our first statutory adjudication on the Fresno River here now in several decades. So to your point, I think we need to continue to, and to I think everyone's points today, invest in the water rights system that we have in order to make sure that it is there to react and protect us from and help us manage through the climate crisis we obviously find ourselves with. So thank you, Mr. Keller. Thank you. Next, we have Don McInhill.
Good evening, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. Don McInhill with Russian Riverkeeper. I applaud the staff and stakeholder discussions, and I really appreciate the discussion and comments from the board members on this item. We appreciate the recent reduction in reach losses that indicate our farmers and community are starting to take this drought seriously. We strongly agree with some of the comments this morning on the Delta issues with the drought, and comments earlier in this item that new tools are needed in order to avoid the next 2021. And we've advocated for a demand management program in our TUCP comments and our emergency petition. I'm not a professional hydrologist, but I've been checking the Russian River gauges every single day for the last 20 years. And a year ago, we were so alarmed at the storage level in Lake Mendocino that my board president and I wrote an op-ed in the Press Democrat urging conservation. In our August TCP comments, we reiterated those pleas for conservation to avoid impacts if we had a second dry winter. Unfortunately, we did not reduce our water use. A Mendocino County grand jury report urged proactive measures back in 2006. We have to move from discussion and good intentions to getting a plan on paper, and your support on the board is crucial to making that happen. Staff has been amazing and working with the stakeholders who've been very interested in meeting. We have to move beyond that to avoid the next crisis. Modest proactive conservation in the form of a demand management plan when Lake Mendocino is below the target storage curve could have saved 10 to 15,000 acre feet over the last 12 months. Local stakeholders can create such a plan, as stakeholders did back in the 2008 frost issues, if we had a prompt from this board. We reluctantly support the adoption of this curtailment order as our only option left to preserve the storage in case of a dry winter. Since 10 a.m. this morning, the reach losses at Hopland increased 10 CFS, and the heat's just coming on. We hope the community and farmers are able to reduce the water use from prior years, but this order is really needed. And thank you everyone for your discussion, and we look forward to working with people in the watershed and your staff, avoiding the next 2021.
Thank you so much, Mr. McInhill. I appreciate your patience with us today and sticking with us and providing good comment and contribution to today's discussion. So thank you. Next, we have Tricia Geringer. Good evening.
Hi, good evening. Chair and board members, I'm Tricia Geringer with the Agricultural Council, and we represent about 15,000 farmers all throughout the state, growing, producing, processing food all over California. And while we greatly appreciate the revisions that have been announced today, including the more collaborative approach, the use of real-time tools, and also the removal of the word waste, we do wish to express serious concerns that our members have over the remaining assertions of unreasonable use as a basis of authority for curtailments on the Russian River watershed. And thank you, Mr. Chair. Want to recognize your pending question that you have to the staff relating to more traditional approaches and why they're not being utilized. We look forward to that response. So thank you for putting that out there. At the same time, we do want to align with board member Diadamo's comments in that just because there is a tool in the toolbox, we urge thoughtfulness in how it is used. As such, we do echo the request of Chris Shearing from California Farm Bureau and respectfully request that rather than the proposed pathway that the board instead exercise restraint and use only the minimum level of legal and regulatory authority that is necessary to implement curtailments. We very much recognize the severity of the water conditions confronting the board, and definitely thank the staff and board members for all of your hard work. We look forward to continuing engagement with the board to find innovative and balanced solutions during this incredibly challenging time. And thank you very much for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you as well, Ms. Geringer. I appreciate your time today, your patience and contributions. And yeah, we'll have further back and forth here. I think we only have a couple of folks left for a comment, so just thank you. Next, we have Elaine Trevino, and who will be followed and lastly by Paula Whelan.
Good evening. My name is Elaine Trevino. I'm the president of the Almond Alliance. I want to thank you all for staying so late. I know these meetings are tough, and hopefully you're having some almonds to give you the protein to get through them. I want to echo comments from many of the agricultural voices you heard today. We also provided written comments on June 10th for reference. I'll keep my comments short if you could refer to those, please. The Almond Alliance acknowledges the conditions of severe drought and water scarcity, specifically in the Russian River Basin. We understand the general need for ordered enforcement of existing water right priorities, but despite this recognition of these realities, we believe that the proposed emergency regulations are still very concerning. Specifically, we agree with the Farm Bureau comments that we need to remove the waste and unreasonable use language that has been discussed by the board. Referring to crops and orchards that grow food as unreasonable is really hard to swallow for our industry and other agricultural industries, especially for us, given that we work really hard to be efficient with water and we have really widespread efficiency programs and goals throughout the industry. So we ask you to continue to work and find a creative, flexible, and balanced solution to get through this challenging year and next year. We don't believe these emergency regulations allow for the needed due process and input. I ask you to really review the language you use and how decisions made today are conveyed publicly. I thank the board, I thank your staff for their efforts to date, and really want to reiterate that our industry understands water rights, but we do not understand waste and unreasonable use as presented by your board and staff. So education and guidance is going to be very important as you move forward. So with that, I thank you for your consideration of my comments and wish you all a good evening. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Trevino. I appreciate you sticking with us here and providing your comment. Thank you. Next, we have lastly, Paula Whelan.
Chair Esquivel, Paula has removed her speaker card as well.
Okay, great. Does that conclude everyone we had here looking to have comment for public comment? Ms. Townsend?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Okay, good. Thank you. Board colleagues, maybe we'll maybe it's either Mr. Ekdahl or Mr. Bolen-Bryant or Mr. Loffer here, but would like a little just further exploration with us just on the important rationale that we're using when it comes to using unreasonable use authorities. I think again, folks feel that, and going back to our presentation and discussion, it is the unavailability of water that is driving this need. I think that is obvious here. So, and knowing that and understanding that there is also a desire for us to show our modeling and our homework, which I am always, that is what makes us different in our decision-making processes, is the ability to do so. We're moving quickly here, obviously. And so as you can even see in our submittal to the Office of Administrative Law, the timelines are, and that additional justification, as I understand it, is also part of that submittal. So the opportunity to continue to ensure that we are using and explaining the models that we're using and the data that we're making our decisions off of is still there and important. And I want to make sure and commit to that. So I guess, again, my question would be to staff here, helping explain here publicly a little more just our need and to use the tools that we have, and why although I'm hearing that a lighter approach would somehow work, how that would leave us, I imagine, maybe legally vulnerable and otherwise. And I know there's sensitivities how we all discuss that generally, but would just kind of tee that up for our folks.
Hi, Michael. I don't know if you want to go first or second on this question. I think there's.
Well, I'm happy to go ahead and go first, and then Sam or Eric or whomever can augment. But there's been a lot of discussion today about the implication of unreasonable use, and I counted at least 4 attorneys who implored the board to follow the traditional curtailment approach that just adheres rigidly to the priority of right. And the big piece that misses, and it's really what drives the regime here in both the lower and the upper, is that the priority scheme is unbending. And where these regulations primarily, and truly the priority scheme for most of the uses throughout, most of the diversion and use throughout the upper and lower Russian is driven by the fact that there is minimal abandoned or natural flows available to divert. So that continues to be a true focus here. However, there are critical human health and safety needs that do not have a feasible alternative supply. And the only way that they can be bypassed from a curtailment order is recognizing that in these times, in this watershed, with these specific circumstances that are articulated in both the resolution, the staff presentation that Sam and his team have put together, and what you've also heard from Deputy Director Ekdahl, is that it would be unreasonable to essentially curtail those minimum health and safety needs when there's no feasible alternative for them, and in order to serve a more senior user. And a traditional curtailment approach and the authorities that were cited by Mr. Williams and others today don't recognize that. On the upper Russian River, it's a little bit larger in vocation, and that gets back to the point that I was making in response to a question from, I believe it was board member Diadamo, that while there are minimal flows in the upper Russian River, and that's the discussion in the updated resolution, there are arguments that in perhaps certain reaches, there may be gaining and there may be some natural flow available, but at this point in time, we need certainty, and the users need certainty as to what's there. And there is a mix of both a need to serve critical human health and safety needs, those that might be curtailed as a result of the priority scheme, as well as the mix of preserving and protecting that in-stream flow that's coming down, which is not something extraordinary for the board to do. It's a board water rights decision that required those flows to go down. And that complicates the mix of whether or not a user might think water is available for diversion under their basis of right. And so we have invoked in the draft regulations, the unreasonable use doctrine in a very limited way in order to create a functional and clear curtailment system. It's driven, as Sam pointed out in responding to and supplementing my answer the first go round, also in part by the use of storage targets and the demands that we would see to get through for minimum health and safety and for the in-stream flow requirements that Sonoma County Water Agency is responsible for by those storage targets and an opportunity to off-ramp. So the power is not being wielded indiscriminately. It's being used in a very narrow way, and it's really the only way to avoid that unbending force of the priority scheme. And I know there's tremendous sensitivity in the change sheets that I had read into the record and in the conversations with staff and how they've articulated it. We have gone to pains to indicate that not only are we using it in a limited way in the draft regulations, especially with the change sheet, but that the conclusions with respect to the unreasonable nature and the powers that are being involved under the reasonable use doctrine are not declaring that agriculture uses are unreasonable or that any of the other consumptive uses are unreasonable. What it's essentially saying is if we have a human health and safety need where there's no feasible alternative, we're going to bypass that, recognize that that's a reasonable use. And it would be unreasonable for a more senior non-human health and safety user to have an adverse impact that would essentially curtail or eliminate that water for that more junior critical human health and safety need. So Chair Esquivel, board members, we really truly have tried to craft something for you that is limited in scope, use the tools that we have, but uses them in a judicious way. And that's the product that you have before you today.
Thank you, Mr. Luffer. I appreciate the thorough and understanding and discussion here around, again, what is a very careful usage of this authority, not an overbroad application, and really that it's the circumstances within the watershed unique to this circumstance that is driving that. And, I think we heard it amongst a number of stakeholders today, or at least a couple, that the concern is how this will then apply to the way the board proceeds through other curtailments. And again, I think that we're not here to predetermine other watersheds as we go through this work. But I think what we've laid out clearly, or the staff have certainly in our findings and our rationale, are the specific circumstances of this watershed and the criticality of using these tools to forgo incredible, catastrophe. Truly, I mean, I don't want to sound doom or gloom, but we have to face and handle in the reality of what we have before us. And so, again, imperfect insofar as what I would say is what we would want to do is adhere, of course, to the priority system and not have to invoke these authorities in order to respond to the circumstance. But I think what we are trying to create is simply that certainty within the watershed of we have a goal and target of storage levels within Lake Mendocino. They're critical and to avoid dewatering and disconnected pool of the river, but importantly, anticipating potentially dry conditions. And I think that, again, it strikes the right balance. And I'm supportive, and I appreciate the further clarification, the edits that have been put in, the removal of the word waste. That is being strategic and surgical here, and not trying to be overbroad in the application of this tool, hearing, again, the concern from folks. And so I'll just kind of leave, I guess that's where excuse me, I need some water here. That's where the main issue is, certainly, that I feel that's kind of a back and forth here. I still would like to just understand, again, what is the majority of what's driving the work here is simply the unavailability of water and the hydrology as it presents itself. I think I want to make sure we are showing our homework there. We have opportunity to further refine and engage with the modeling. And so I would like to sort of understand where those opportunities are in the time ahead, because that is going to be important to us to continue to have a better trust and understanding. And it sounds like there's data out there that I hear. I have heard from some stakeholders here that they feel that they're wanting to better share with the board. Let's figure what that is and how it contributes moving into the summer into still, better understanding and decision-making in this space. And importantly, the way I see certainly the regulation crafted, if we can meet these collective goals, these targets in the reservoir, it forgoes the curtailment. And I want to show that those voluntary efforts can still be successful, but importantly that they are a continuum of activity here between whether the state is looking at hydrology and data and trying to forgo, again, these consequences, or it's the local communities doing so. And I think there's still a huge opportunity for that. And so I don't know if, Sam, you have further thought on what that looks like moving forward, our opportunities to, again, demonstrate the hydrology we're seeing, because it is a basis of our decision here and decision making, even if, again, the authorities that we're using are different in some of that space when it comes to just availability and strict adherence to availability and then priority of right of folks to be able to divert. I think that'll be important as we come out of curtailment as well. That'll be of issue. So it's maybe something that we can continue to work on. So yeah, I don't know if you have anything necessarily now to add, Sam, but.
Yeah, just a couple of thoughts. On the modeling side and the modeling comments, there was a comment made earlier around like no model is perfect or something like that, but they're helpful. To emphasize what's laid out for the Upper Russian River, at least as sort of the start of the curtailment process, is based around like the data on the ground, which is when available always better than a model, I think. And so what we're looking at is stream gauging in the system and what's coming into Lake Mendocino, what's coming out of Lake Mendocino. Those are direct measurements. The comments around the modeling were sort of to what was done during the notice process for the notices of unavailability, and then what will be used to rescind curtailment orders in the Upper Russian River, and then kind of issue curtailment orders in the Lower Russian River. And we can absolutely share the documentation for the PRMS funnel. I think it makes sense to post it on our website, and we welcome kind of all feedback. On the data side, on the demand data side, harkening back to a comment Devin made and others, I really, they and her and the other folks in the task force analyzing the data we shared worked really hard on that. And we also were working really hard on our demand data, and it's remarkable that we landed in a similar spot. I think I'd like to continue processes like that, where we share our information. We start with the same data as like the raw inputs and sort of see where we land. I think the same could be done on the supply modeling. So I think there's like more collaboration, I guess, there to be done. But we can certainly share what we have. And as you mentioned, there will be more available in the digest. And the materials that go to the Office of Administrative Law. But I just do want to note for the Upper Russian, we're looking at data as well, not just kind of modeling.
That's really important, and thank you. And would just really plus up, let's just put it up on the website and make sure everyone has access then to the data that we're using and methodologies, et cetera, and continue to, and I know, we try to continue to get better at our open data practices generally here at the board. So folks can come along and do the homework with us. It's always an important part of what we do here. So thank you. I don't have too much more comment. I think I've spoken enough here for a bit. Fellow board colleagues, how are we feeling? Comments, questions, further clarification?
So if I could just add a question on top of that discussion there about data and making it available and transparency. We also heard some comments about due process and about how, the regulations we basically are kind of shortcutting what some might argue is, a requirement for us to have additional steps and opportunities for water right holders to be heard. And so I was hoping just to hear a little bit more about that, acknowledging that all the information we have is sort of what we have, it's imperfect. There's always the opportunity for error or for inadvertent decisions to be made. Not that any of this would be taken lightly, but in the event that there is a situation like that, what kind of recourse would a water right holder have under the regulations as they're currently
written? And so is that kind of specific to the point Jeannie Mistelezi raised, or just more generally as well?
I think Valerie Kincaid raised a similar point, but yes.
I'll ask Michael to supplement, but I think my understanding of some of the points reading through Ms. Kincaid's comment letter is that a hearing is necessary for every curtailment order, individual curtailment order prior to being issued. And that I think given the urgency and emergency of kind of the conditions in the watershed, it doesn't seem as feasible. So I think in terms of like messaging and outreach, that's certainly something we can kind of continue and build upon in terms of making clear like the planned actions of the staff as we proceed through the summer. But I'm not sure we, add in, I'm not sure that like a hearing on each order before we issue it is the route to go in order to act quickly.
Nor do I think that's the appropriate course of action. I think I was trying to better understand the due process expectations in the water rights system. And maybe Mr. Loffer, maybe you could weigh in just as to whether I'm missing something or whether, you know, go ahead.
No, you're not missing something. And obviously this is a different approach than we used in 2014, 2015 for curtailments in the Bay Delta watershed, for example, which was based more on the notice of unavailability and the individualized process. Instead, it's much more akin to what was done in Deer Mill and Antelope Creek, where the board invoked emergency regulation authority. There were significant arguments. In fact, it was the crux of many of the litigants' arguments when those regulations were challenged, that it constituted a violation of due process for the board to proceed this route via emergency regulation coupled with curtailment orders issued by the deputy director when circumstances warranted. And there were, just as there are here, there were certain off-ramps. There was off-ramps for voluntary agreements. Here, you know, there's built in on the upper Russian River, the off-ramp for the storage targets being hit. That's where before the curtailment orders would be issued. And then the factors that would be considered by the deputy director are spelled out within the confines of the emergency regulation. And just as in Stanford Vina, the courts found that the board's process was sufficient to comport with due process and rejected the due process challenges filed by the irrigation company there. We believe that the approach set up here satisfies and comports with that standard. The emergency regulations, what they're going through here, the information that's identified within the regulations that the deputy director will rely on, that is all part of the process. You know, as Mr. Boland-Bryant indicated, we'll continue to put the demand and availability curves up. But then on the upper Russian River, there is the waste and unreasonable use component, the unreasonable use component that's being invoked to recognize that there are going to be those circumstances where we need to ensure that the minimum health and safety needs are met. And that approach is essentially analogous to what the court found appropriate within the Stanford Vina proceeding. So all that's to say, legally, the approach is adequate and is appropriate. At the same time, you know, you have a division that is committed to transparency and the work that Deputy Director Ekdahl and Mr. Boland-Bryant undertake to convey publicly where we stand with the curtailments and ensure that, you know, the supply demand curves that are being used to support the priority-based curtailments are all part of this record and would be made available on the board's website as we proceed to the actual point of issuing curtailment orders.
Okay, well, yeah, thank you. That's helpful. I appreciate the clarity on the prior cases and experiences there. Thanks.
Thank you, board member. Vice Chair.
Yeah, I'd like to go back to some of the discussion that you started, Chair Esquivel, and that's on the authorities issue. I'm looking at the enforcement section 879.2, subdivision B for the upper and sub C for the lower. So for the upper enforcement, diversion or use in violation constitutes an unreasonable use on the upper, and then on the lower, diversion in violation would constitute a trespass. And so wanting to really hone in on this, and this is basically what I was getting at when at the beginning of the discussion today, I had indicated that I felt that it was time for me to be more open to a compromise approach, because I do feel strongly that we need to act today to stop the bleeding that's occurring with the drawdown of storage. But I continue to think that it's just not only is the approach that we're using tough for diverters to accept, but it, you know, it in part, I think the language that Mr. Loeffler went through earlier helps a bit, but it's just challenging because in order to really pull this off, what I was hoping before the use of this tool of waste and unreasonable use I was working with stakeholders to say, let's all get with the program here and be part of the outreach, not just our staff, but it would be, Devin Jones over at Mendocino, getting her members on board, and Tawny over at Sonoma, and, all the various organizations. That's really what I was hoping for. And now I think that it's just making it more challenging. So I'm continuing to look for, is there a way here that we could, similar to what Mr. Becerra was talking about, with that small piece where the water unavailability doesn't quite work, where, we're basically saying that there's virtually no flow with the exception of that extremely limited amount. That is where we're going out of priority in calling those curtailments, not based on water unavailability, but based upon this, unreasonable comparison of that diversion versus health and safety. So is there a way to take that other block? Mr. Becerra called it 5% versus 95%. I don't know what it is, but that other block that truly is based on water unavailability, and apply the subdivision C, like what we're seeing on the lower, so that it is, extremely limited to only those diversions that are where we're not using the water unavailability. And then I think in addition, Mr. Lawfer, there's the other piece, which is there's two components of health and safety. One of them is where we're not strictly adhering on water unavailability. It's based more on a finding that we're saying, in essence, nothing else is available. And then there's the other piece where instead of curtailing, the diverter would indicate a health and safety exemption, where we're not, as Mr. Lawfer says, following the water rights priority system.
So let me take a quick shot, and again, others on the team can certainly augment as necessary. In terms of the enforcement language and trying to tease it apart, and I think this harkens back to some of the language, not only that you heard from Mr. Becerra, but also from myself when I was kind of working through why the different authorities are being invoked on the upper Russian River, and why there's sort of the broader discussion that is not as focused just on priority and coupled with a narrow human health and safety bypass, if you will, for those that do not have a feasible alternative supply. And in terms of how that language shows up in the enforcement provision, it's a recognition that there's a more complicated mix in the upper Russian River, that it cannot rely just solely on the trespass piece, and might be difficult because you might have these issues with individual reaches where it's gaining, and there may arguably be some natural flow that could be available, but it's kind of lost in the noise of the in-stream flows coming down that are required releases by Sonoma County Water Agency, that it would be difficult to kind of tangle out which molecules of water would it be asserted that the diversion is taking based on a lack of availability and therefore would be a trespass, versus potentially, rediversion of stored water that's supposed to be for in-stream uses as required by the board's water rights permits and licenses, versus a minimum health and safety need. And so it's easier to just characterize it that in that piece of the watershed, because you've got these overlapping issues at play, that the enforcement piece is being predicated on the unreasonable use, as opposed to trying to, like I said, pull out individual molecules and figure out which quantum was diverted because there was no natural flow versus which quantum was they're picking up stored water that should be there for in-stream uses, versus it should be water they're bypassing because of human health and safety need. And so that language reflects all of those potentially being collapsed together for enforcement purposes.
Yeah, see, the part that's difficult, and I'm going to be a team player here and go along, but it continues to just it doesn't sit right with me, because certainly there's a line of continuum here. How could we say that for the juniors, where there's just clearly not water available? Why put them in the mix of unreasonable use? It's where we're getting on that cusp of, it's kind of hard to tell either way whether or not there's some minimal water available. And so I just I guess that's where I'd be looking. And I know, Mr. Loeffler, I had asked you in an email to put together some language on resolution. So just really want us to be committed to continuing to try and untangle that, where we can more clearly define what would be a trespass, where pretty much everybody agrees there's no water available for that class of water users. And then, at some point where it becomes kind of more in that gray area, if we have to continue to utilize this approach, hopefully we won't, in the future, but I'd like to give it a shot and see if we can further refine that methodology. And where we can't, what can we do to, now that we've had the benefit of, today's proceeding, and, in the next round, more time, see if we can more carefully utilize these authorities. Yeah.
So Vice Chair Diadamo, would this be a good time for me to read in the language that you're interested in for the new resolved clause?
Yes, thanks.
Okay. And I apologize, just because the way my screens are configured, people are going to see the top of my head for this. So this language is designed to address the issue that Vice Chair Diadamo just raised about ensuring that the board is continuing to work. And you've already heard staff indicate that they are engaged with the stakeholders to better understand use and availability within the system. And that there's already been substantial efforts towards voluntary agreements. There's still an opportunity to off-ramp based on the storage targets in the Upper Russian River. So to address Vice Chair Diadamo's wishes and concerns, there could be a new resolved clause added. It would be a resolved 5 in the resolution. And it would say something like this: the State Water Board continues to support cooperative efforts to meet needs within the Russian River watershed, and to develop more precise methodologies for determining water availability, and direct staff to continue work with stakeholders on improvements in water availability and use within the Russian River based on its, the Russian River watershed, based on its unique hydrology, to support curtailments in future years, or that could support voluntary efforts to meet storage targets this year or avoid curtailments.
Thank you. That captures my thoughts on this.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I really appreciate you working with council here and developing that clause. I think it's very reflective of the discussions we've had today, and I'm wholly supportive in including that in today's resolution. And just really do want to point to maybe the opportunity for us in this watershed, given the discussion we've had today, given the challenges we know, to better not account for every drop, but if there is enough loose water in the system, if there is someone within an ability with a priority to perhaps have some, have a system that allows for just that greater granularity and control. And we just don't have that. And it's why we're needing to use the tools we are here, so that we have something that's enforceable, but importantly, something that at this point is implementable. And that the further we go into what is a refinement of what can sometimes seem like too blunt an instrument here, we actually run the risk of not actually responding to the circumstances we find ourselves. And I think that we're obviously up against what are the limitations of our water rights system, and needing to better invest in it. And I think heard that from several folks. And I think this resolution, to your leadership, captures what is the opportunity to work with water users to figure out what that better, to limited, understanding of diversions in real time and otherwise protective of the water rights system approach that this certainly is already. I feel, and I know that there's certainly disagreement, and that is healthy here around the approach. But I think what we can all focus on is the data that makes us better decision makers, both at that local level for voluntary solutions and that continuum with the board as well. And just thank you for your leadership, and I wholly support this resolution addition.
Thank you. Thank you. And if I may add, the additional information provided by the vice chair was actually very helpful to me. It helped me better understand. I think what you were searching for is a more surgical application of the unreasonable principle which we are applying to that 5% or whatever percent it is, to which we are trying to apply it to protect health and safety needs. I understand that, and I agree that that is something that we should strive for going forward. So thank you for helping me better understand that particular concern. And with that, I mean, obviously there might be further discussions, but I also am very comfortable with the additional changes. And so I would move for adoption of the regulations with the change sheets as discussed by Mr. Lawfer when we began this item, and also with the additional new resolve that he just read into the record.
Thank you. Thank you, board member.
And I recognize there may be some additional discussion amongst the board. I would expect nothing less, but when a motion, if that wasn't the actual motion, when a motion is made, I do have one little cleanup item that I would like addressed, which is just blanket throughout the regulation. We had an incorrect legal citation to the Stanford Vina decision. And so whatever motion should just have us clean that up, and it would actually be to Stanford Vina Ranch Irrigation Company versus State of California, 2020 50 Cal App 5th 97. So whatever motion should also include that.
Oh, yes, because it is late, not to preclude additional discussion, but I will make that a formal motion and I will incorporate what Mr. Lawfer has requested.
Thank you, board member.
Thank you.
Dodick.
Thank you both. Colleagues.
I feel comfortable with the way that we've moved forward and with the motion as put forward. I think this has been a really, really helpful discussion. I appreciate pulling out all of the complexities and navigation, careful navigation of the challenges here. So I would second the motion.
Thank you, board member. Yes, board member McGuire, please.
Yeah, I'll just add that, I spent a fair amount of time here since the draft regulations were proposed, kind of looking under rocks and trying to better understand our authorities and whether there is another viable option here to address what is, I totally concur with so many comments today, an incredibly dire situation. And I am, thoroughly convinced at this point that there is not really another tool that we have right now here today. And so this is the right path to take, given the urgency of the situation. And the changes to the resolution language, thank you, Vice Chair Diadamo, for leading that, and also to the regulations really do help to winnow down some of the controversy and uncomfortable aspects of this. And certainly this is uncomfortable around, I feel this is the last thing I want to do, is to have to be in this situation here, as a board member voting on something that I know is going to impact so many diverters in the Russian River watershed. And I truly hope that there is room and an opportunity here with the discussion and the trigger levels and Lake Mendocino, that folks can get together and find a way to make that work, because that certainly would be a win-win for everybody. I think I know it's going to be challenging, and I think time is not on anyone's side here. So I appreciate that we need to move today. I also appreciate the additional resolution language with regard to working through our data challenges and our aspirational goals of, ultimately having a real-time management system here and be able to make these sorts of decisions earlier in the season, and with some forecasting, with some forward thinking. And so totally concur with all the other board members, and just, I really appreciate staff's contributions and work and outreach and engagement really since last year. A lot of the focus has been on the Russian River watershed, and really trying to spin this up and get a better understanding. And frankly, if those discussions hadn't started sometime last year, we wouldn't even be here today in as good a space as we are, given this situation that we're in. So I just appreciate all the time and prioritizing this. I know Sam has another day job. He doesn't write emergency regulations for curtailments normally. And so thank you to everyone for your involvement here. So I think it's already been seconded and moved, but I wanted to share some of my thoughts.
Thank you, board member. I appreciate the third. And just really all around, I know incredible work that continues to be done. This isn't, as we take our vote here, certainly going to be the end of this work at all by any means, and actually it's just continuation. And so look forward to what is a lot of continued work, and just thank my fellow board colleagues for all the personal time I know that they have been putting and investing into just making sure that we are as best decision makers as we possibly can be here, and listening to, being responsive, and justifying our space. And so thank you collectively for everyone in the programs and their great work, and my colleagues here, and more importantly, all the diverters and the communities in the Russian River watershed. We have a long summer here ahead of us, and I look forward to what is continued good work. Ms. Townsend, would you like to call the roll call vote, please?
Yes, I will. Board Member Dodek.
Aye.
Board Member Firestone.
Aye.
Board Member McGuire.
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo.
Aye.
Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you all.
Thank you as well. The board vote carries, and the emergency regulations are adopted. Thank you, everyone. Again, this was a long day, and still have one item left before we do board member reports on urban conservation. But so just thank you, everyone, for your patience, your attention, and your engagement with us today on what is not an easy decision before this board, and regrettably feel there will be other uneasy decisions before us as this summer continues on. I apologize, we do still have informational item number 6 here for our update on monthly water production and conservation data. I could provide us a quick break, or we can just slide into this informational item and try to get folks out of here, hopefully before 7 o'clock. So let's go ahead and do that. And just thank you, everyone, for patience and time here. And we're on now to item number 6. So I believe it's Charlotte Eli that might be presenting. So thank you. I know it's late.
You are welcome. You guys were saving the best for last.
Here, 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 here. This will very much round out what is, a day of drought discussion for sure in action. And so thank you for this, Ms. Eli.
And good evening to you all, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. My name is Charlotte Ely. I supervise the conservation unit within the Office of Research, Planning and Performance. I'm joining today's meeting because Marielle Pinheiro, who normally provides these updates to you all, was called into jury duty. So I'll be providing the urban water conservation update for the April 2021 data set. Next slide, please. So before jumping into the April numbers, we just wanted to provide a very brief drought update. As you all are aware, on May 10th, Governor Gavin Newsom expanded the April 21st drought emergency proclamation to include the Klamath River, Sacramento, San Joaquin Delta, and Tulare Lake watershed counties, where accelerated action was needed to protect public health, safety, and the environment. So in net total, 41 counties are now under a drought state of emergency, representing about 30% of the state's population. Since then, California continued to see the impacts of drought increase, as we have heard so much about today. And there was an expansion of extreme and exceptional drought in the northern and central areas of the state, as well as along the coast of central California. So according to the US Drought Monitor, 52% of the state is in extreme drought, 33% of the state is in exceptional drought. Western states, especially southwestern states, are all currently experiencing these extreme and exceptional drought conditions. As of June 1st, statewide snowpack was 0% of normal. Water levels in many of the state's reservoirs continued to fall. Oroville is at 43% of its average storage capacity, Shasta is at 50%, and here in the greater Sacramento area, Folsom is at 41%. With this in mind, we encourage our fellow Californians to remember that to help weather this drought, we all must do our part to conserve water. Next slide, please. What we cover in this presentation reflects the state's most real-time available data, but it still lags 2 months and coverage is not complete. For April, we had a report completion rate of 90%. The reports encompass an estimated 95% of the April total production for the urban water suppliers on our list. The numbers will be shown on the next slide. What we do know from our data is that many of the changes made in response to the last drought have had lasting effects. So Californians have maintained water savings relative to 2013, even in these drier conditions. However, historically low winter and spring precipitation has resulted in the highest April numbers since 2015. Next slide, please. April was the first month of 2021 where total production surpassed 2015 levels, with an estimated 152 billion gallons total production for April 2021 compared to 149 billion gallons in April 2015. As noticed on the previous slide, we are still well below the 2013 baseline, but the savings between 2013 and present is narrowing. April residential use is about 14% below that of 2013 levels. It's worth noting that the population served by the reporting urban retail water suppliers has increased by about 1.5 million people since 2015, meaning that even though total use is slightly up relative to 2015, the per capita use is still about equal to 2015. Next slide,
Appreciate
please.
that. I'll just comment, it looks like there was quite an inflection there between what we were tracking in March, which, at least to these numbers here was, still below that 2015 moment, and in April where, we crossed the line. And, can't help but also understand certainly that it's that month of April that we saw real catastrophic drying and, the lack of inflow to our reservoirs. And so can't help but feel that, there's something really, warm about April, and it really, people were irrigating more, right? So.
Yep, and that's exactly what we show in our next slide.
I meant to tee you up, obviously. Sorry, thank you.
So these April 2021 numbers make a lot of sense if you consider it in the broader climate context. The statewide precipitation anomaly relative to a 30-year April mean is almost 1.4 inch deficit, which is greater than in 2013 or 2015. And then 2016 and 2020 saw a mix of wet and dry conditions in April, but none of them were as dire as the current year. Next slide, please. So here we're showing the GPCD in April 2021 compared to all regions in 2013. And you can see across all hydrologic regions in the state that GPCD is down. Next slide. Recall in April that we did not have a widespread drought emergency declaration. However, we have seen local shortage declarations consistently from 1/5 of suppliers since we began collecting this information. Shortages are currently determined per local stages, although as soon as the 2020 urban water management plans are submitted, the stages will be standardized. Next slide, please. We continue to see limitations on water use and messaging as the most common strategies to promote water conservation, with a quarter of agencies reporting that they are also actively addressing water waste in their service areas. It's worth noting that the questions in this section are currently voluntary and only show those who indicate that their agency's in shortage. About half of those who declared shortages in April actually didn't provide any further details. We're hoping to improve data collection by changing some cosmetic and function aspects in the report, including making certain questions mandatory when applicable. So we have more representation when presenting this information specifically. Next slide, please. So we wanted to do something a little different today. We wanted to highlight which agencies are leading the charge when it comes to efficient water use, to try to account for the state's really incredible geographic variability. We grouped agencies by climate zone. This is a spatial resolution used by the California Energy Commission. In column 1, we show the climate zone, which is also shown in the map at left, followed by the agency's name, and in the third column, their estimated residential GPCD for April 2021. So this is sort of a shout out and a high five to those agencies that are using water so efficiently within their climate zones. Next slide, please. So lastly, with an exceptionally hot week before us, we wanted to take a minute to share some simple steps we can all take to help weather this drought. Our team wanted to reiterate that we can conserve today for a better tomorrow. In dry climates such as California's, household outdoor water use can be as high as 80%. In addition, some experts estimate that as much as 50% of water used for irrigation is wasted due to evaporation, wind, or runoff caused by inefficient irrigation systems. So here are 3 tips for keeping outdoor water use under control. First, with grass, step on it. Grass doesn't always need water just because it's hot out. If you step on the lawn and if the grass springs back, it doesn't need water. An inexpensive soil moisture sensor can also show the amount of moisture at the plant's roots and discourage overwatering. Indoors, there is a lot of water saving opportunities too. The average home's leaks can account for nearly 10,000 gallons of water wasted every year, and that's the amount of water needed to wash more than 300 loads of laundry. So 10% of homes have leaks that waste 50 gallons or more per day. Common types of leaks found in the home include worn toilet flappers, dripping faucets, and leaking shower heads. All are really easily correctable. So a tip for saving water indoors is to check your toilet for leaks. You can check this by placing a drop of food coloring in the toilet tank. If the color shows up in the bowl within 10 minutes without flushing, you have a leak. And with that, we will conclude this presentation and let everybody go have their dinner and end the very long day. But thank you for the time, and I'm happy to answer any questions if you got them.
Thank you, Ms. Ellie. This is such a critical message to be getting out right now. The need to conserve that, especially as we enter the start of summer is June 21st here. So here in the summer months, incredibly important to be mindful of our irrigation practices in our homes. It has huge impacts to our collective ability to conserve. And so just appreciate you going over the data and helping us understand where we are and continuing to make sure conservation is a way of life, and look forward to just further check in on our goals as a state, as communities, but importantly, to make sure we're conveying what we can all be doing in our daily lives. I do appreciate that. Thank you. I don't have any other questions right now, board members. Is there any conservation questions or otherwise comments for further conservation updates?
I was going to thank Charlotte for the presentation. I think I know the presentation has been evolving over the months, and I think you're really heading in the right direction here with presenting really helpful information. So thank you for that. And I'll just say that on the chart with the kind of comparing our total water production to prior years, hopefully, I've been hearing more and more about communities either out of necessity now implementing their shortage provisions and requiring mandatory conservation, like I know Sonoma Water will be doing, or asking the communities to step up and start looking at voluntary actions that you can take. So a lot of what I think the practical solutions that you just suggested. So I hope that in future reports here that we'll start to see, some, bending back down again and some progress. I think we will. I think it's out of necessity here, but I'm even hearing about some communities in Southern California, even though they're not currently covered under the drought proclamation, are starting to notice and take action to implement their shortage provisions as well. So I think that's appreciated, and certainly we'll have to continue this. So thank you for the presentation.
Sorry, that was like, one, you can look back through the YouTube history too. That was like one or twice that I've ever had a muted mode in. Thank you, Ms. Ely, and thank you. If there's nothing further from board members, just really appreciate, again, the item and the information here, and look forward to further discussions, surely. So thank you.
Yep, you're welcome. Have a good night, everybody.
All right, thank you. Okay, that leaves us for our last item, and hopefully no one's bothering to even pay attention to this at this point, but we have our board member reports. Board members, is there anything that you would like to report here? And quickly, I will look at my schedule, and I don't think there was any real public engagement that I would want to flag here, other than to say, just really appreciate the incredible work that our SAFER program is doing, particularly the Office of Public Participation, and what are an incredible series of summer engagements around our important work in making real the human right to water, our Safe and Affordable Fund, our SAFER program, ensuring the communities are understanding what the opportunities are to engage. We're fresh off of a needs analysis and assessment that is making us, talk about data-driven, right? Incredibly data-driven drinking water agency, and looking to ensure that we meet the needs of communities, not just during this time of drought, but for their long-term viability, knowing that there are incredible challenges facing the thousands here, again, that we at the board regulate alone, over 3,000 water systems in the state, let alone the, 7,000 plus community water systems that the state finds itself with, or anyway, the state smalls and community water systems. So I just wanted to acknowledge and shout out, because I was fortunate to open up what was a tribal specific set of tribal specific engagements for SAFER, and just incredible work. Just really appreciate that, and just would want to flag that, and don't have anything else at this time. Other board members?
I'll just go real fast and say I was able to watch that tribal and participate later in the in the meeting with the tribal engagement SAFER workshop, which was really helpful to hear from tribal members as they're thinking about how to data sharing and engagement within SAFER. But I don't have. I think Vice Chair Diadama will talk about, and already did touch on, the partnership effort. So I don't have anything else I need to highlight at this time. Thanks.
Thank you, board member. And thank you, Vice Chair, as well. I know there's been stakeholder engagement with small town mayors as well in the drought context. And so I feel a really good bridge to the county discussions and stakeholder discussions that you and board member Firestone have been having.
Yeah, I just, I know it's late and we all want to leave, but I want to thank our assistant, Tian Tran, who has really stepped up and kind of going beyond administrative duties. And so has been working with board member Firestone and myself on that initiative with the partnership. And what I forgot to mention is that it's also a partnership within the partnership, because Community Water Center and Fresno State and the partnership are going to be engaging in this important role, bringing in GSAs. And the last partnership meeting that we had, it was great because Supervisor Silvera from Merced County actually got a member of the Board of Supervisors from each county, in addition to the board members that are on our partnership board. So we had a lot of elected officials there that were really all in on, people, I think there are a lot of people that want to be helpful in this space of drinking water, but just don't really know what to do. And so this is great for us to give them an assignment. So I'm really hoping that something good can come of it. And then, on the stakeholder meetings, I participated in, this was the second meeting now with Central Valley mayors. And it's too bad it takes a crisis to pull together these meetings, because the discussions were good. We were building on the first discussion. And then I had some one-off discussions with, for example, Mayor of Mendota and Firebaugh on a recycled water project that they're really interested in. And so it just gives us some additional opportunities to reach out to folks and help to connect the dots on some good programs that we have that, maybe they were unaware of before the drought.
Just thank you for that incredible work, board members. Really, really critical in this time. And yes, I agree. Unfortunate that sometimes it's necessity that brings us to these tables, but definitely glad to be able to take advantage of those opportunities then, and have the dialogues that sometimes is again, it's the necessity that'll bring us together here, and that we're here to be accountable and accessible ultimately. And just thank you. Really appreciate that. Board Member McGuire.
Yeah, so one update, and so that was last Friday. I was able to sit on a panel for the Los Angeles Business Council's annual sustainability summit, and so it was great. It was opened by Secretary Crowfoot, and the panel was moderated by David Nahai, who's a regional board member, and many of you probably know. But then also Chairwoman Gloria Gray with Metropolitan, Selma Collins with DWP, and Tracy Minamide with LA San. We're all there. And so we talked a lot about the future of Los Angeles and thinking about the impacts of the drought and how, they don't feel like they're in quite as urgent a situation, but they are fully invested in, moving towards self-reliance. And, you've heard much about the Hyperion project, recycled water, stormwater capture, all those investments that they're making, all in at this point. So I think it was a good discussion, and I put in a couple pitches here and there for Save Our Water and conservation in those aspects as well. So I know they've done a lot there as well. So anyway, it was good to hear that they were, they're thinking about the future, they're thinking about the needs for long-term investments. And, appreciated that.
Thank you. And I think Board Member Dota waved me off, so I think she's good. So colleagues, just really thank you for, I know it has been a long day for us here, but as always, the incredible working relationship we have and ability to get through discussions and make decisions here in a way that is, I'm proud of, and just want to thank you all for that. And again, thank you, everyone's time and attention today, and especially our folks in the program and the staff here that actually make all this happen. So thank you everyone for, I know it has been a long day. This meeting is now concluded. Have a fantastic evening, and we will see you all here in 3 weeks on July 6th. So thanks again, and we'll see you all sooner than that, but thanks again. Adjourned. Bye.